Chapter 764. At the mention of Yi Qian, Sun Dongqing's arrogance immediately disappeared. She looked at her husband uneasily. What? What is it that you have to hide from me? When old Madame Yi saw this, the smile on her face disappeared. Her originally amiable expression instantly turned cold. You guys talk. I'm listening. Yi Zhixiang also stopped arguing. She sat down on the chair and asked sternly, what exactly happened? That was a long story. Yi Zhifan spent about 15 minutes to finish telling her what happened in the past few years. The army moved her out of the household register. At that time, I was just a mayor. I didn't have the power to stop it. As for now, it should be even more impressive. Ying was originally in the provincial first high school, but she had no choice but to transfer schools during this military training. There's also one more thing. She only repeated for a month before entering the provincial first high school. She skipped the first year of high school and skipped to the second year of high school. This child is like sister-in-law, not like her brother. Yi Zhifan told her everything, no matter how big or small. He didn't exaggerate or leave out anything. Even if I'm the office director now, I wouldn't dare to touch Yi Jian. I'm afraid she has someone supporting her from the army. I don't want to hide this from you. I originally wanted to see if I could find some clues before telling you. Unfortunately, I still haven't found out who is behind her. Old Madame Ye's face darkened when she heard this. She can cause trouble at such a young age. She is indeed like her mother. She sneered. There's someone behind the army? She's just a girl. What can she have in the army? Before he could say the word cumin, he suddenly stopped talking. It wasn't that there was no one. Old man Zhen was in the army. It was said that Sun Xueqing joined the army because of him. But old man Zhen had been retired for decades. What could he do? The eldest brother's entire family was dead, leaving behind a lass who couldn't even be helped. What kind of waves could she stir up? However, she couldn't let her guard down. After hearing what happened in the past few years, this useless girl had made a name for herself. After thinking about it, old Madame Yi smiled. Where is she now? I asked Yaozu to bring someone to invite her over. As her grandmother, I haven't seen her for a long time. As her aunt, I often miss her. It's better for her to come over. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Zhixiang, who had been listening without saying a word, said coldly, Mom, I was just talking about the girl in the hall. Don't tell me she's the wretched girl. The more I think about it, the more I think it's her. Her facial features were the same as Sun Xueqing's. Even the way he looked at others was full of himself. I can't wait to gouge her eyes out with my hands. The thick viciousness caused Yi Ying, who was secretly laughing with her lips pursed, to shiver involuntarily. What did eldest aunt's family do to make youngest aunt hate them so much? When Sun Yaozu came over, Yi Ying was so scared that she did not dare to sit next to old Madame Yi. He was short, but his body was very strong. He was wearing a gray shirt and a pair of black trousers. He was dressed like a boss, but his fierce aura made it obvious that he was not a good person. When he saw Yi Zhifan's family, he smiled and greeted them, second brother, second sister-in-law. Then he said, Mom, isn't it just a girl? Zhixiang said she might be in the hotel. I've already sent someone to ask for the room number. No matter who it is, they'll bring her over in less than 5 minutes. Chapter 765. In terms of style, he did have the right to be arrogant. However, this was Southern Province, and the Caesar Hotel was not an ordinary 5-star hotel. The boss behind the scenes was not an ordinary person either. Xia Jinyuan had used a VIP card to get the room, so the hotel could not casually reveal their clients' information. A few men surrounded the front desk with a strong attitude. The lobby manager tried to calm them down while calling Yi Qian. At the same time, he also reported to the hotel manager to prevent the situation from escalating. What was Yi Qian doing? He was using a hairdryer to dry his underwear in the room. After receiving the call, Yi Qian smiled and said, I got it. Also, Please send dinner up. Thank you. If he really wanted to come to their door, he would have to have the strength to fight. In her previous life, she was afraid of Sun Yaozu. In this life, there was no need for her to be afraid. Xia Yiwei also received a call from the hotel boss. She was still in the office and had not gotten off work yet. When she heard this, she said with interest, "Young Master Ho, do you need to ask me about such a small matter? You are a well-known figure in the underworld. You can handle such a small matter. It's rare for my brother to use my card." It can be seen that he intended to bring her to young Master Ho's hotel and wanted to protect that little girl. "Young Master Ho, do as you see fit. I am still in the office, so let's talk later." As the secretary of the Southern Province governor, Xia Yiwei was polite to everyone. However, when she spoke to the boss of the Caesar Hotel, young Master Ho, she felt a little sarcastic. When the call ended, the man sitting in the car laughed. As the boss of the Caesar Hotel and a well-known figure in the underworld, only Xia Yiwei would dare to hang up on him like this. He said to the driver, "Find out who is causing trouble on my turf. Bring some men with guns and give them a warning." In the underworld, the way to deal with troublemakers was very direct. It was also the best way to control the situation. Sun Yaozu knew that this hotel was not a place where he could be arrogant. He was also a member of the underworld, so he knew when to stop and did not have a trace of dissatisfaction. After closing the door, he smashed a few glasses in the hotel and said to old Madame Yi with a vicious expression, "Mom, when can I avenge my eye? I've been waiting for more than 10 years. She's in the hotel. If you want to gouge her eyes out, I won't stop you." Old Madame Yi wasn't afraid of her son-in-law at all. She smiled and said, "I didn't expect him to become a scourge either. I originally wanted to borrow your second brother's hand to raise him into a good-for-nothing so that I could give you and Jixiang an explanation. Who knew that your second brother wasn't a capable person and instead raised a promising scourge?" When he said this, Yi Jifan and his family did not leave. Hearing this, Yi Ying's heart skipped a beat. Only then did she realize that her uncle's blindness really had something to do with Yi Qian. No, it wasn't Yi Qian. It had something to do with Aunt. She didn't know about such a good thing until now. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have been in such a hurry to attack Yi Qian. Just let uncle's family take action. When Sun Yaozu heard this, he stared at Yi Jifan and said fiercely, "Second brother, at that time, you promised that you would raise that girl right under your nose and not let her have a bright future. What do you think we should do now? Her mother blinded me. If I don't blind her daughter's eyes, who will I seek revenge from? I won't stop my brother-in-law from taking revenge. She's in the hotel. Just like Mom said, if you're not afraid, you can go over now." Yi Jifan wasn't afraid of his brother-in-law anymore. He was a government official and had people secretly protecting him. Did he need to be afraid of a fugitive? Chapter 766. Back then, Sun Yaozu looked down on Yi Jifan. Now that he had made a fortune, he naturally looked down on him even more. However, Yi Jifan was no longer the same as before. He was already an office director. From the deputy mayor to the office director, Yi Jifan used less than 3 years to get there. This speed of promotion was also the reason why his far-sighted mother-in-law decided to come back and take a look. Fast, too fast. At this rate, wouldn't it only take 3 to 5 years for him to become a mayor and a governor? His business was big now, but he didn't have a strong background. He relied on money to get things done outside. In addition, he had an identity that couldn't be exposed. Although his family was rich, it was always his mother-in-law who showed up outside. Even the chairman of the company was his mother-in-law. Moreover, all the accounts were in the names of his mother-in-law, father-in-law, and wife. There was no other way. He couldn't show up at all. As a fugitive, he couldn't call himself a boss outside and couldn't interact with government officials. It was even more impossible for him to interact with the judicial department. Thinking of this, Sun Yaozu, who originally wanted to drink it back, instantly changed his expression. He patted his stomach and laughed. "Look at what second brother is saying. Mother has already spoken. I have to listen to her. Moreover, this little girl has second brother looking after her. Why would I be worried? We didn't come back this time for this little girl. Mother said that second brother's position is getting bigger and bigger. It's a happy occasion for the Yi family. We must come back to congratulate second brother. As she spoke, she gave Yi Zhixiang, whose face was still dark, a look. Zhixiang, take out the gifts we brought for Brother Tingrui. It's raining so hard, so Brother Tingrui shouldn't go home tonight. Stay at the hotel. Father is still playing cards in the next room. Tonight, we'll play with him. Old Madame Yi smiled with gratification. It's right for a family to be harmonious. Brothers and sisters should support each other. Today, you helped me, so I'll help you in the future. The family's days will be better if we live in harmony. That's right. Although mother is living with us, she always talks about second brother and second sister-in-law. He often sighs and says that he misses Yingying. I wonder how tall Yingying has grown. His nagging is like chanting scriptures. It gives me a headache. Yi Zhixiang saw that old Madame Ye's attitude had changed. She took the gift and turned around with a smile on her face. There was no trace of her earlier tit-for-tat attitude. Sun Dongqing saw that the family's attitude had changed in an instant and felt proud. She said with a faint smile, and is really more sensible than before. In the past, when I came back, I didn't know how to be polite. I only hoped that I could get something from my family. I still remember that your brother bought me a gold ring. Aunt was jealous and wanted to leave. Sun Dongqing's heart ached when she thought about the past, but she also felt happy when they didn't reply. Zhixiang, go get a room for your second brother and second sister-in-law. Take Yingying with you. The little girl will feel uncomfortable with us. Old Madame Yi didn't even give Sun Dongqing a proper look. She used to look down on Sun Dongqing, and now she looked down on her even more. The only thing she did wrong in her life was to marry Sun Xueqing into the Yi family. She thought that her sister was stupid. Her sister often didn't come home and had a bad reputation in the village, so she should be stupid as well. She didn't expect that she would marry a soldier and almost ruin her only daughter's lifelong happiness. Chapter 767. Yi Ying wanted to stay and listen to the past that she had never heard of. She wanted to give Yi Qian a good blow, but the old woman sent her away. Yingying, go take a walk with your aunt. It's raining cats and dogs, so stay in the hotel tonight. You can go to school early tomorrow morning to complete the transfer procedures, Yi Zhifan said. Some things were not suitable for his daughter to know. It was time for dinner. Yi Zhixiang, who had booked 2 more luxurious suites, was led by the waiter to check on the cleanliness of the rooms. Her attitude towards Yi Ying was neither cold nor cold. She only asked a few questions when they came down, but did not say anything else. A food delivery van stopped in front of the elevator. The waiter spoke into the walkie-talkie. Inform Miss Yi on the 9th floor that we are going to deliver the food. Inform her in advance to avoid disturbing the guests. Yi Zhixiang and Yi Ying looked at each other. Yi Zhixiang lowered her head slightly. Go back to your room and inform your uncle. Aunt will go up with him. When her second brother mentioned Yi Qian, her niece's face was full of hatred. It was clear that the two were not on good terms. Nothing would happen if she went up to find him. Okay, then be careful, Aunt. She's not someone to be trifled with. Dealing with Yi Qian was the common goal of the two families. They put aside their prejudice and joined forces in the blink of an eye. The food delivery van did not go with them. It was waiting for another elevator. Yi Ying got out of the elevator on the 8th floor, while Yi Zhixiang took the elevator to the 9th floor. She was now more and more certain that the person she had met before was Yi Qian. After changing, Yi Qian watched TV to pass the time while waiting for the food delivery van to arrive. Occasionally, he would look up at the half-opened curtains to see if the rain outside was getting lighter. It was raining cats and dogs all the time. Occasionally, there would be a clap of thunder. The lightning in the sky was like an electric dragon. It was frightening. I wonder if we've arrived. Will we be able to take off on time? Amidst another clap of thunder, Yi Qian murmured softly. Then he heard the doorbell ring. A waiter's voice came through the door. Hello, your dinner is here. Downstairs, old Madame Yi and her son-in-law were followed by a few men in suits who looked like hired thugs. When they got out of the elevator on the 9th floor, they saw Yi Zhixiang's figure dashing past them and rushing straight ahead. It seemed that he had found that little bitch. You guys, follow them. Don't let anyone hurt Mississippi. Old Madame Yi was the daughter of a capitalist family. She had no choice but to lower her head during the crackdown. Now that life was better, she naturally put on the airs of the old society. Raising his hand, without the consent of his son-in-law, Sun Yaozu, a few thugs rushed over. When the dining cart was pushed in, the door was open. The waiter did not expect a guest to barge in, and Yi Qian did not expect Yi Zhixiang to be so capable as to find her room number. Earlier, the lobby manager had promised not to reveal any guest's information. A hotel had to abide by the rules. How did Yi Zhixiang get her hands on it? Oh, it really is Yi Qian. You sure made it easy for your aunt to find you. Yi Zhixiang, who had barged in, smiled and spoke before the waiter could. She directly revealed her identity, causing the waiter to lose his judgment for a moment. Then, the sound of running footsteps came from outside. They all stopped at the door. Then, an old lady with black hair and a healthy complexion walked in. Chapter 768. Old Madame Yi walked into the room and immediately saw the girl sitting calmly in the hotel lounge chair. She glanced at her face, and when she saw her face clearly, she was shocked. Similar, really similar. She looked exactly the same. Not only were her facial features similar, even her temperament was the same. She was like a pine tree that refused to bend no matter how hard she tried. There was no doubt that she was Yi Qian. She could tell at a glance that she was the child of that woman. Old Madame Yi sized up Yi Qian, and Yi Qian did the same to this old woman. Neither of them felt any sense of kinship. Inside, she wore a simple modified loose cheongsam with 3 rows of diagonal buttons at the collar. She was probably old and afraid of the cold. Outside, she wore a grey purple long silk coat with complicated handmade embroidery. It was buttonless, and only the collar was buttoned with a pure gold rose pin. She looked very noble and energetic. One look and anyone could tell that she was an old lady who lived like a princess. You are indeed my eldest granddaughter whom I haven't seen in a long time. Old Madame Yi smiled. Her smooth, wrinkled face was full of kindness. Even her gaze towards Yi Qian was full of kindness. Your aunt said she saw you just now. I thought she was seeing things, but I didn't expect it to be true. The waiters turned on their walkie-talkies. When they heard that they were family, they placed the dishes one by one on the tea machine. They said to Yi Qian, your dinner is all here. If there's anything. They lowered their heads and glanced at the old lady and another middle-aged woman who came in. They paused for a moment, then said, if there's anything you need, you can contact our staff at any time. It was not convenient for the hotel to intervene in family matters. However, the waiters saw that the middle-aged woman who came in first did not come with good intentions, so they said one last thing. Yi Qian nodded slightly at them and said, thank you. Then he said, it's better for the hotel to send someone over. I am a guest of the hotel. Someone trespassed into my room without permission. I need an apology from the hotel. Trespassing? My eldest niece, you've caused enough trouble. You've run away from home for so long and even made the old lady come to find you personally. If you've caused enough trouble, you should go home, lest your family worries. Yi Zhixiang frowned and put on a helpless expression. If you're done, come home with us. Don't bother the hotel. This was a hotel with a background. Someone had brought a gun to warn her husband's men not to cause trouble. In that case, it was better to deal with things in a low-key manner. Old Madame Yi, who was silent, sighed and said to the waiter, this is my eldest granddaughter. She had a conflict with her family. Previously, it was also because of the conflict that the hotel was alerted. You can go and do your work. We will deal with our own matters behind closed doors. She was used to being the head of the household at home, and it was the same outside. The waiter glanced at Yi Qian, then at the amiable old madam. He bowed his head and left politely. Yi Qian, who was not familiar with this old lady, quietly observed her. After a while, this seemingly kind old lady gradually overlapped with the one who disliked her when she was 3 years old and scolded her every day. This money-losing thing should have been strangled to death the moment she was born. What a waste of our family's food. So gluttonous. Are you a reincarnation of a hungry ghost? Stand aside. You're not allowed to eat. Damn it, a good bowl of steamed eggs is all gone. Chapter 769. Before she was 3 years old, the old lady had never treated her well. She scolded her every day, hit her every day, and slapped her on the head without leaving a mark. She fed her water quickly, and even forced her to drink when she choked. However, when her father came home, his face was completely different. He hugged and kissed her, calling her his sweetheart. He even said that she didn't eat this or that, and he would see if he could find some rice paste to feed her tomorrow. Now, seeing her smiling face again, Yi Qian smiled lightly and said, "Old madam, we haven't seen each other for at least 6 years. I'm not used to you calling me your granddaughter every time you come. May I know what you're here for? If there's nothing else, I need to eat." Yi Qian spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. He didn't get too close, but he didn't appear too friendly either. He responded calmly and appeared very calm. Seeing this, old Madame Ye's eyes moved slightly. She really had changed. Not just a little, but a lot. It was during the first half of the 4th year that the situation in the southern province was much more relaxed. Her daughter, who was in need of money, needed to go back to the village to borrow money from Yi Jifan, so she secretly returned to the village on New Year's Eve. At that time, Yi Qian was a pitiful little girl. She was thin, short, and so cowardly that she didn't even dare to speak. When she saw how she was raised, she even said to Yi Jifan, "Not bad, girls should be like this." Who knew that when she came back 6 years later, the little girl would become like her mother? That idiot Sun Dongqing couldn't even raise a child. She was so stupid that no medicine could save her. And that girl Yi Ying. She looked smart, but who knew that she would become like that idiot Sun Dongqing? "Child, it seems like you're angry with me. Good girl, I know you've suffered. I originally wanted to hand you over to your aunt's house for your own good. Who knew that you wouldn't be used to it? The older, the wiser." Yi Zhixiang's expression changed, but the smile on old Madame Ye's face didn't disappear. Instead, she smiled even more helplessly. "How about this? If you really don't want to live with your aunt's family, then come with me to live with your aunt's family. Your aunt is doing well these days. She bought a villa along the coast. You can stay in whichever room you want." No matter how clever the little girl was, she was still a little girl. She was still young and much easier to coax than her mother. If he coaxed her patiently, he wouldn't be afraid that she wouldn't listen to him. That was old Madame Ye's plan. She gave her daughter Yi Zhixiang a look, hinting for her to say more. Yi Jian walked to the bedside table and pressed the call button for the front desk. "There's a group of people here. They're interrupting my meal. Please send someone to send them away before I get angry." "Thank you." Old Madame Ye's gaze suddenly became as sharp as a needle, directly piercing towards Yi Jian. The kindness on her face gradually faded. She said in a low voice, "Yi Jian, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to disrespect your grandmother? You're rebelling. Even when your father was still alive, he didn't dare to disrespect me. What? Now it's your turn as a granddaughter. Can't I say a few words?" Old Madame Yi might be old, but when her face darkened, she had an aura that even Yi Zhixiang didn't have. Seeing that Yi Qian wasn't cooperating, she vaguely understood that this girl in front of her wasn't someone she could control in a short period of time. Since she wasn't going to send her away, then she would send someone to send her away. Chapter 770. Let the two men in, she instructed Yi Zhixiang in a low voice. Although her voice was soft, Yi Qian heard it clearly. She hung up the phone and saw Yi Zhixiang walking outside. A trace of coldness flashed through her cold eyes. She said calmly, "Old madam, you're still as unreasonable as before. You were young and didn't know any better. Now that you're more mature, you can see the true colors of some people. Old madam, don't you think I should be more careful?" Yi Qian walked to the coffee table and looked at tonight's dinner. The corners of her lips curled up even higher. Captain Xia was quite good at ordering. The combination of red and green was appetizing. After looking at the dinner, Yi Qian glanced coldly at the two thugs who came in. Not only was there coldness in her eyes, there was also mockery. She glanced meaningfully at the door. There was no trace of fear on her face. She said slowly, "After all, I almost died in the hands of Auntie's family. Grandma, weren't you sitting next to me? I was really scared. Your granddaughter was about to be beaten to death, but you didn't stop her." Yi Zhixiang's face darkened at the mention of the past. She chuckled. "Oh, you have a good memory at such a young age. How can you still remember something that happened so long ago? If you hadn't pushed your cousin into the snow, your uncle wouldn't have been so angry. Auntie is old, but her memory is indeed good. It was clear that Yi Ying and my cousin fought over food. I, who had neither food nor clothes, suffered for no reason." Yi Qian walked to the two thugs with a calm expression. They were standing behind old Madame Yi. Standing in front of old Madame Yi, Yi Qian pursed her lips and sighed. "Grandma, your granddaughter still remembers how cruel you were back then. I'm not the only one who remembers it. Everyone in the village remembers it. Later on, they often told me, a snake's tongue is sweet, a scorpion's tail is stinging. Both are not poisonous, but a woman's heart is the most poisonous. They told me to stay away from you." At this moment, old Madame Ye's expression had already sunk to the point that it was like water that had sunk into rust. It was dark and gloomy, yet it was as calm as water. "Looks like your aunt is getting worse and worse these years. She has spoiled you to the point where you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You even dare to talk back to your grandmother." He raised his hand and ordered the people behind him, "You too, take my disobedient granddaughter back." Back then, she sat on the chair and watched coldly as he was beaten to a pulp by Sun Yaozu. After 6 years, she still wanted him to respect her as his grandmother? It was truly wishful thinking. "Grandma, I don't dare to go with you. It wasn't easy for me to survive. Would I dare to acknowledge you? Would I dare to keep you? Do I dare to follow you?" Yi Qian let out a long sigh. With her beautiful features, she faced the two men who had stepped forward. Her right hand touched her left wrist, and the silver thread that acted as a bracelet fell into her hand. With a sigh, she smiled and said, "If it were you, would you dare to go back with someone who wants to kill you? You wouldn't dare, would you?" His actions were swift, completely like a sudden clap of thunder. He used the silver wire in his hand to fiercely wrap around the neck of one of the thugs. His arm pulled hard, and then he fiercely used his strength to wrap around the neck. He directly approached the man whose face had instantly turned red from the entanglement. He raised his leg and fiercely kicked the man's knee. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. It happened so quickly that old Madame Yi and Yi Zhixiang didn't even have time to react. The thug who had been strangled didn't even have time to scream before he fell to his knees. Chapter 771. Someone come, someone come. Someone come. Old Madame Yi was the first to react. At the same time, she pushed Yi Zhixiang aside and told her to leave first. How could Yi Qian let these two go so easily? She stepped on the man she kicked and leaped into the air. Her legs formed a pair of scissors and clamped down on the neck of the other thug who reacted. As she spun around, the thug screamed and fell to the ground with his neck cut by Yi Qian. There was no sound from him. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Coincidentally, he blocked the path of the screaming Yi Zhixiang. "Grandma, you're really not being kind. You actually sent thugs over. Do you miss your granddaughter?" If that's the case, then I can only protect myself. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qian, who had deftly taken care of the two thugs, stood in front of the mother and daughter. His smile did not change as he said leisurely, "Since you've invited me, then I can only send you away like this." Old Madame Ye's authority had not been challenged in a long time. Her amiable face was now cold. Old Madame Yi, who had been praying to Buddha for a long time, was indeed affected by Buddha's aura. When she smiled, everyone would say that she was a kind person. At this moment, his face was gloomy and cold. It was even more chilling than his usual ferocious-looking face. Yi Qian had already seen some clues. Standing in the room, Yi Zhixiang only needed one look from old Madame Yi to immediately obey. Sun Yaozu was now outside the room, but the thugs were listening to old Madame Ye's orders. Back then, Sun Yaozu kicked her until she fainted and threw her unconscious self outside in the heavy snow. In the end, it was the village chief, Di Bo, who saved her. In the past, she thought that perhaps the whole family was afraid of her little uncle. Now, it seemed that Sun Yaozu was clearly standing at the door, but he did not come out. It was all under old Madame Ye's control. From this, it could be seen that the one in charge of her little uncle's family was still old Madame Yi. An old madam who could control her daughter's family outside, and even her son-in-law had to listen to her orders obediently. This was no ordinary old madam. Then, why did Sun Yaozu hate her so much? Why did her own grandmother just stand by and watch? Why did no one come out to stop Sun Yaozu's atrocities? She hadn't thought about these things before, but now that she saw these people, she couldn't help but think deeply. She was just a child and had no enmity with Sun Yaozu. Why would he hate her so much? Then, there was only one explanation. It was the resentment of his parents that made Sun Yaozu transfer his hatred to her. There was another problem. Dad and Yi Zhixiang were both the old lady's children, but why was the old lady so biased? Why did she only care about her daughter and not her son? Could it be that old Madame Yi, who was born as a capitalist, did not favor boys over girls, but instead favored girls over boys? No. She was especially fond of Yi Zhixiang's two sons, especially her cousin, whose surname was Yi. She doted on him so much that her cousin, whose surname was Sun, had to step aside. From this, it could be seen that old Madame Yi still favored boys over girls. Yi Jian, who originally didn't want to pay attention to the Yi clan, had a myriad of emotions at this moment. Moreover, because of the various almost abusive treatment from before, it caused her state of mind to suddenly lose balance. Her face became even colder, and even the space between her brows revealed a ghastly viciousness. When I was young and weak, I suffered in front of you. Now, I am no longer the Yi Qian of the past. How can I let you continue to be so arrogant? My grandmother is not kind, and my relatives are cruel. If I, Yi Qian, don't be strong, I'm afraid that tomorrow morning, there will be another unsolved case in this city. Chapter 772. Yi Qian's calm voice was now filled with hostility. He tightened his grip on the silver wire, causing the thug's eyes to roll back. He would definitely suffocate to death soon. Yaozu, Yaozu, come in quickly. That damned hussy is going to kill someone. Yi Zhixiang was terrified. If she had known that Yi Qian had become so powerful, she wouldn't have forced her way in. There was no movement outside. It was as if everyone had left. But from the looks of the door, they were still standing, not daring to move. Someone had taken out a gun and was aiming it at Sun Yaozu. When old Madame Yi saw that there was no movement outside, she vaguely understood that someone had come to the hotel. As the situation escalated, old Madame Yi calmed down. But when she saw Yi Qian's cold and ruthless expression, her heart couldn't help but thump. This damned girl was much more ruthless than her mother. She looked down and saw that the thug in her hand was about to suffocate to death. A glint flashed across old Madame Ye's eyes. If he died, she could just compensate the thug's family with a sum of money. As for Yi Jian, who had grown up, she seemed to be 16 or 17 years old. Murder was against the law, so she could not escape punishment. She could also punish her current guardian by the way. If that was the case, it was indeed a good thing. She had thought it through well, but Yi Qian had undergone rigorous training. Even if he was filled with hostility, he didn't forget about the thug who was entangled by the silver wire. Seeing that the thug's black eyes were about to roll back, Yi Qian loosened his grip and easily retracted the silver wire. At the same time, he didn't even look down. He lifted his leg and kicked the man who was about to suffocate to death several times in the chest. Under old Madame Ye's secretly disappointed gaze, the thug began to cough violently. Yi Qian lifted his leg again and kicked the thug's leg. The thug, who was about 174 meters tall and weighed at least 140 kilograms, flew at least a meter away. This matter is getting a little out of hand. Lobby manager, how did you do your job? How could you let someone behave so atrociously in my hotel? A man in a silver-gray suit walked over. He was smiling as he walked in, but the viciousness in his eyes made Yi Zhixiang's mouth fall open. This 35-year-old man with fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Those who could leave an impression on him must be from the underworld. Since they were from the underworld, she could not be presumptuous. She reminded old Madame Yi, whose face was still livid from anger, softly, "Mom, this man looks a little familiar. Are they from the underworld?" Old Madame Yi calmed herself down and looked at the man who was about 35 or 36 years old. Her slightly cloudy eyes began to size him up. The man walked to Yi Qian's side and sized up the young lady who had young Master Xia come out to protect her. She was indeed good-looking and had a certain spirit about her. Especially when he saw her attack just now. She was fast, ruthless, and accurate. She didn't look like a 16 or 17-year-old girl at all. Young Master Xia actually liked spicy food. If Yue knew about it, would she be surprised? "Young lady, I'm sorry. It's my hotel's fault for scaring you." As the man spoke, he took out a platinum business card. "My surname is Ho, and my first name is Z. You can call me Brother Z. Call me Uncle. Ha ha ha, it makes me look old." Chapter 773. If she really called him uncle, wouldn't that mess up the seniority? Young Master Xia probably didn't want to keep in touch with him. Yi Qian smiled and took the business card. He said politely, "Brother Z, I'm sorry to trouble you." "It's no trouble at all. It's our hotel service that's not up to par." Ho Zi raised his eyebrows and looked at the high school student whose eyebrows twitched when she heard his name. His smile deepened. He bet that this little girl definitely knew who he was. Ho Zi was famous in the underworld. He was both good and evil. People in the underworld were helpless against him, but people in the underworld were also helpless against him. Even if Xia Yiwei had feelings for such a man, she could only keep her distance. At least on the surface, she could only keep her distance. Old Madame Yi only knew that her heart sank. Ho Zi. She didn't expect that the man in front of her, who was more beautiful than a woman and didn't have the slightest bit of femininity, was actually Ho Zi. There was a saying in the underworld, "It's better to provoke the police than Ho Zi." So it's Master Ho San. Sorry for the disrespect. Old Madame Yi smiled. Her chubby face smiled amiably. "I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this to be Master Ho San's territory." "My unfilial granddaughter," Ho Zi raised his hand and replied in a half-serious manner, "I haven't been a master for many years. I've turned over a new leaf. How could anyone not know? I'm old. If I'm deaf, it's better for me to retire at home. If I come out and do bad things, even I, Ho Zi, who doesn't care about anything, can't stand it." His words made old Madame Ye's well-maintained face instantly turn pale. She calmly apologized, "I see. No wonder I haven't heard from Boss Ho for so many years. This is my granddaughter beside Boss Ho. She had a misunderstanding with me and refused to go home. This is a family matter. I hope Boss Ho can be magnanimous and forgive us for being presumptuous. As for this matter, we'll close the door and deal with it ourselves. We won't disturb Boss Ho again." She apologized smoothly, as if she didn't feel that it was inappropriate for her to apologize to someone who wasn't even 40 years old. In the underworld, strength was the most important thing. Now that the Sun family was weak, compared to Ho Zi, it was like a bug to an eagle. Ho Zi didn't even have the interest to eat them. Yi Zhixiang giggled. Boss Ho, we really didn't know this was your hotel. We're really sorry. Ho Zi glanced at her, then turned to Yi Qian and said, Young lady, when you're 40 years old, don't ever smile like a young girl. You're just like a monster. Any man would be scared to death by her. As expected of Captain Xiao's good brother, his sarcasm was hilarious. Yi Qian nodded. There was a slight smile on his tender face, like the morning breeze blowing through dewy lotus leaves, bringing a refreshing and joyful smile. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Z. I'll remember it. I didn't expect Boss Ho to know how to joke. Yi Zhixiang's face was obviously stiff, but she still had to force a smile. When I'm almost 40, I'll have to be more careful. I can't scare away the person sleeping next to me. Old Madam Yi could see that this third Master Ho was stubborn and had made up his mind to stand up for Yi Qian. She immediately stopped insisting and said, Boss Ho, sorry for disturbing you tonight. It's getting late. My old bones usually sleep early, so I'll take my leave first. Have a safe trip, I won't see you out. Ho Zi would stand up for Yi Qian, but he couldn't get involved in Yi Qian's family matters. Moreover, he only came because of Xia Jinyuan's sister, Xia Yiwei, the #1 secretary of the southern province. Since the old man was leaving, his mission was completed. Chapter 774. Yi Qian didn't know how powerful Ho Zi was, but she knew that when she worked in a security company in her past life, the big boss had some friendship with Ho Zi. When the big boss found out that she was secretly being hunted down by a powerful person, he wanted to ask Ho Zi to protect her. However, not only did Ho Zi not appear, he only told the big boss that it was best to send her away, and he wouldn't interfere. It was best to send her away, and he wouldn't interfere. This was enough to prove that Ying had found Ho Zi back then and wanted to ask Ho Zi's subordinates to get rid of her. Because of this, the big boss had no choice but to send her away. He called her to his office and sighed. What kind of big shot did you offend? Even Ho Zi can't appear? At that time, she didn't know Ho Zi, nor did she know that the big boss had contacted Ho Zi for her. She was stunned when she heard the name and thought to herself, even monkey can't appear? What does my matter have to do with monkey? When the big boss wrote the name, Ho Zi, she realized that Ho Zi wasn't the same as monkey. He's a big shot who started from scratch in the underworld. He's both good and evil. No one knows how big his business is, but people in the underworld all know that it's better to provoke the police than Ho Zi. Yi Qian, you have to be careful when it comes to something that even Ho Zi can't appear. After that, the big boss, who was old and a retired soldier, said, Of course, maybe it's because my relationship with Ho Zi hasn't reached the point where I can ask him to appear. She didn't know who Ho Zi was, but she could tell from the big boss's expression that he was a very powerful person. After the big boss gave a brief introduction of Ho Zi, her face turned pale. It was also because of this that she gave up on the idea of staying in the security company. She didn't expect Ying to be so capable that she could contact Ho Zi. With your ability, you can actually make a name for yourself, but the person you've offended is too powerful. He's so powerful that he can reach the heavens with just one hand. Yi Qian, I'll give you a suggestion. Go find Ho Zi and let him appreciate your ability. Maybe there's another way. His hotel industry is quite big. You can work in hotels with different stars. It just depends on your luck to find a hotel that happens to be Ho Zi's property. Before she left, the big boss gave her a piece of advice, which was also the reason why she persevered. If she could find Ho Zi, she would be able to survive. In her previous life, she had been working hard in the last few years of her life. While collecting information about Yi Ying, she had also been searching for Ho Zi. At the same time, she had also started to enter star-rated hotels to look for Ho Zi. Unfortunately, in her previous life, she had been to so many cities and places. In order to find Ho Zi and Yi Qian, she had tried her best to learn a lot of things, but in the end, she still could not find him. In this lifetime, she had never thought of Ho Zi. Now that he had appeared out of nowhere, she was filled with emotions. What's more, they didn't expect the famous Master Ho to be so handsome. At 37 years old, he had an aura of vicissitudes of life. His slender eyes revealed a hint of melancholy. He didn't look like a big shot in the underworld. Instead, he looked more like a wandering artist. Ho Zi was currently using her gaze to send old Madame Yi, who was causing trouble in her hotel, away. She then looked at the two thugs who were rolling and crawling away, and the corner of her mouth curled up into a cold and disdainful smile. He's already so old, yet he's still causing trouble outside. Isn't he afraid of throwing his life away? Chapter 775. Take himself as an example. He started to cultivate his body and mind before he was 40, all for the sake of spending the money he earned to enjoy the rest of his life. He had such a high level of self-awareness, yet an old lady was still tormenting herself. It was rare. After watching them walk out of the room, Ho Zi turned around and saw that the little girl that Mr. Family Xia was looking at looked a little confused, as if she was recalling something. Ho Zi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Looking at him to recall something? This reaction was a bit incomprehensible. All right, little girl, I'll ask the staff to change your room. This room is not very clean, and it's not comfortable to live in. Ho Zi had no interest in asking a little girl what she was recalling. He was sure that he didn't know this delicate little girl, and he didn't think that he had such a big daughter outside. Yi Qian calmed himself down and smiled. No need to trouble yourself. With you here, I don't think they would dare to come again. He didn't call him Brother Z for nothing. At that time, he saw old Madame Ye's face change drastically, and the kindness on her old face instantly collapsed. Old Madame Yi used to be like this in the past, and she was still like this now. It's good that you don't mind. If there's anything, you can contact me directly. Ho Zi always approved of other people's choices as long as it didn't have anything to do with his own interests. Hearing this, he smiled. Little girl, you're quite skilled. A few small fries are indeed no match for you. But I see that this old lady is still causing trouble despite her age. It's obvious that she's a difficult old lady. There are two kinds of people who act when they're old. One is that the older they get, the calmer they get, and the other is that the older they get, the more ruthless they get. I think that old lady belongs to the latter. Little girl, you have to be careful when you go out alone. After knowing Yi Wei for so long, it was rare for her to take the initiative to ask him to protect the little girl that Mr. Family Xia fancied. Since he agreed to this matter, he had to put on a good attitude. Reminding a little girl was just a matter of a few words. Big Boss said that Ho Zi was a very ruthless person who never meddled in other people's business, but Ho Zi in front of him didn't seem like a ruthless person. At least, he was still very concerned about some people. For example, Xia Jinyuan and the VIP card holder, Miss Xia. He came out today to help him must be because of them. Thus, he replied with a smile. He maintained his politeness and calmly said, "Thank you for your reminder. I will take note of it. Enjoy your meal, goodbye." Although she was a little girl, Ho Zi was still quite gentlemanly. She also had a faint arrogance that she had long cultivated. She elegantly led her people away. When he reached the door, Yi Jian, who was watching him leave, saw him stop. She turned around and asked with a smile, "Do you know me?" "No, I don't know him." Yi Jian's heart skipped a beat. What a sharp Master Ho. Thinking back to her previous life, she couldn't find the person she had been looking for years. Now that she thought about it, it was a bit unbelievable. Because of her relationship with Xia Jinyuan, many things had changed. Things that were difficult in the past could be easily solved now. Some people were far away, but in this life, they were right in front of her. After all, everything had changed. It was full of challenges and uncertainty. Chapter 776. Ho Zi narrowed his eyes. His eyes flashed with a sharp glint. His aura suppressed the entire room. Is that so? Why do I feel like you know me? Maybe I'm overthinking things. You're overthinking things. I'm just a student. I don't have much contact with the outside world, so it's impossible for me to know you. Xia Jinyuan has never mentioned you in front of me. Not only did his aura make the air seem stifling, but it also felt a little cold. At this moment, Ho Zi was no longer the Ho Zi who spoke lazily and carelessly when he came in. He was now the third Master Ho of the underworld. Yi Qian answered Third Master Ho calmly. There was no fear in his eyes or expression. Ho Zi laughed. Family Xia's sixth brother has good taste. You're not bad either. I haven't met such an interesting girl like you in a long time. You don't have to be so polite. Just call me Brother Z like Family Xia's sixth brother does. Although he still had his suspicions, she had invited Family Xia's sixth brother here to tell him that she had no ulterior motives. She wanted him to be at ease. She was smart, tactful, and had a sense of character. She didn't try to get close to him. If she really knew Ho Zi, she wouldn't be so calm. She would either be afraid or want to get close to him. However, she didn't do either. Even if he had his suspicions, it wasn't worth mentioning. Yi Qian, who was slightly relieved, looked at him and said politely, "Okay, Brother Z. If there's anything else later, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you." "No problem. Since Family Xia's sixth brother brought you here, he must have some ulterior motives. If there's anything, you can call me anytime. You can change rooms if you want." When a woman was straightforward, it was more comforting than when a man was straightforward. When Family Xia's sixth brother liked this girl, he was quite fond of her. There weren't many people who could catch the eye of a loner like him. At his age, his judgment of people was getting sharper and sharper, so it was fate that caught his eye. Looking at this little girl today, he felt that it was fate that brought them together. It would be fine for him to acknowledge her as his younger sister. Yi Qian's eyes flickered at his words. Captain Xia had brought her here because he was worried that Yi Zhifan would cause trouble for her. He was so attentive to her. If it weren't for old Madame Ye's incident today, she wouldn't have known that Captain Xia had meticulously arranged for her to stay in a hotel. "Thank you so much for your trouble. If there's anything I need, I won't hesitate to come and trouble you again." Yi Qian didn't know how to deal with people from the underworld, but his intuition told him that it was better to be direct. No one liked people who didn't mean what they said. After all, he was the one who called the front desk first and asked the hotel to send someone over to solve his problem. Hearing this, the smile on Ho Zi's face, which was more beautiful than a woman's, deepened. Although he had crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, he was more charming than when he was younger. His entire body exuded the aura of a superior and the elegance of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Ho Zi, who was in the prime of his life, was also the husband of many women's dreams. "I don't need a girl like you to be polite. If you encounter any problems in Nan province that you can't solve, come to Caesar Hotel to find someone or give me a call. Just say the word, and Brother Z will settle it for you. I can't let you call me Brother Z for nothing." Chapter 777. Yi Qian was surprised. Did Master Ho San mean that he would protect him from now on? Ho Zi laughed even louder. He thought she was calm, but it turned out that she was still surprised. "Come stay at the hotel when you have time. Brother Z doesn't have much, but the hotel has a lot of rooms." Ho Zi was familiar with those who caught his eye. This was a man who couldn't be rejected or resisted. It was easy to feel his sincerity. Things had escalated to this point. Even if Yi Jian was quick-witted, he couldn't keep up with him for a while. Yi Qian was still stunned as he watched him leave and close the door. It was so hard to find someone in her previous life, but she met him so easily in this life. He even asked her to call him Brother Z, and told her to look for him if she needed anything. Yi Jian couldn't help but sigh. Too many things had changed in this life. She didn't want to seek Master Ho's protection anymore. That way, she would be able to get it easily in this life. Even though she didn't need it, it was still something she was happy about. At least when she heard him say, "Look for him if you needed anything," she was a little excited. It was as if she had accomplished something big. Because what she couldn't do before she died in her previous life, she had done it in this life. She finally realized what she wanted in her previous life. Wasn't that a big deal? Thinking about it, Yi Qian's mood improved. With Master Hausen's protection, old Madame Yi would have a headache, and Yi Zhixiang would be even more depressed. If they weren't happy, she would be happy. Yi Qian, who had just started eating, didn't notice that the food was already cold. As she ate, her smiling eyes suddenly darkened. She thought of something. The big boss said that everyone in the restaurant knew Ho Zi. Old Madame Ye's attitude changed 180 degrees after Ho Zi said his name. She even called him Master Ho San with some fear. That's right, she did call him Master Ho San. It was the honorific used by the gangsters for Ho Zi. That means, if old Madame Yi was a gangster, then Yi Zhixiang's family was definitely gangsters. Otherwise, why did they not return to the village all year round? Even if he came back, he would do it secretly. Sun Yaozu was not blind in his right eye before. In the village, it was said that he was injured in the line of duty. Since he was injured in the line of duty, why did he have to sneak back to the village after becoming blind? As he thought deeper, Yi Qian's expression turned cold. When old Madame Yi left the village, it was not long after her mother's death and 3 days before the military sent people to the village. After that, she and old man Yi never returned to the village. It wasn't until she was in the 4th grade of elementary school that she brought her aunt's family home on the eve of the Lunar New Year that she saw that Sun Yaozu was blind. At the same time, it was on the day they returned that he was beaten up by Sun Yaozu. Meanwhile, old Madame Yi was looking on coldly from the side. Her youngest aunt, Yi Zhixiang, was cursing loudly, saying that she and her mother were the bane of the Yi family. She cursed her father to death and cursed her entire family. The chopsticks in Yi Qian's hand had unknowingly fallen to the ground. Not only was his face ghastly pale, it was also filled with a thick sense of hostility. Her mother was a soldier and a martyr. Old Madame Yi left not long after her death. A few years later, the blind Sun Yaozu came back and beat her to death. Yi Zhixiang cursed her and her mother as the bane of the entire family. Things that had never crossed her mind suddenly came together, stringing together a very clear line. Chapter 778. A clue that was most likely related to why Sun Xueqing sacrificed herself appeared in Yi Jian's mind. Yi Jian guessed that Sun Yaozu's right eye was blinded because of Sun Xueqing. In her previous life, Yi Qian had always thought that she was beaten up because of her father's early death. But now, it seemed that it wasn't the case. It was because her mother had blinded Sun Yaozu. So that's why Yi Zhixiang hated me and why Sun Yaozu wanted to kill me. Yi Jian bent down to pick up the chopsticks. She then stood up and went to the bathroom to wash the chopsticks over and over again with clean water. In the sound of water, Yi Jian raised her head and looked at herself in the mirror. Her eyebrows were cold and her eyes were full of murderous intent. If her mother's sacrifice had something to do with Sun Yaozu, then, not to mention blinding him in one eye, even if she had to kill him, she would do it. Yi Qian wanted to go back to Shuka village. She wanted to ask Grandpa Zhen what had happened back then. She wanted to ask why old Madame Yi had no motherly love for her father. She wanted to ask why she would help an outsider kill her own granddaughter. There must be a secret hidden in old Madame Ye's heart, and also in Grandpa Zhen's heart. At this moment, Yi Qian was really close to the truth. But there were still many questions that she couldn't understand. She put down the clean chopsticks and looked at the delicious food. Yi Qian lost her appetite. There were a few things that she could be sure of. First, Sun Yaozu's right eye was blinded by her mother. Second, Sun Yaozu was a gangster. It was very likely that her mother was trying to kill him and had no choice but to run away. Third, Sun Yaozu's identity couldn't be exposed. Old Madame Yi was now the head of her aunt's family. Just these few points were enough to solve many of the mysteries in her heart. She also understood why Sun Yaozu didn't show up. Couldn't be exposed. That was interesting. Yi Qian stood up with a slight smile. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. She walked to the phone and dialed the number that Zhang Bin had given her. She needed to find Zhang Bin and ask his father. After all, Uncle Zhang was a criminal police officer. He might know something. In just a few minutes, Yi Qian began his plan to make old Madame Yi leave in a sorry state. Meanwhile, Ho Zi, who had left, was still outside instructing his subordinates to pay more attention to the 9th floor. Both of you stay here tonight. The two of you, go to the 9th floor and keep a close watch. Don't alarm the guests who are staying in the hotel. Ho Zi left with a faint smile on her face after she personally made the arrangements. Family Xia, who was the most muddle-headed young master when he was young, did not expect him to have such good taste. Just by looking at the little girl's face, he could tell from her eyes that were as clear as water and could even reflect the moon that she was not a girl who liked to take shortcuts. As Ho Zi walked towards the elevator, she took out her phone and dialed the number without even looking at it. A voice with mature charm and a hint of wickedness could be heard faintly in the long corridor of the hotel. Not bad, little girl. You should really come and take a look. Your 6th brother has good taste. Although he's a little young, he's indeed a talent. She didn't explain much when she didn't get along with him. I didn't see any signs of anger. She directly took down 2 of the thugs and instantly took control of the situation. Even if I didn't show up, she could handle it. Chapter 779. The torrential rain showed no signs of stopping. Within an hour, the low-lying land in the southern province was flooded with water and the water level by the river had risen to a terrifying level. Xia Yiwei clamped her phone between her head and shoulder. Her high heels made a thump-thump-thump sound as she hurriedly walked. It's rare to hear you praise a little girl. It seems like my 6th brother has good taste. Ho Zi's brows furrowed when she heard the sound of high heels clicking against the ground. I can't believe that the devil incarnate from my childhood has become such a capable person. I heard from the staff that he's a major. Although his rank is still a little low, he's still young. When he reaches my age, he'll be even more successful. Ho Zi didn't leave the hotel. Instead, he pressed the button for the 23rd floor. This was his second home in the southern province. It was also the place where he went on dates with women. This woman was also the only woman who could enter both of his homes at the same time. Xia Yiwei. After entering the elevator, Ho Zi's handsome face, which would make any woman feel ashamed, became even more charming. He chuckled and asked, "Why are you here tonight?" "A bottle of good red wine just arrived from France. Do you want to try it together?" A staff member from the provincial office hurried over. "Secretary Xia, the water level by the river is rising rapidly. The flood control station called and said that it's best to start the relocation plan." Ho Zi could still hear the voice on the phone at the beginning, but he couldn't hear anything towards the end. However, she didn't hang up the phone. He would never hang up on her first. "I'm not free tonight." "Find another woman," Xia Yiwei said calmly. A trace of gloominess flashed across her beautiful eyes. 6th brother was right. She had fallen in love with a man who was destined to never fall in love. Why should she spend the rest of her life with this man? It was time to let go. Xia Yiwei, who was also sitting in the elevator, quietly looked at the metal mirror in the elevator. Although the woman in the mirror was still beautiful and enchanting, her eyes had withered. Her face, which could once make a monkey run into a lamppost, was old. Because she was old, she no longer had so much time to torment the same man. From the age of 17 until now, she was 34 years old. 17 years of ties should be over. The phone rang again. The sound was exceptionally loud in the cramped elevator. It was a call from the governor of the southern province. He needed an emergency number for flood control. As for Ho Zi, Xia Yiwei threw him to the back of his mind. Find out who has been by Miss Xia's side recently. Report to me immediately if there's anything. Ho Zi put away her phone and ordered with a sinister look in her eyes, "No matter who it is, find out for me." Old Madame Yi sat on the sofa and said coldly, I don't care who's behind her. Jifan, find out everything. This is really going against the heavens. Since when did you have me in your eyes? If the people from the hotel hadn't come in time, the 2 staff members under your brother-in-law would have been killed by her. You're so vicious at such a young age. You're not like our Yi family's daughter at all. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll be a scum in society. Our Yi family can't tolerate this kind of scum. Old Madame Ye's voice was deep. The coldness in her every word made Yi Ying's heart tremble. At the same time, an indescribable excitement rose in her heart. Chapter 780. This way, Yi Qian's life would be even more difficult. She could forget about having a good life. There was Luo Ren in school, and outside, there was grandmother and aunt's family. Ha ha ha, what was this called? This was called being besieged on all sides. Let's see how she can smoothly survive her high school life. She was only thinking about Yi Qian, but she didn't see the coldness on Yi Jifan's face, nor did she see the cold smile on Aunt Yi Jixiang's face, nor did she see the scheming look in Grandmother Ye's eyes. After the family of 3 left, Yi Jixiang poured tea for Grandmother Yi. She smiled and said, "Mom, you're the best. This way, we don't have to go against Master Ho-san. Second brother can help us. It's much more convenient to let the men handle things outside. We just have to talk at home. Go tell Yaozu to stay away from home for the next few days. Find out where your second brother's confidence comes from. As for that girl Yi Qian, she was delayed by that idiot second sister-in-law. If we don't bring her back, I'm afraid she'll end up like her short-lived mother. It's better to bring her back and be at ease." Grandmother Yi sighed softly. Her voice was low and had the lethargy of an old person, but also the peace of time. Those who didn't know her well wouldn't think that she was an extremely powerful old lady. The Yi family lived in a suite in a hotel. There was a living room outside, and the bedrooms were inside. At this time, no one was sleepy. They were all sitting in the living room and chatting. Grandfather Yi, who had been playing mahjong next door, was finally invited over by son Yaozu. Grandfather Yi had never been in charge of anything. He was well-fed and smart, but in front of Grandmother Yi, he couldn't stand up straight. Now, he didn't need to manage anything outside the house. He ate well, played well, and played mahjong every day. His life was very carefree. Let me say, you shouldn't have gone to look for her today. Now, you've alerted the enemy. It'll be difficult for you to find her next time. Old Man Yi, whose hair was white and whose eyes were cloudy, yawned as he walked in. Old Man Yi, who was 68 years old this year, had a stooped body. Although he looked plump, the wrinkles on his face were much deeper than old Madame Ye's. He looked like an old man who was nearing the end of his life. He walked to the coffee table and poured himself a cup of tea. Then, he sat on the other side of the sofa. His voice was old and weak as he said, "You can't raise her well. No matter how well you raise her, she's still not mature. Son-in-law's eyes have been injured for so many years. Although this matter needs to be settled, do you think it's a good opportunity to settle it now?" Even old man Ye's words were more direct than old Madame Ye's. He was born as a peasant. Even though he had lived a comfortable life for so many years, he still did not have a noble aura in his bones. He was wearing a cotton linen long shirt and trousers that were similar to those worn by Tai Chi practitioners. He did not have the demeanor of a celestial being. Instead, he looked like a performer in an opera. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes as if he had really fallen asleep. Old Madame Yi glanced at him. The old man's words weren't pleasant to hear, but he did remind her. He then said to son Yaozu, "When the rain lessens, leave the South Province as soon as possible. Yi Qian is much smarter than your second brother's Yi Ying. I'm worried about her, and I'm also worried about Third Master Ho. You should leave the South Province's airport tonight. It's best that you go abroad to relax." Chapter 781. Do you mean that the wretched girl might have guessed something? Sun Yaozu had always listened to his mother-in-law's arrangements, but he was unwilling to give up. Damn it, I thought I could take revenge when I came back this time. Who knew that my second brother's family would raise a wolf cub? From what you're saying, you can't do anything to her this time? You can't even raise her well. You have to put in more effort. Old man Yi, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened his mouth inexplicably as if he was talking in his sleep. After that, he went silent. Yi Zhixiang's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but look at old Madame Yi and ask with her eyes. Your father is playing dumb now. He has one foot in the coffin, so he can only play dumb. Old Madame Yi said lightly. Every word could be understood, but when put together, those who didn't know the situation couldn't understand. Why did he have to pretend to be confused? As for what it was, only they themselves would know. Yi Zhixiang nodded. That's true. Father can only rely on me now. Revenge must be taken. Yaozu's eyes always remind me of the stupidest thing I've done in my life. Since she's still a wolf cub, we have to deal with her before she reaches adulthood. Old Madame Yi seemed a little tired. After she finished speaking, she looked a little tired. Even the wrinkles on her face deepened. She was already in her 60s. No matter how much she took care of her skin, the skin on her face still looked dry and wrinkled. Zhixiang, pay attention to the weather outside. Go back to the room and pack Yaozu's luggage first. Leave immediately when the rain lightens. If it's still this heavy, we have to leave. She raised her drooping eyelids. A trace of shrewdness flashed in her cloudy eyes. She sighed. It's too late. I'm afraid something will happen. Okay, go back to your room. I have to recite the scriptures. The wretched girl was too much like her mother. When she looked over, it was as if no demons or monsters could get close to her. Her mother was a daughter-in-law and respected her mother-in-law more or less, but the wretched girl didn't. There was calmness and disgust in her eyes. When she mentioned her grandmother, the coldness in her eyes frightened her, an old woman who had lived for more than 60 years. She was not easy to deal with. She was even harder to deal with than her mother. If he wanted to keep his daughter's family safe, he had to be careful. Old Madame Yi could warn her daughter's family to be careful of Yi Qian, but she didn't warn Yi Zhifan's family at all. She even asked them to return Yi Qian to her side. Her attitude towards the two families was extremely biased. It had been the same for so many years, and Yi Zhifan was already used to it. This old woman obviously came back for that wretched girl, Yi Qian. What do you think she's up to now? Back in the room, Sun Dongqing couldn't wait to ask. She didn't even check how much money was in the bank card that Yi Zhixiang had given her. Yi Zhifan looked at Yi Ying, who hadn't left yet, and said, Ying Ying, go back to your room and rest. Children shouldn't get involved in adult matters. You did a good job at your grandma's place today. Go back to your room and see what gift your aunt brought for you. He could tell Ying how to get what she wanted, but he didn't intend to tell a child everything that was too dark. If he did, it would harm the whole family. Chapter 782. When Ying heard this, she pouted unhappily. Dad, why can't I listen? I'm already so old, how am I still a child? Besides, I also want to know why Grandma doesn't like Yi Qian so much. She didn't like me in the past either. She likes you now only because your dad got promoted. Your grandma, you can't imagine how much I suffered because of her. Sun Dongqing didn't want her daughter to know about those terrible things, but she also didn't want her daughter to get close to a vicious old thing. She then added, you should respect her a little, but don't be deceived by her flowery words. Yi Zhifan didn't reprimand his wife. Instead, he nodded and said in a deep voice, listen to what your mom says and remember it well. Go back to your room and sleep. Go to school early tomorrow to complete the transfer procedures. You still have to report to second high in the morning. She couldn't go to the provincial first high, but she could still go to second high. With Yi Zhifan's current connections, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find a school for his daughter. Yi Ying left unhappily, but when she returned to her room to open her present, she was happy again. In the future, don't mention the past in front of Ying Ying. If my mom finds out, you know what she'll do to make us suffer. When Yi Ying returned to her room, Yi Jifan lit a cigarette and fell into deep thought. Sun Dongqing didn't disturb him. Instead, she brewed a cup of tea and placed it on the coffee table. Her expression was as gloomy as her husband's. She probably didn't come back because of Yi Qian. I'm afraid she came back because of me. I agreed to adopt Yi Qian and raise him according to her wishes because we agreed to give me the jade pendant and little sister the money. After a while, Yi Jifan finally brought up a deal from the past. It was a deal that even Sun Dongqing didn't know about. When Sun Dongqing, whose expression was gloomy, heard that there was such a thing and that it had been hidden from her for more than 10 years, she was so angry that she picked up a pillow from the sofa and threw it at her husband. Yi Jifan, you're working with that damn old woman to go against me. Stop being crazy. Sit tight. Yi Jifan threw the pillow to the ground and said angrily in a low voice, "You're so angry now. If I told you then, wouldn't the whole village know about it? It's very likely that my mother wants me to do something when she comes back, and this has something to do with my little sister. She knows that this jade pendant is in my hands, so she can use it to blackmail me." Sun Dongqing was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. She gnashed her teeth and said, "You old bastard, as soon as she comes back, our family won't have a good life." After that, she asked, "Have you thought of anything else?" "Yes, resolve Sun Yaozu's identity as a fugitive." Sun Dongqing's shrill voice immediately came from the room. "Old thing, she's crazy. If she really dares to do that, I'll stab her to death. She wants to ruin your future. I'm not done with her. Keep your voice down. Do you think the soundproofing in the hotel is good?" Yi Jifan glared at them, and the couple's voices gradually quieted down. The rain did not stop, and the TV issued an orange rainstorm warning. 5 minutes later, Zhang Bin called Yi Qian back. "It's raining heavily. The phone lines in town must have malfunctioned. I called a few times, but I couldn't get through. Why are you looking for my dad? It feels like you don't visit without a reason." Zhang Bin stayed at his grandmother's house, so it was very convenient to contact him. He asked loudly, "Is there something urgent? I'll try again later." Chapter 783. If there was a problem with the phone line, she might not be able to get through even if she was late. After thinking of someone else, Yi Qian said, "It's nothing urgent. I just have something to ask Uncle Zhang. You don't have to contact him anymore. I'll think about it myself." After chatting for a while, she hung up. There was one more person she could look for, and that was Yang Heng. Yang Heng's father was the director of the Transportation Bureau. She wasn't sure if she could ask him. As she thought about it, her slender fingers had already dialed the number. She didn't know Yang Heng's home phone number, but she knew the class monitor Lu Xian's home phone number. She had to ask him first. After circling around, Yang Heng, who was wearing a tank top and shorts, received a call from Yi Qian. He was surprised and said directly, "You actually called me? You even know my home phone number?" Zhang Bin was also surprised, and now Yang Heng was also surprised. It seemed that she had to be more careful and keep in touch with her classmates. After Yi Qian explained the purpose of the call, Yang Heng immediately agreed, "I have to say, you found the right person. My whole family is a police officer with all kinds of systems. I'll call you later." When Yi Qian heard this, he knew it wouldn't be difficult. After hanging up, he quietly waited for Yang Heng to call. The Public Security Bureau was still cooperative in investigating a fugitive, but it was after work hours, so the police on duty had to investigate. It took a little longer. Half an hour later, Yi Qian received a call from Yang Heng. "You can't find the name?" Yi Qian's eyes narrowed when he heard the news. The name couldn't be found. Maybe Sun Yaozu used a fake name. He pursed his lips and said, "What about the portrait? Can you find it?" When Yang Heng heard her asking so carefully, his heart couldn't help but sink. "Did you run into a wanted criminal? Did you contact me because you thought he looked familiar? What's your address? I'll get my uncle and the others to come over." No, don't be anxious." Yi Qian, who grew up in a police family, was very vigilant. He didn't want to alert the enemy, so he quickly said, I didn't run into him. I'm just a little suspicious. Since you can't find the name, I'll show you the portrait tomorrow. See if you can find it. Yang Heng sighed in relief and said with a smile, that's fine. You are also very good at drawing, just like the photo. If there is really such a person, my uncle will be able to find out. You mean after I finish drawing, you can help me hand it over to the Public Security Bureau for investigation? Yi Qian really didn't expect to take Sun Yaozu's portrait directly to the Public Security Bureau. He was afraid that if it wasn't Sun Yaozu's portrait, the Public Security Bureau would punish him severely. If you draw a portrait of whoever you suspect is a fugitive, then everyone will learn from you. The entire public security system will be investigating who is a criminal every day. It was not even 9 o'clock in the evening, and the television was playing Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It was about to show the return of Sima Yi, who was fighting in the south and north. Yi Qian even heard Zhuge Liang say, what is there to fear about Chao Rui? The only patient is Sima Yi. Immediately after, a man's voice was heard. Yi Qian quickly said, then you should rest early. We'll talk tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Yang Heng immediately covered the phone before his father scolded him. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his female classmates. After hanging up, he stood up, raised his eyebrows and said to Chief Yang proudly, Yi Qian, the girl who helped the police solve a case in your unit last time. She's quite a good girl. With a senior high school student in the family, no matter which family it was inevitable that they would be nervous. Even Chief Yang was the same. He was afraid that his child would fall in love at such a critical time in high school. Chapter 784. Yang Heng's mother overheard the call from a girl and immediately told her husband. She was afraid that a girl would call a boy in the middle of the night. She was afraid that they were in a relationship. Director Yang laughed and scolded, you little brat, you should learn more from her if you know she's good. I heard from your aunt that she took a college entrance exam when she entered the university and her score was dozens of points higher than the admission score for undergraduate courses. Good students could play with good students, even if they were boys and girls. As a parent, he was assured. That's so good. Heng, isn't it your birthday next week? Your dad and I thought that you're an 18-year-old adult and wanted to celebrate. How about it? Let's have a birthday party at your grandma's house. We'll invite our friends and family and your classmates. Yang Heng's mother was relieved when she heard that the girl who called was so good. She even encouraged her son to invite the girl home. Yang Heng also felt that it was a good idea. He shook his shoulders and walked to his room. This arrangement is good. I'll tell her tomorrow. Also, Mom, don't answer my calls secretly. If I really had a relationship, I would have been in one a long time ago. Director Yang's house was a unit of the Transportation Bureau. It had an area of about 120 square meters, with 3 rooms and 2 living rooms. It was enough for a family of 3 to live in. Yang Heng, who was walking to his bedroom, turned around and smiled at Mrs. Yang, who looked a little embarrassed. He revealed his neat and white teeth and said, your son, I am the most popular person in school. Since I entered school, I have received at least 50 love letters, if not 100. Therefore, if I really have a girl I like, would have already fallen in love. You little brat, go back to your room and sleep. Don't talk nonsense with your mom all day long. In the north, it was called talking nonsense. In the south, it was called talking nonsense. Director Yang was a southerner, so he scolded jokingly. After Yang Heng returned to his room, he whispered to his wife, our son has grown up. There are some things that he doesn't want us to know. Don't always eavesdrop on his calls. Last time, the colleagues patrolling the street said that they saw our son enter the internet cafe and fight. But he never told us when he came back. This shows that he knows what to do. As long as his grades are good and he knows what to do, you don't have to worry too much. A person's temper is flexible. The harder you suppress it, the stronger it will rebound. If you don't care about it and only remind him appropriately, you'll be able to reduce the pressure on your son and achieve twice the result with half the effort. Family education was also divided into high and low levels. For example, Director Yang's way of educating his son made Yang Heng know what to do no matter how much he mingled outside. For example, Luo Ran's education was piled up with money. He only focused on whether money could solve problems, but he never considered whether Luo Ran himself needed education. Another type was so strict that at home, the parents were the sky, and the children could only listen to them. If they didn't listen, they would be beaten or scolded. After a long time, the children would be pressed into a tight spring, and once the rebound situation became serious. No matter what kind of parental love it was, Yi Qian would never get it. After hanging up the phone, she sat in the lounge chair and remained motionless in the same position for at least half an hour. When Yi Qian sensed that the storm outside the window had lessened, he stood up and walked to the window to take a look. Then, he looked at the time. If the flight had not been delayed, Xia Jinyuan would have already boarded the plane. When they were on an emergency mission, they would only take the shortest time and the best route. Chapter 785. The rain was getting lighter, and the water level of the river had just reached the warning line. Old Madame Yi came out after chanting the Buddhist scriptures and saw that the rain was getting lighter, so she called Yi Zhixiang. The rain is getting lighter, let Yaozi go first. Tomorrow, I will discuss with your second brother how to solve the problem of Yaozu's identity. Old Madame Yi did not know if Yi Qian would really investigate, but when she thought of his clear and sharp eyes, she could not help but think about it. Regardless of whether he would really investigate, it was better to be cautious and prepare for a rainy day. Sun Yaozi did not have much resistance to leaving first, but he was not satisfied that he did not teach Yi Qian a lesson when he came back. He took his passport and said before he left, "Honey, since you are going to stay for a few more days, please be careful. Once I return to the southern province, I will be in trouble." He did not go through the customs to go to Hong Kong, but he had a special method. As long as he left the southern province, everything would be fine. "Okay, since when did my mother and I make you worry? It's good to go to Hong Kong. Let's see if the gangster there has settled your Hong Kong identity. You can pay as much as you want." Yi Zhixiang was not afraid of Sun Yaozu fooling around, but she was afraid that he would forget about business. Although she and old Madame Yi handled the family business, Sun Yaozu handled many of the underground businesses, which were the most profitable ones. If something happened to him, the whole family would be finished. "Manager, the guest in room 809 has left." The hotel staff on the 8th floor reported the situation to the hotel manager. Not long after, in Ho Zi's room, the TV that was playing a movie cut to the video of the hotel elevator. A short man who was at most 1.7 meters tall with short limbs was seen entering the elevator with his luggage. Ho Zi did not switch the video back to the TV until the man left the hotel. There were too many people in the underworld, and he did not know every single one of them. These were not important, what was important was that they knew him. After watching the TV for a while, he looked at the time. It was already 10:00 at night, but the person he was waiting for had not arrived. Guan Lai frowned and showed a trace of annoyance. Then, Ho Zi ordered, "Go and find out which underworld this family is from, and give me their information." He didn't know why Yi Wei was angry, but he had to coax her. She didn't care about gold, silver and jewelry, and she didn't lack luxury brands. He could only find another way. Family Xia, the girl that old Six had taken a fancy to, was in trouble, and the trouble came from her family. It would be better to buy a favor from the girl that he admired, and then hand over the information he found to Yi Wei as a reward. Once Ho Zi made up her mind, she began to investigate Sun Yaozu. However, she did not expect that Xia Yiwei's current attitude was not something that could be easily coaxed. Yi Qian did not know that Sun Yaozu had already left. She woke up punctually at 5:30 a.m. the next day and started her morning exercise. The garden design of the 5-star hotel was very good. There was even a large open-air swimming pool at the back. When Yi Qian jogged past the swimming pool, he happened to see a tall and sexy woman in a bikini emerge from the water. As the water splashed, the woman raised her head and let her long hair swing behind her back. That action. It was so sexy that she could not help but stare at it. She even stopped jogging. The woman who had just stood up and was about to get out of the pool had her hands on the metal handrail, when a pair of slender hands reached over. Someone chuckled and said to the beautiful woman who just came out of the bath, seeing a beauty coming out of the bath early in the morning, "My luck is not bad." Chapter 786. Yi Qian quickly averted her gaze, not because the man was only wearing a pair of shorts, but because the man who spoke was Ho Zi. A handsome man paired with a beautiful woman. It was a beautiful scene. "When did you arrive last night? Why didn't you call me? Not only did you not call me, you even told the front desk not to tell me." Ho Zi draped a white towel over Xia Yui's shoulders like a gentleman. His gaze landed on her cleavage that extended into her swimwear, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. "Do you want to go to my room to change?" Yi Qian ran even faster. It wasn't that she wanted to see or hear, but she was running right next to them. She couldn't even continue running now. She'd better go back to her room to tidy up, check out, and leave quickly. She felt that when Ho Zi spoke just now, he glanced at her coldly with a hint of ruthlessness. After yesterday's heavy rain, the sky looked as if it had been washed by water today. Yi Qian took a few deep breaths of fresh rainwater and stealthily avoided the men in black who were looking for her. When she realized that they were looking for her, Yi Qian knew that she couldn't avoid them anymore. She was mesmerized by the beautiful woman's figure just now and didn't see Ho Zi coming over. Now, she was being targeted by this gangster. Instead of waiting for them to find her, she might as well stand up herself. Otherwise, when Ho Zi found out it was her, he would suspect that she purposely appeared in the garden to get close to him. She stopped avoiding the men who were looking for her and smiled. "I was nearby just now. I can go with you guys to explain to Brother Z." After National Day, there was another heavy rain. Yesterday morning, she could still wear short sleeves, but today, she could wear long sleeves. If she was afraid of the cold, she could even cover herself with a thin jacket. The water in the pool wasn't warm, but fresh water that was changed this morning. Against the sky blue tiles of the pool, the water in the pool looked clear and clean. Xia Yue was used to swimming in the morning. As long as she had the time, she would swim half an hour earlier than usual. She had specifically instructed the front desk when she came over last night, but she did not expect to meet the man who had been entangled with her for 17 years in the morning. She did not accept his invitation and said faintly, "No, I still need to swim for a while. Boss Ho is very busy. If there's nothing else, please leave as soon as possible." The cold feeling came again. This time, there was no need to guess. He could hear it just by listening. "What's wrong? What's not going well at work? Let's hear it and see if I can share your burden." "Last night, I heard someone on the phone saying that the water level in the river is rising very fast and they need to organize a retreat. Did the work last night not go well?" Ho Zi didn't realize that Xia Yue was starting to distance herself from her. She smiled and coaxed her. At the same time, she reached out to pull the beauty into her arms so that they could sit together in the pool umbrella chair. Xia Yue wasn't a soft person. She slapped his hand away and said with a faint smile, "Boss Ho, I'm tired. Please let me go." Ho Zi's expression changed when she heard the double entendre. "Third master." The bodyguard who had been standing by the side saw that the person below had something to report, so he reminded him softly, "I've brought her over." Ho Zi, who was staring at Xia Yue, was in a very gloomy mood. When he heard this, he narrowed his slender phoenix eyes and a trace of malice flashed through them. "Who's sneaking around here?" Chapter 787. Don't take it out on others. "All right, I'll go upstairs. You deal with your own business." Having known him for 17 years, Xia Yue could tell why the man beside her was angry. Without hesitation, she pried his hand away, wrapped the towel tightly around her, and left without looking back. When Yi Qian came over, he saw the expressionless beauty who had just come out of the water walking towards him. He suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. The beauty was extremely beautiful and even had a hint of aggression. However, Yi Qian saw a resemblance to Xia Jinyuan in her beautiful facial features. Her eyes and expression were the most similar. They had the same cold gaze and the same arrogant expression. It was the kind of arrogance that came with being born into a good family. It wasn't annoying, but one could tell at a glance that she had a noble temperament and family background. Xia Yiwei also saw Yi Qian walking towards her. She raised her eyebrows with a faint smile. Wasn't this the girl that old Six had taken a fancy to? She was much prettier in person than in the photos. No wonder even a man like Ho Zi, who had high standards, said that she was not bad and was good-looking. What was rare was the tenacity in her eyes. It was unforgettable. So it's a little girl jogging nearby. I thought it was some lecher who came to the swimming pool early in the morning to look for a romantic encounter. Not bad, little girl. You're already consciously exercising at such a young age. Xia Yiwei stopped and looked at the girl who was looking at her with a smile in her eyes. If I had known, would have gone for a morning jog with you. Sorry, I didn't notice that there was a swimming pool here when I was jogging. Sorry to disturb you. He had used a Ms. Xia's VIP card to book a room. Now that there was a lady who looked a little like Xia Jinyuan in front of him, he guessed that she was the Ms. Xia, who had the VIP card. Yi Qian had even met Commander-in-Chief Xia before. Facing this lady who was related to Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian didn't feel nervous at all. He spoke calmly, but there was a hint of lightness in his tone. This lightness made Xia Yiwei raise her eyebrows again. She said with interest, "Why do I feel like you know something?" Know what? Ho Zi walked over with an unhappy expression. Even her voice was a little heavy. When she looked at Yi Qian, there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. Were you the one running just now? Could it be that you didn't sleep well last night? So it was this little girl. It seemed that he was overthinking things. Yi Qian looked at the intimate couple standing side by side. He pursed his lips and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Brother Z. I was jogging nearby and didn't mean to interrupt your swim with Miss Xia." It seems like he really knows something, and not just seems to know something. Xia Yiwei smiled brightly and extended her hand towards Yi Qian. She introduced herself, "I am Xia Yiwei, Xia Jinyuan's cousin, and also his closest cousin. You can call me Sister Wei like him. Don't call me Ms. Wei. It sounds a little awkward." Ho Zi took the opportunity to put her arm around the shoulders of the woman next to her and said to Yi Qian, "Last night, someone asked for your room information at the front desk. The lobby manager called me, and your sister Wei also informed me. It was your sister Wei who insisted that I come to the hotel. She even said that this little girl was the one that their sixth brother had taken a fancy to. If I didn't go, your sister Wei said that she would wait for her to deal with me." Their relationship was a little stiff just now, but now, in front of Yi Qian, her tone was sweet and there was no sense of distance between them. Chapter 788. Xia Yiwei's beautiful eyes glanced at the man who was trying to claim credit in front of her. The coldness in her eyes made Ho Zi's heart sink slightly. It was as if something was being separated between the two of them, making his heart flustered. After 17 years of interaction, even their quarrels were well hidden. Xia Yiwei didn't want Yi Qian to know about these things. She smiled and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Sixth brother called me before and asked me to look after you. I'm ashamed. I feel like I haven't done anything. If you have any problems in the future, you can contact me directly. My phone number is..." Xia Yiwei, who had seen Yi Qian's memory at the traffic bureau, directly reported her phone number, office number, and home number. She wasn't worried that Yi Qian wouldn't remember, and she only reported it once. Yi Qian looked at Xia Yiwei, who was already so beautiful with just a slight smile, and the amazement in his eyes grew. Family Xia's genes seemed to be very strong. Each one was more beautiful than the other. Ho Zi's eyes flashed with a hint of haze as he teased, "You're not sincere as an elder sister. You only reported your phone number once out of 3, and you didn't even write it down for the little girl. How is she supposed to contact you?" After that, he asked his subordinate to bring a pen and paper over. "It's fine if you can't remember, but why do you think Yi Qian can't remember? I heard from sixth brother that her brain's memory is so strong that she can clearly remember where she was, where she was, who she met, what she said, what she was doing at that time, and what she said in the past few months. After Xia Yiwei finished speaking, even Ho Zi, who had seen many storms in his life, was shocked. This wasn't an ordinary ability. How amazing must she be? How strong must her memory be? That amazing? That's incredible. If sixth brother of family Xia dares to do something bad in the future, I'll find out everything he did. I can already see that he's living very carefully in the future. Although she said that she was teasing Yi Qian, she was actually looking at Xia Yiwei. Sometimes, it's really scary when women dig up old scores. I hope family Xia doesn't give his woman so many old scores to dig up. What she said. Yi Qian wanted to cover his ears. Ever since Commander-in-Chief Xia came, she realized that she kept hearing things that she shouldn't hear. She couldn't leave even if she wanted to, but she could still hear things even if she covered her ears. It was all personal matters. Xia Yiwei's expression didn't change. She smiled coldly at Ho Zi, then turned to Yi Qian and said, "Old people sometimes like to recall their past mistakes. Don't take it to heart. You still have class today, right? It's already 6:30. Go back to your room and pack up. I'll send you to school." She wanted to get rid of Ho Zi. As she spoke, she gave Yi Qian a look. At the same time, she rolled her eyes slightly and elegantly. Yi Qian quickly nodded and naturally said politely, "Thank you, Sister Wei. I was just thinking if I should take a taxi to school. I didn't expect it to be resolved so quickly." The woman beside her was determined not to talk to her. Ho Zi suppressed her anger and maintained the demeanor of a mature man. She sighed and said, "Aren't you afraid of scaring your brother's sweetheart? Don't scare her. She's still young and can't be scared." When she looked at Yi Jian again, she seemed to say meaningfully, "Your sister Wei has been unhappy at work these days. If she complains later, for the sake of Yuan, don't make a fuss about it with your sister Wei." Chapter 789. The two of them were exchanging puns. Fortunately, Yi Jian was smart enough to notice the difference. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't have understood a single word. Ho Zi had already instructed her subordinate, "Go prepare breakfast and drive Miss Xia's car to the entrance." The breakfast was packed for Xia Yiwei and placed in the car. It was filled with exquisite pastries and a red date soup to warm up and dispel the cold. "Miss Xia, Brother Z said you were drenched in the rain last night. You must drink this soup. Brother Z is afraid you'll cough." The breakfast was personally delivered by the lobby manager. From the way he delivered it, it was clear that Ho Zi cared about Xia Yiwei. After the car door closed, Xia Yiwei glanced at the revolving glass door before starting the car and driving away. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the back, had never been interested in personal matters. He didn't look into the hall and said embarrassedly, "Sister Wei, I can go there myself. Why don't you drop me off at an easier intersection?" "Silly girl, although I don't want to talk to Ho Zi, I'm still very willing to send you to school." The unpleasant personal matters didn't affect the smile on Xia Yiwei's face. The haze in her eyes disappeared as she chatted with Yi Qian. "Brother Six told me a long time ago to take care of you. Now that the opportunity has come, you have to give Sister Wei a chance." There was a very important reason why Yi Qian didn't like to listen to other people's private matters. It was quite awkward to listen to other people talk about their own private matters. She looked a little unnatural and said with a look of embarrassment, "Sister Wei, don't take it to heart. I'm an adult, I can take care of myself. Besides, I'm at school all day. I really don't have anything to trouble Sister Wei with." Xia Yiwei glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that Yi Qian's fair face had turned red. She immediately smiled. When a beauty smiled, it was as if 100 flowers were blushing. "Oh my God, Yi Qian, you get shy too easily. Let me tell you, Brother Six is a thick-skinned person. He's been a hooligan since he was young. If you're so shy, he'll definitely eat you up. Sister Wei, let me tell you, don't spoil him. Sixth brother, you look cold and arrogant now, but when you wear the military uniform, you can directly become the spokesperson of the army. But, once he unleashes his inner strength, no one in our family can withstand it. You can't spoil him. If you say 1, it's 1. If you say 2, it's 2. If you say 1, it's 2. He has to listen to you. Yi Qian was speechless. First, there was Commander-in-Chief Xia who taught her how to subdue Xia Jinyuan. Then, there was her cousin who taught her how to tame Xia Jinyuan. She was really a little curious. Just how much of a fool had he been in the past to give his family such a headache? Sixth brother is disobedient. Even now, old madam says that she has never seen a child as shameless as him. He's so disobedient, but no one can blame him for the things he does. Although Xia Yiwei and Xia Jinyuan were cousins, she had always been studying in the capital. She even completed her university studies in the capital. Thus, she became Xia Jinyuan's cousin who had spent the most time with him. Naturally, they became the closest cousins. When she mentioned her younger brother, she had a look of disdain on her face. However, her expression was extremely proud. There were many things that Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't know, but Xia Yiwei definitely knew. For example, Xia Yiwei and Ho Zi's secret relationship lasted for 17 years. No one in the family Xia knew about it, but Xia Jinyuan was the first to know. He was also the only one in the family Xia who knew about it. Chapter 790. I'm different from Ho Zi. We can't conspire together. It's been 17 years, and the whole family doesn't know that sixth brother contributed greatly. But I didn't expect that you would bump into us at the hotel. At this point, Yi Qian's eyes flashed faintly, and a strange feeling rose in her heart. Their 17-year relationship was not discovered by the family, but she happened to bump into them. She couldn't help but think deeper about it. Brother Z is very good to Sister Wei. He even put in a lot of effort to prepare breakfast for her. Yi Qian, who couldn't figure it out, didn't dare to say too much. Even Xia Jinyuan helped her hide their relationship. It was enough to tell that family Xia would definitely oppose it if she found out. What's more, Ho Zi had said, if you have any complaints, don't be calculative with Sister Wei for the sake of Captain Xia. After saying that, she even gave him a meaningful look, clearly reminding him to be careful in the car. What exactly should she be careful of? How could an outsider like her understand what was going on between the two of them? She couldn't see how the two of them interacted, but she could tell that their relationship was very difficult. One was a public figure, while the other was a politician. The two of them even had different political views. It would be strange if family Xia didn't object. Xia Yiwei tightened the steering wheel, made a gentle turn, and drove straight ahead. She could see the gate of the provincial first high school. Yes, it's very good. Unfortunately, there are too many things between us. It's like a river between us. We can only shake hands across the river, but we can't get close. You're different from sixth brother. Although you're young now, sixth brother is young too. You're only 6 years apart. When you come out, sixth brother can give you some advice. I'm very optimistic about your relationship, and I look forward to seeing you at home one day. Forget it. The young lady had probably guessed that she wanted to take one last gamble. She wanted to gamble that the young lady would inadvertently mention her relationship with Ho Zi in front of her uncle. In the end, the relationship that had been hidden for 17 years would be exposed. It was a ridiculous gamble. There was no hope at all. It was ridiculous that she wanted to try it on a young lady. At 7:30 in the morning, there were already countless students entering the school gates. Yi Jian waved her hand and sent Xia Yiwei off. Then, she carried a paper bag with camouflage uniforms and raincoats into the school gates. Good morning, Yi Qian. Good morning, Yi Qian. Morning, Yi Jian, you didn't even get tanned after a few days of military training. I've become black skin. Yesterday, when I entered the house, my mother said, where did this child mine worker come from? I felt like the sky. Yi Qian, Yi Qian Qian's, Yi Qian Qian. Qian, Qian, Qian Qian, Qian Qian, Qian, Qian Qian, 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 Qian. Amidst the greetings, Yi Qian revealed a bright smile that only a student could have. It was like a blooming flower that exuded pure beauty. Due to the heavy rain yesterday, the students who didn't board at home didn't come to school. Now that it was almost time for the morning self-study session, more students came in. Yi Qian was quite lucky. He just missed the peak period. He returned to the dormitory and put his clothes away. Then he immediately picked up his textbooks and went to the classroom. Year 2 Class 1 had always been good at self-learning. When Yi Qian entered the classroom, all the students had their heads lowered. They were either working on a project or memorizing it silently. Year 2 was here, and the college entrance examination was not far away. It was time to study hard and prepare for the college entrance examination. Chapter 791. As soon as she sat down, Jiao Hai walked over with a test paper in his hand. Yi Qian, help me take a look at this. I couldn't figure it out last night. Yi Qian could already foresee that this question would be extremely difficult. Even the top student in the first grade was stumped by it. Sitting in the classroom, Yi Qian stopped thinking about the outside world. Instead, she and Jiao Hai worked on the problem. They had never learned it before, but both of them had learned it on their own. Yi Qian was very familiar with the formula. After adding in 2 formulas, she overturned the rest of Jiao Hai's calculations. This formula is quite unfamiliar. I don't think I've seen it before. Jiao Hai saw her moving her pen quickly and adding in a formula that he had never seen before. He couldn't help but ask, where did you see it? Yi Qian's mind was very rigorous. At the same time, she had been trained by Principal Chen to be able to multitask even if there was a disturbance in the outside world. She smiled and said, advanced mathematics is actually matrices. Matrices were mentioned in high school mathematics, but they could be classified as university geometry. Furthermore, their mathematics teacher hadn't taught them yet, so Jiao Hai didn't touch on them. This made Jiao Hai realize once again the gap between himself and Yi Qian. After she finished explaining to him, he smiled and sighed. Studying is indeed a talent. I study late every night, but compared to you, I'm still a far cry. Yi Qian didn't study in the classroom at night. According to her roommates, Yi Qian also didn't read much in the dormitory. However, she read very quickly. They often saw her borrowing books from the library and returning them. They didn't know whether she was reading seriously or not. It felt like she was, but it also felt like she wasn't. You're not worse than me. It's just that I'm involved in a wide range of subjects. That's why you feel that way. Yi Qian didn't know that she was constantly comparing herself with her classmates. She wanted to know that sometimes, comparisons could hurt. She would help any of her classmates, but she didn't want them to think that she was worse than her. As they were talking, Lu Xian rushed into the classroom. When he saw Yi Qian, he ran over and said, Yi Ying is in the process of transferring schools. I saw her in Teacher Tong's office. Yi Ying is so arrogant. She even said, since Teacher Tong doesn't like her, then she can only transfer to a school that can tolerate her. If I didn't hear her say that with my own ears, I wouldn't believe that Yi Ying would say something like that. After the military training incident, the entire class's impression of Yi Ying could not be any worse. Now, if the class were to vote for who they hated the most, it would definitely be Yi Ying. Yi Qian closed the papers and handed them to Jiao Hai. He looked up and smiled faintly. Since she doesn't think it's her fault, she'll naturally think it's someone else's fault. For a person who doesn't like to admit her mistakes, anything she says is normal. Then, there's nothing to be surprised about. It was Yi Ying's style to be able to say such words. Even if she left, she would leave in a way that would upset the people who stayed behind. What you said makes a lot of sense. Lu Xian scratched his head. When he looked up, he saw that more than 10 students who were originally sitting in their seats had gathered around him. He chuckled and said, I came over to tell you that Yi Ying has transferred schools. In the future, our class will have one less pretty girl. It's quite a pity. Boys were not used to speaking ill of girls. Lu Xian didn't like Yi Ying either, but he wasn't used to speaking ill of her. Chapter 792. So what if she's pretty? No matter how pretty she is, what she does isn't pretty at all. A girl curled her lips in disdain and rolled her eyes. It's a good thing she transferred away. If she didn't, the whole class would be in a mess. The 3 dormitories of the science class 1 were full. There were only 6 girls in each dormitory, so there was a total of 18 girls. None of them had a good relationship with Yi Ying. No one was reluctant to see her leave. I really couldn't tell that she was this kind of person. She even dared to talk back to the teacher. It's fine if she left. The things she does really make people feel uncomfortable. She likes to wrongly accuse people. I went home yesterday and told my mom. The students who were gathered around gradually dispersed. They spoke softly, as if they had sent away a troublesome person. Not only did the students feel relieved, even the teacher felt relieved. It's good to go to another school. A new environment is a new starting point. I wish you good results in your new school. In the face of the silent student, Teacher Tong just smiled. You are a smart student. I believe that everything will get better. Not every student was incorrigible. Yi Ying's performance in the first semester of high school was indeed excellent. Hopefully, without Yi Qian's influence, she could return to her good performance in the first year of high school. Sun Dongqing, who had accompanied her daughter here, pulled a smile on her round face. She said coldly, "A teacher is a teacher. You can say high-sounding words as soon as you open your mouth. My daughter will naturally get better. How can she not get better without a biased teacher like you?" If a student's words and actions had a chance to change, but as an adult and a student's parent, then the atmosphere in the family was bad. A student's growth could not be separated from their family. With such a mother by her side, Teacher Tong shook her head secretly and maintained her smile. She replied calmly, "We teachers treat all students equally. If any parent thinks that I'm inappropriate in my work or biased in your child's education, you're welcome to point it out." After teaching for so many years, Teacher Tong naturally would not give Sun Dongqing a chance to make a scene. After saying that calmly, she looked at Yi Ying with a smile and let the girl who was no longer her student speak. How could Yi Ying say anything? She smiled coldly and said, "I still have to rush to class in the province's second high school. I'll have the opportunity to listen to Teacher Tong's teachings. Goodbye, Teacher Tong." Compared to Sun Dongqing, as a daughter, Yi Ying's words were more artistic. Even if this kind of student transferred to a good school, with such an indiscriminate mother by his side, it would be difficult for him to become a great talent, but he could still become a small talent. Compared to Yi Qian, Yi Ying paled in comparison. The mother and daughter walked out of the teacher's office. Yi Ying's face was gloomy. She was no longer as arrogant as before. "Mom, let's wait for Dad in the car." She didn't want to stay in this place any longer. "What are we waiting for in the car?" "Your father has the car keys. Let's go straight to the principal's office to look for him." Sun Dongqing, who had never thought that her daughter had done anything wrong, could not feel Yi Ying's awkwardness at school. She smiled and said, "Mom is happy that you don't have to suffer from your own class teacher's anger." She gritted her teeth and said, "If it weren't for the fact that you still have to report to second high, I would have run into the classroom and tear that wretched girl's mouth apart. Let's see if she still dares to speak ill of you in the future." Chapter 793. A child with a mother was a treasure, while a child without a mother was a blade of grass. In Sun Dongqing's eyes, Yi Qian was just a blade of grass. 2 girls walked towards her from the corridor. When they saw Yi Ying, they stopped in their tracks. They lowered their heads and whispered, "Yi Ying from class 1. I didn't expect her to be this kind of person. How disgusting. Let's go, let's go." Saying it was embarrassing was an understatement, but the students from other classes were disgusted. How could they not hear their whispers when they brushed past each other? Yi Ying's face turned pale when she heard them. She was so frustrated that she wanted to disappear. "Mom, let's go." She pushed Sun Dongqing, who still wanted to ask where the principal's office was. Yi Ying, who was so frustrated that she was about to cry, was so angry that she wanted to rush into the classroom to settle the score with Yi Qian. But she didn't have the guts. The 2 lessons from the military training made her realize that Yi Qian wasn't someone she could touch. She wanted to, but she was powerless. But she wasn't in a hurry. Grandma and her aunt's family were also waiting to deal with Yi Qian. Then, she wasn't in a hurry. There's no hurry. I have to endure. If I make another mistake, even Dad won't forgive me. Endure for a while and calm down. Take it slow. Take it slow. There's still a long way to go. Yi Ying lowered her head and stared at her toes. She softly warned herself in a voice that only she could hear. Yi Ying finally learned her lesson after suffering one loss after another. She temporarily suppressed her impulses and didn't run to the classroom to cause a ruckus. Sun Dongqing saw her daughter walking down the stairs and cursing Yi Qian. Damn girl, you're getting bolder and bolder. She hurriedly chased after her. In the principal's office, Principal Chao directly rejected Yi Jifan's request. He said calmly, "It's the morning self-study period. The students have already started class. Our school prohibits students from running out during class. Please forgive us. Your school is indeed strict. It's a pity that my daughter doesn't know any better and missed out on such a good school." Yi Jifan could tell that the school was trying to protect Yi Qian. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he stood up with a smile. "Then I won't disturb Principal Chao any further. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance." There were 3 things that Yi Jifan wanted to take care of when he came to school. In the end, he only managed to help Yi Ying with the transfer procedures smoothly. The other 2 things were not completed. She wanted to personally retrieve Yi Ying's school records but failed. She also wanted to meet Yi Qian but failed. As long as Yi Qian was still in school, old Madame Yi and Yi Jifan had no way of seeing Yi Qian. They didn't even have an excuse to ask her to come out. Principal Chao politely walked him to the office door. "Mr. Yi, you're too polite. You're doing this for the children, but our school is doing this for the students. Since the students can no longer study well in school, we can only ask the parents to worry about them. We will pay more attention to the child's growth. Principal Chao, please stay. I won't disturb you any further." They were both polite and courteous. Yi Jifan left the office with a smile on his face, maintaining the modesty of a government official. As soon as they left the school gate, Yi Jifan's face darkened. He left with the mother and daughter who were waiting for him. "Yi Ying, this is your last chance. I don't want to go to the provincial second high school just to clean up your mess. I hope to hear good news about you in school. This is my last and only request for you." The family of 3 left in a hurry. They didn't notice a second-year girl hiding behind a camphor tree. It was only when they left the school gate that she came out. Chapter 794. Oh my God, I'm happy to hear such good news so early in the morning. Even if I get punished for being late, I'm still happy, and Jessin giggled as she dashed back to the classroom like a gust of wind. At this time, the morning self-study session had already started 5 minutes ago. The second-year Class 1 students were late to copy the text 5 times as punishment. After the morning self-study session, Jessin, who had to copy the text as punishment, took her notebook and sat at the same table as Yi Qian. While she was busy copying the text, she could also join in the discussion about Yi Ying's transfer. "Aren't I late? I happened to see Yi Ying walking with her parents. She walked so fast as if she had wheels on her feet. She wrote quickly and did not forget to laugh. Evil people get their just desserts. Serves her right. So that's what happened. She's too bold. She even wronged her own instructor. She deserves to be expelled. She really deserves it. The second-year Class 1 has sent away a plague." Most of the students thought so. Those who had been in the same class as Yi Ying in the first year wanted to say something, but their voices were weak and could not compete with Tao Tao's criticism. After a few words, they stopped. She had already left. There was nothing left to say. At this time, Yi Ying appeared in the second-year class of the province's second high school. Because of her excellent grades, she was naturally assigned to the experimental class. After the morning self-study session, by the time the first class started, all the second-year classes knew about Yi Ying's transfer. Even her disrespect to teacher Tong was spread. Yao Jing knew that Yi Ying would transfer schools, but she did not expect her transfer to be so fast. She looked for Luo Ran, who also knew about the news, 10 minutes after class ended. You'd better not stand up for her. She's gaining momentum. Even if you stand up for her now, you won't gain anything. Yao Jing looked at Luo Ran, who was so angry that his face was contorted. She calmly analyzed, also, I need to tell you that Yi Qian might have some martial arts skills. I didn't see it during the target practice session, but all the second-year class 1 students said that Yi Qian is good. Think about it. Do you think you can defeat someone like him with your fists alone? This was not good news. If she did not tell Luo Ran in advance, she was afraid that he would go after Yi Qian in a fit of anger. It wasn't because of Luo Ran that he reminded him, but because he thought that he needed to use the people in society that Luo Ran knew to stand up for him. Don't worry, I'm not going to look for her now. Next Friday, I have a duel with Yi Qian. When Luo Ran returned home, he was also severely taught a lesson. Even his pocket money was confiscated. He also had to shrink his neck and live his life. Yao Jing looked at him in disbelief, but when she heard that he was going to have a duel with Yi Qian next Friday, her eyes lit up. That's fine. We have to behave ourselves for the next half a month. Don't let anything happen in school. After that, he continued, what about Yang Heng? You haven't made up with him yet? For the sake of Yi Qian, was there a need to go over and apologize? Yang Heng was not petty. Bah. At first, Luo Ran was still considering whether he should reconcile with Yang Heng. Now that he was asked to take the initiative to apologize, Luo Ran immediately turned hostile and shouted in a rough voice, I fucking broke up with him a long time ago. It was impossible for them to reconcile. Fine, fine. Why do you care so much? Go to class. He was truly a piece of mud that couldn't be supported. A real man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. He didn't even know that. Yao Jing, who had finished criticizing him in her heart, glared at him. She did not try to persuade him anymore. She turned and walked towards the classroom. After taking 2 steps, Yao Jing counted on her fingers. Next Friday. Wasn't it Yang Heng's birthday? Chapter 795. Then she would have to think about what gift to give him. It was his 18th birthday, so she had to make it special. She wondered if Uncle Yang and Auntie Yang would consider holding a birthday party for Yang Heng. After all, it was his 18th birthday. They would probably do it, right? To hold a birthday party, she would have to buy a gown and do her hair. She still wanted to give Yang Heng a gift. Yang Heng had already arranged to meet Yi Qian at noon. At noon, Yi Qian met Yang Heng on the school's rooftop after lunch. The weather had turned cold. Standing on the rooftop, they felt the cool breeze of autumn. Yang Heng arrived about 5 minutes early. When he saw Yi Qian, his handsome and clean face broke into a smile. This place is not bad. You can see the river. You really know how to find a place to hide. I haven't been to the rooftop of a school building. Yi Qian walked to his side and looked over at the same spot. She saw the river flowing to the end. She handed over the portrait in her hand. I'll have to trouble you with this, but please keep it a secret from me. In 1997, the public security system was still being improved. Not all wanted criminals and fugitives had portraits. Sometimes, even if there were, it was only in the local public security system. It was not in the national public security system. Yang Heng took the portrait and looked at it. He praised, I didn't see it last time. This time, I got what I wanted. It's really good. It's at a professional level. When did you learn this? Do you still have time to learn? This question was a bit sharp. Yi Qian raised her eyebrows and chuckled. This is called talent. Sometimes, you don't have to put in a lot of effort to learn. When you want to draw, you can draw it. It's my birthday next Friday. Come to my 18th birthday party tonight. Yi Qian was still thinking about how to explain, but Yang Heng's focus was not on how she could draw, but on inviting her to his birthday party. Yi Jian was stunned when she heard that he was inviting her to his 18th birthday party. My 18th birthday party? I'm going. In her previous life, Yi Qian had never attended anyone's birthday banquet. She lived such a life and didn't want to disturb others' peace. She was afraid that Yi Ying would vent her anger on others because of her. Therefore, not only did she not attend a birthday party in her previous life, she did not even have a single good friend. She was indeed a little surprised to receive such an invitation, but she quickly calmed down and said with a smile, "How can I go? The people you invited are all classmates. I'll go over now, my classmates have been encouraging me to invite you. There are a few darts enthusiasts in my class. They know that you're good at shooting, so they want to see if you know how to play darts." The reason was very good, and it was a real reason. Seeing her so surprised, Yang Heng's clean face showed a little embarrassment. "It's a little sudden." I also plucked up the courage to say it in one breath. "I'm afraid that I won't have the courage to say it later." "It's not sudden. I'm just a little surprised." "If that's the case, I'll definitely be there on time." Yi Qian didn't refuse. She wanted to live a real, happy high school life that she had never experienced in her previous life. She didn't think she could refuse a normal social life. Once rejection became a habit, she would lose not only fun, but also friends. After getting a response, Yang Heng returned to the classroom. Several boys in the class surrounded him. "How was it? Did you agree? Hey, hurry up and say it." Chapter 796. I scared her. Yang Heng deliberately sighed to whet the appetite of the boys who were good at darts. "I'm also quite embarrassed myself." The boys thought that they had lost their chance and shouted in unison, "Fuck, even a handsome guy can't do it. Where's the pretty girl in our class? Let's invite the pretty girl to play." Yi Qian's seniors were all curious about her. She didn't even study in high school, yet she could get into a second-tier university just by taking a test. She was like a genius. Yang Heng teased them, then slowly smiled and said that Yi Qian had agreed to participate. The boys immediately put their arms around Yang Heng's neck and said, "Are you kidding us? You're asking for a beating." Not long after, the boys started laughing and playing around. School was a place where there were only worries about studying. Aside from that, all that was left was happiness and happiness. Yi Qian missed out on such a simple school life in her previous life, but she would not miss it again in this life. Yang Heng held a birthday party for his birthday. Other than his classmates, he also invited the students from the same basketball team as him. As for Luo Ran, when he heard that Yang Heng had invited his teammates, he threw the basketball in his hand to the ground and left. "What's this? Isn't it just an 18th birthday party? What's so great about it? When I'm 18, we'll all go to the Caesar Grand Hotel." As soon as he left the basketball court, Luo Ran snorted with a gloomy face, "I'll deal with you sooner or later." His bad relationship with Yang Heng was not a secret in school. When Yi Qian heard the boys from her class talking about it, she couldn't help but frown. Luo Ran liked to play dirty, so Yang Heng had to be careful. Yi Qian planned to mention it when Yang Heng brought the news back to her, but the intense monthly exam was about to start. Yi Qian even used her free time to study. Sometimes it was for herself, sometimes it was for her classmates. "I got this question wrong again. I'm so stupid. Teacher Zhang said so last time. I even got 2 basic questions wrong. Sigh, I was too careless." Yi Qian seems to have scored full marks again. I have to learn from her. Her grades have always been very high. The monthly exam is a piece of cake for her. "Hey, can you explain this question to me? I got it wrong." After 4 consecutive nights of self-study, the self-study class on Friday night became a discussion class. Yi Ying's departure did not affect the class. Wan had an exam, so no one had time to care about other things. Yi Qian had to pay attention to the abrasions on his arms this week, so he didn't even go to the training grounds. He spent all his time at school. After waiting for 5 days and not seeing Yi Qian, old Madame Yi, who was staying in the hotel, did not look too good. Jifan, do you think Mom is easier to coax than before? You can easily deal with the tasks that are given to you? Without Sun Dongqing in the room, old Madame Ye's face lost its usual friendliness. It seems that you've become a high-ranking official and have begun to play tricks in front of me. Yi Jifan, who was sitting on the sofa in the office, smiled helplessly and said, Mom, look at what you're saying. Which task of yours did I not do well? Yi Qian is at school. I can't just barge in. Also, I took half a month off because of what you asked me to do. I want to help you relieve your worries. Tomorrow is Saturday. Let's see if she'll come out. I've got people watching at the school gate. As soon as she comes out, I'll immediately bring her to you. Yi Jifan was telling the truth, but in old Madame Ye's ears, it sounded like a perfunctory remark. Chapter 797. You're much more eloquent than before. Although I'm happy to hear that, I'm still upset that you didn't get what you wanted. Old Madame Yi sighed as she spun the prayer beads in her hand. There was an indescribable sadness in her heart. She didn't see this girl. So be it. There was another thing to talk about. Old Madame Yi spun the prayer beads in her hand faster as she thought about it. Old Madame Yi had the habit of chanting Buddhist scriptures in the morning. She spun the prayer beads in her hand once before putting them back on her wrist. She picked up the black tea that Yi Zhixiang had brewed for her and said, Your sister's tea skills have improved. The tea leaves are of high quality. You can try it. If you like it, you can take 2 bottles back and keep it for yourself. It's not bad to give it away. Old Madame Yi had spent the most effort on her daughter's matters. She only hoped that her daughter's family would be safe and sound. As for her son, the old man had already said that he would never grow up well. Mom, you know that I don't have the habit of drinking tea. Drinking a few mouthfuls of water can also quench my thirst. Yi Jifan had been an official for many years. He was no match for old Madame Yi in the past, but that might not be the case now. After a lukewarm rejection, Yi Jifan looked at old Madame Ye's face darkened. He smiled faintly and said, Mom, you've been living with little sister for so many years. It's normal that you don't know my living habits. Don't blame yourself. I'm not blaming you. Old Madame Yi used to speak like this, but now Yi Jifan was giving her a taste of her own medicine. Old Madame Ye's eyes instantly darkened. You've all grown up. You've all grown up. Now that you've grown up, you don't take me seriously. Although old Madame Ye's expression was not good, her tone did not change at all. Her voice was so old that it sounded a little bleak. For your sister's sake and your 2 nephews' sake, think of a way to use some connections to get rid of your brother-in-law's identity. You should try your best to get this done. Your brother-in-law's identity isn't very good now. It wasn't easy for our family to have you as an official. Mom hopes that our family will be safe and sound. Money is not a problem. It's fine as long as it can be solved. Just as Yi Jifan had guessed last night, old Madame Yi had brought her daughter's family back to solve Sun Yaozu's identity as a fugitive. She wanted to use Yi Jifan's connections to try. It would be a good thing if it succeeded, but if it didn't, it wouldn't affect anything. At most, he would let his daughter and son-in-law go abroad to avoid it. Now that he had money in his hands, it was easy to get things done. Hearing this, Yi Jifan threw the teacup in his hand onto the coffee table and sneered, Mom, you're really considerate of Zhixiang's family. Using my future in exchange for Sun Yaozu's identity? Mom, are you still treating me like a fool? You're almost 40 years old. Why are you still so impatient? When did I ever want to gamble with your future? It's just that since you've been promoted so quickly, you should have some backing. That's why I wanted to see if you had any ideas. His impatience made old Madame Yi feel even more relieved. Since he dared to give her such a cold shoulder, it seemed like he really did have a powerful backing. Yi Jifan's expression was not just cold. He said directly, then I can only tell you that I really don't have any ideas. Changing the identity of a fugitive just like that? You're really daring. All these years, I'm used to spending money to settle things. The older I get, the more I don't know how to restrain myself. Chapter 798. As he spoke, he stood up. His eyelids drooped lightly as he looked coldly at the old lady. I still have some matters to attend to in the afternoon, so I can't accompany you anymore. Goodbye. A trace of coldness flashed through old Madame Ye's cloudy eyes. The nerves on her orange peel-like old face twitched slightly. Her double chin also trembled. This time, old Madame Ye was really angry. Stop right there. She stood up as well and coldly looked at this son that she had only brought back from the outside and lied to old man Yi that she had carried for 10 months. She said in a low voice, "You don't have the right to shout and wrangle in front of me. If it weren't for me, who knows where you would still be a beggar right now." Old man Yi had already said that before, since he wasn't her biological son, she naturally wouldn't be able to raise him well. In return, Yi Jifan smiled coldly. You don't have to worry about whether or not I'll be a beggar somewhere. That's right, I'm not related to you by blood, but I'm related to the Yi family by blood. Otherwise, how could Dad not have realized that I wasn't his son at all back then? In the past, you could use the fact that I'm not your son to threaten me because I had to go through a background check. But now, do you think it's still okay? Since he had already torn down the last piece of cloth, Yi Jifan didn't want to give her any face. I treat you as my mother, so you're still my mother. If I don't acknowledge you and want to look for my biological mother, you can't do anything to me. Mom, you're old. You're almost 70 years old. How can you still be so lawless outside? Follow little sister and enjoy your old age. You should stay out of the affairs of your children and grandchildren. It seems that you don't want the jade pendant I gave you. Old Madame Yi, who was so angry that her heart ached, took out her trump card and coldly threatened, "This is the jade pendant that Sun Xueqing gave to Yi Qian. As an uncle, how can you be so shameless to hide it? This unfilial thing." Was this how he repaid her, his mother, by raising him? She wasn't his biological mother, but she had at least fed him and raised him. Yi Jifan, who had already guessed what would happen last night, would not be threatened by her. With a faint smile, he looked at the angry old lady and slowly said, "Mom, you really don't have to worry. Little sister took away sister-in-law's pitiful pension. At least that girl Yi Qian knows that I took this jade pendant. I forgot to tell you that Yi Qian still remembers when she was 3 years old. Do you think she remembers that you and Xiaomei received the pension from eldest sister-in-law?" Yi Jifan had thought it through last night. Now that the identity of the person behind Yi Qian was still unknown, it would be unwise to confront her again. In that case, their family could only bear with it and wait for his position to be completely stabilized. Their daughter, Yi Ying, would also be able to make a move against Yi Qian. The jade pendant would allow him to have a meteoric rise in his career. Yi Qian would not be able to take it away from him. After speaking, Yi Jifan tidied his clothes and didn't forget to tell old Madame Yi, "Rest well." Only then did he leave. This time, old Madame Yi was defeated by the son she had brought in. She thought that she had everything under control, but she didn't know that Yi Jifan used to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Now that he had a certain status, he didn't need to be afraid of old Madame Yi anymore. If old Madame Yi still wanted to use him to settle the matter with her biological daughter, Yi Zhixiang's family, then she had no choice but to swallow her anger. In terms of scheming, Yi Jifan had reached his current position. How could he be worse than an old lady? Chapter 799. Old Madame Yi, who knew she was at a disadvantage, didn't say anything else. She watched as Yi Jifan left the room and slowly sat down on the sofa. After a long time, a cold smile appeared on her lips. "Very good, you do have some ability. Yaozu's matter should be settled by him." The confrontation between the mother and son fell into the ears of Ho Zi's subordinates. They recorded the conversation on a tape and sent it to Ho Zi that night. Ho Zi wasn't interested in the family's secrets, but with this tape, she had an excuse to call Xia Wei. No matter how many things happened outside, it didn't affect Yi Jian at school. After 4 days, the gauze on her arm could finally be put aside. By next Friday, the graze of the stray bullet had completely healed, leaving only a scar the size of a 5.5mm bullet. Yi Jian looked at the wound that she could see when she raised her hand. She thought of the fine scars on Xia Jinyuan's shoulders, arms, and chest. This time, she had another scar that represented glory. The first scar was the slightly large one on her lower back. It was the scar that scared Jessen when she took a shower. It was the scar from the fight with the mercenaries in the no man's land. It had been 2 weeks since the military training. The second and third year students had gradually gotten over the influence of the military training. They would only occasionally mention something about the military training. On the 20th of October, the weather was cold enough to wear 2 sets of clothes. Yi Qian's clothes were relatively simple, except for the school uniform. It was still the school uniform. She didn't have much money to buy clothes, so 2 sets of school uniforms and 2 sets of camouflage uniforms were just right for training. After class on Friday, Yang Heng carried his backpack on one shoulder and stuck his hands in the pockets of his school uniform. The handsome and clean boy stood there like the sun. Even if his gaze was empty, it still attracted the attention of many girls. Yao Jing, Wang Dandan, and Lu Mei walked together. As they chatted and laughed, they saw Yang Heng standing at the school gate. Among the large group of students, the most eye-catching one was the tall and thin Yang Heng. He was easily spotted. Is he waiting for me? You two go home first. I saw Yang Heng. Yao Jing, who was walking in the middle, let go of her friend's hands and skipped a step forward. She pointed to the figure at the school gate and said with a smile, Yang Heng is waiting for me in front. I'm going to find him first. After Ying left, Yao Jing no longer hid her thoughts. Amidst her friend's laughter, Yao Jing practically skipped over. Yang Heng, who was originally standing at the school gate, had disappeared. In other words, he wasn't waiting for Yao Jing at all. It was just her wishful thinking. Yang Heng was waiting for Yi Qian. The whole class had already boarded the bus, except for Yi Qian, who had finished school a little later than them. I was really worried that you wouldn't come because you had something to do. Now that I've received you, I'm relieved. After receiving her, Yang Heng, whose footsteps were much lighter than before, laughed heartily. The few darts players in the car were even more nervous than me. They were even more afraid that you wouldn't be able to come at the last minute. The juniors in the first class all said that Yi Qian was a very busy person. Sometimes, they couldn't find her even if they wanted to. Yi Qian's lips curled up slightly. Her beautiful face had a faint smile like a blooming flower. No, I won't change my mind easily unless I really have something to do. Have fun tonight. The birthday party is at the hotel that my aunt owns. You can sleep in the hotel. I've arranged a separate room for you. Chapter 800. It wasn't because Yi Qian didn't know her classmates, but because Yang Heng subconsciously felt that girls like Yi Qian valued personal privacy. Like himself, he lived in the same dormitory. Even though they were all boys in the same class, he rejected asking about their privacy. Although Yi Qian was one class lower than them, in the eyes of the boys and girls, she was a mysterious shining light. They couldn't help but be curious and want to know more about her. If they were to share a room because of their curiosity, Yi Qian wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. It was a very careful arrangement. Although Yang Heng was a boy, he was also a very careful and thoughtful boy. The bus arranged by Yang Heng's aunt's hotel could seat 56 people. Including Yi Qian, there were 55 people. There was only one empty seat. The bus was right in front of them. They could see it within 10 meters of the school gate. Yao Jing, who chased after them, didn't see Yang Heng, but saw the bus. The name of the hotel sprayed on the bus made her smile. The 18th birthday party was indeed lively. Even Auntie Song's hotel bus was here to pick up her classmates. Auntie Song was Yang Heng's aunt. Yao Jing was familiar with the Yang family and Yang Heng's maternal relatives. When the seniors in the bus saw Yi Qian coming up with Yang Heng, the boys clamped their lower lips with their fingers and whistled sharply. The girls, on the other hand, laughed. Their laughter was somewhat ambiguous. Yang Hang was a popular figure in the school. He was also the Prince Charming in the hearts of the girls. Prince Charming was handsome, good at basketball, and was not a playboy. There had never been any rumors of him being particularly close to any girl in the school. Oh, except for a junior named Yao Jing from grade 12 class 6. However, he had never brought anyone to his class to play. This time, not only did he invite Yi Qian, but he also personally picked her up. TSK, TSK, TSK. No matter how one looked at it, it felt like Sima Zhao's intentions were obvious. All of you, retract your gazes, retract them. Don't scare junior sister Yi Jian. You guys wanted to play darts, but I had to shamelessly invite her over and scare her away. You guys are responsible for coaxing her back. In the class, Yang Hang had a good relationship with his classmates. One sentence from him was enough to make them laugh. Facing his senior brothers and sisters, Yi Qian laughed and said gracefully, "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. I'm Yi Qian." It was very generous and wouldn't steal the limelight. It could be accepted by people who didn't like hot-tempered people, and it could also be accepted by people who liked straightforward people. It was polite and not invasive, and it was easier to get a good impression of people who weren't familiar with them. Junior sister Yi Qian, I heard that you're very good at shooting. Later on, we won't have any target practice, so we'll only be playing darts. Do you want to have a competition? The ones who shouted the loudest were the few boys who wanted to compete with Yi Qian in darts. They really just wanted to compete and didn't have any other intentions. Yang Heng put Yi Qian's bag on the luggage rack in the car. He said to Yi Qian, who was still gracious in front of her classmates, "They're the ones who are making the most noise. You'll have to teach them a lesson tonight. You haven't played darts before. You need to learn first." Yi Qian replied with a smile. Her beautiful eyes were calm. When she smiled, the girls closest to her couldn't help but look over. Chapter 801. The legendary genius shouldn't be difficult to get along with. Not only was she beautiful when she smiled, but she also made people feel comfortable. The boy laughed. It's fine, it's fine. It's all the same. As long as you're accurate, there won't be a problem. Then I'll need senior to teach me first. I've never played before. Under Yang Heng's guidance, Yi Qian sat in the first row on the left by the window. She softly thanked him before sitting down. The boy behind her could only see the top of her head, but he still said excitedly, "No problem. I guarantee you'll be able to learn in one go." A girl sitting in the row behind the two of them stood up and snorted at the boys who were yelling, "You guys bully us girls with paper bombs every day in class. Tonight, we'll let our junior sister kill all of you." Then she said to Yi Qian in a friendly manner, "Junior Yi Qian, don't be afraid of them. We'll support you." The girl was a member of the publicity committee of grade 12. She had an apple-shaped face and a pair of dimples when she smiled, adding to her friendliness. "With the support of my seniors, even if I lose, I'll have to lose beautifully." Yi Qian's bright eyes softened as she looked at her senior. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Even if we lose beautifully, we'll still win. Yes, yes, yes. We'll win decisively and lose beautifully." The car became lively. The driver was about to close the door when a petite figure rushed out from the side and slammed her hands on the slowly closing door. "There's still someone who hasn't gotten in yet. Why are you driving?" Fearing that the driver would open the door in fright, he held back his anger and said stiffly, "Fellow student, if something happens to you, how can we, the drivers, bear the responsibility?" The girl jumped into the car briskly and sat beside the driver. The students in the front seat recognized the girl and their eyes fell on Yang Heng, who was sitting on the right side of the car. It was Yao Jing from grade 12 class 6. Everyone in their class knew this junior sister of theirs. Yang Heng stood up and frowned. "Why aren't you home yet?" "Auntie Song, the car from the hotel is already here." "Why would I go home?" Yao Jing climbed up the car ladder with her head raised. She smiled at Yang Heng, who was leaning out to look at her. "I'll follow you, when she stood up and saw who was sitting next to Yang Heng, Yao Jing's gaze, which was originally smiling, suddenly became extremely sharp. It was more like the thorns on a cactus, shooting densely at Yi Jian. Her smile froze on her face. For a moment, Yao Jing couldn't maintain her composure, revealing a gloomy expression. Yi Qian. Yi Qian was also in the car. Are you kidding me? What was she doing here, sitting with Yang Heng? Didn't Luo Ran say that he was going to duel her today? Then why was she still in the car? Also, when did she get so close to Yang Heng? He even invited her to his birthday party. On the night of the military training, she saw the two of them taking a walk together. Then she heard Ying say that she saw them, but they didn't interact after returning to school. How did they suddenly become so close? Countless whys made Yao Jing's expression turn worse and worse. Her glare at Yi Qian became sharper. It was hard to ignore her gaze. Yi Qian looked up and glanced at her coldly. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he looked away. Chapter 802. Unlike Yi Ying, Yao Jing was more tolerant, so she didn't have to worry about quarreling with him in the car. With Yang Heng by her side, Yao Jing, who also liked to maintain her cheerful and optimistic image, wouldn't mess around. There's no seat in the car. You can go back first and come back with uncle and auntie later. Yang Heng didn't notice Yao Jing's strange behavior. He walked out of the car and was about to pull Yao Jing out. This is the car for my classmate. You can come back later. Yao Jing gently but firmly shook off Yang Heng's hand. She looked at him with a half-smile and said, "What's wrong? Is it not convenient for me to get in the car? Dandan and Lemay have gone back. I don't want to go back alone. You can sit in the lower seat. I'll sit with Yi Qian." She didn't give Yang Heng a chance to speak. She pulled his arm intimately and pulled him to the seat near the car door. "You sit here and I sit above. The seats are just right, aren't they?" Yao Jing. Yang Heng didn't like her behavior. It seemed easy to negotiate, but in fact, she was arbitrary. His clean and handsome face darkened. "Today is my birthday. I don't want to quarrel with you." He didn't invite Yao Jing, but his parents invited Uncle Yao. Naturally, Yao Jing was also invited. "I don't want to quarrel with you." Okay. You always like to be difficult with me." Yao Jing stuck out her tongue playfully. She stuck out her tongue at the two girls in front of her and said helplessly, "Seniors, is Yang Heng always so difficult in front of you?" The two seniors laughed. Ha. It's okay. It's okay. Junior sister Yao Jing was indeed naughty and irresistible. It's okay. Why do I feel that it's not okay at all? Yao Jing curled her lips and put on a beautiful smile. She stood in the middle of the road and said in a crisp voice, "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. I am Yao Jing. I grew up following Yang Heng. Tonight is Yang Heng's 18th birthday party. I'll hang out with seniors tonight. We must play until dawn and have a good night. That's what I call having fun." Her voice was clear and sweet, and the space between her brows was also natural and unrestrained. However, for some reason, the words that came out of her mouth sounded indescribably awkward. As for what exactly was awkward, it was hard to pinpoint. If he really had to say it, it would be like, "Everyone should listen to me. I'll make the decisions." Girls were usually sensitive. After hearing the voice, she glanced at Yang Heng and saw that his expression was also normal. She probably understood that this was an uninvited guest. Boys, on the other hand, liked to listen to it. Yang Heng didn't say to drive, so the driver waited. Yao Jing, who was talking to the boy, turned her head and said with a smile, "Sir, you drive. Yang Heng, let's go there early so we can treat your classmates to some snacks. Auntie Song, the dessert chefs in the hotel are all from Harbor City. Their skills are very good. Senior sister and senior brother, you can try it. It's really good. Yi Qian, you haven't eaten it yet, right? You should eat more. It's hard to eat it outside. They chatted and laughed as they sat beside Yi Qian. She introduced enthusiastically, Auntie Song, the landscapers in the hotel are all from Harbor City. There are 2 swimming pools. One is outdoor and the other is indoor. I'll take you to the swimming pool. What's so fun about following Yangheng? Follow me. You can play all the games in the hotel. Chapter 803. Yi Jian was not interested in any of Yao Jing's questions. Her sense of superiority was the same in front of other students. Now, she was asking her questions just to make fun of her for not having eaten the desserts in Harbor City and not having stayed in a good hotel. A good hotel? Caesar Hotel was the best hotel in the city. She stayed there for a night and even went for a morning run in the back garden. Speaking of a good hotel, she had to mention the hotel she stayed in when she went abroad with the leaders. The security was good, and the guards were either special forces or bodyguards from Zongnanhai. Yi Qian, who had no intention of competing with Yao Jing, smiled faintly at Yao Jing who was sitting beside him. He did not take her subtle provocation to heart. The car started, and Yang Heng gave Yi Qian a look, hinting Yi Qian to ignore her. He said to Yao Jing, I'm afraid your parents are waiting at home. Give them a call when you arrive at the hotel. I know. You're so strict. Yao Jing frowned. She glared at Yang Heng and snorted. If I don't remember, it's enough for you to remember. Yi Qian, don't you think so? In fact, there was no need to drag her along. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and looked at her. He said slowly, you don't have to ask me. Ask yourself. I'm really not interested in your relationship with Yang Heng. What I'm interested in is defeating the boys who want to challenge me with my senior sisters. As for food and swimming, I'm not interested. The girls on the left nodded in agreement. We'll cheer for you later. Don't brag all day long about how powerful you are. You're pissing us off. My forehead was hit by Wang Jin's paper bullet today. There was a small red mark. These guys need to be taught a lesson. A few girls walked past Yao Jing and started chatting with Yi Jian. Yi Jian naturally ignored Yao Jing's questions that made her feel superior. She didn't like talking to Yao Jing, but since it was Yang Heng's birthday today, she had to be discreet even if she didn't want to talk to her. Yao Jing thought that Yi Qian would at least answer her. If he did not answer her, she would have a way to let Yang Heng see Yi Qian's unreasonable behavior. But who knew that Yi Qian would not only answer her, but also bring the senior sisters into the conversation. This way, if she opened her mouth to talk about something unrelated, it would give the impression that she was showing off. Yi Jian, you're really something. She was indeed cunning. No wonder she kicked a smart person like Yi Ying out of school within a month. Yao Jing, who was stuck in the middle of the conversation, tried to interrupt several times, but failed. Seeing this, she did not force herself to participate in their conversation. Instead, she looked at them with a polite smile. Yao Jing was able to keep her composure. Moreover, she had suffered a big setback at the hands of Yi Qian last time. She would not allow herself to fall into the same trap again so easily. How do you usually revise? The girls in the science class are really suffering. I have a headache just looking at some of the questions and I don't know where to start. Boys are really quick-witted. Just a few words of advice and you know how to calculate. For good students, the usual topic was how to study if they did not leave the topic. As for the senior sisters, it was not that they deliberately ignored Yao Jing. It was just that every word she said had a strong sense of self-awareness. It was as if she was implying, this is what I said. You can't refute me. Listen to me. After a few words, they lost interest. Chapter 804. When talking to Yi Jian, she would politely ask a few questions. Therefore, Yi Jian was interested in continuing the conversation and was willing to talk with her. After all, no one liked it when someone made a decision for them when they didn't even express their opinion. Every time Yi Qian asked her how to study, she felt a little embarrassed because she really didn't know how to study. If it was reading, then forget it. I like to read and memorize formulas. Then I find a similar question and do it again. As long as I can understand it, it's usually not difficult. She gave a normal answer without any sense of superiority. She even felt a little embarrassed, which made the senior who asked her feel embarrassed. Yao Jing sneered inwardly. When no one else spoke to Yi Qian, she laughed softly and said, "They're about to graduate. You don't have to be so nice. It's fine as long as you don't embarrass them. There's no need to be so intimate. Being nice and being polite are two different things." "I'm just trying to be polite," Yi Qian replied calmly. He didn't seem interested in talking to her at all. People who were close to Yi Ying were basically like this. Their auras and magnetic fields did not match. "I didn't expect you to be so polite." "Not bad. Uncle Yang and Auntie Yang like polite girls. I'll introduce them to you." She naturally revealed how close she was to the Yang family. She was also warning Yi Qian to stay away from Yang Heng. Yi Qian glanced at her and smiled. "Okay, we'll talk about it then. I'll definitely introduce them to you. It's rare for Yang Heng to invite his classmates to his house. Aren't you his classmate? Since you've invited him, it can be seen that you have a good relationship in private." There were several meanings in her words. Yi Qian pretended not to understand. Compared to Yi Ying, Yao Jing was much harder to deal with. The hotel wasn't far from the school. It was just opposite the Caesar Hotel. Yi Qian got out of the car and looked at the hotel. Old Madame Yi and her family should have left already. There was still no news about the portrait that Yang Heng had given her uncle. At this moment, she hoped that Sun Yaozu was still in Southern Province. Once they found out, it would be difficult for Sun Yaozu to leave Southern Province. The hotel had already arranged for the staff to arrange the rooms. One by one, they collected their keys and put their school bags back in their rooms. After resting for a while, they went to the hotel to have a buffet and then had some entertainment. "Why don't I have a room?" "Yang Heng, you are so biased. I don't plan to go home tonight." "No, you have to book a room for me." All the students had a room card except for Yao Jing, who did not have one. She took the registration book from the receptionist. Since she was facing the receptionist, she didn't have to worry about being seen. Her gaze swept down coldly. When she saw Yi Qian's name, a dark haze flashed across her eyes. Yi Qian has a room to herself. Then there's no need to get a new room. It's pretty good for us two girls to stay together. As long as they could see the name of the person who checked in, Yang Heng would take the registration book away before they could see the room number. Looking at her, Yang Heng said in a cold voice, "If you continue to pester me like this, it will be really ugly. Yao Jing, listen carefully, I will never have anything to do with you. I know what happened in middle school. I just didn't want to say it out of respect for Uncle Yao and Auntie Yao. Yao Jing, you're on your own." Chapter 805. Yao Jing's face turned pale for a moment, and there was even panic in her eyes. He knew that she liked him, and he knew all along that she liked him. He obviously knew, but he pretended not to know. Too much, too much. Yao Jing's fingertips trembled slightly as she raised her head. Her smile was a little forced. "Yang Heng, you really don't leave me any face. In any case, I'm still a girl. Even though we've known each other for so many years, you still make me feel awkward. Alright, since you don't like me pestering you, then I'll respect your wishes. However, pestering and liking have to be separate. So easy to talk to all of a sudden?" Yang Heng looked at her suspiciously and pursed his lips. "Our families have known each other for so long, and both of our parents have been friends for decades. It's best not to embarrass both of our parents. Do you think I don't know what's important?" Hugging her bag to her chest, Yao Jing's face flushed red as she glared at him. Okay, I know. You're in your 3rd year of high school, and your studies are more important. You can't fall in love early. I know. That's why I didn't disturb you. I'll call my parents, in case they're still waiting for me to come home. The most important thing was to call Luo Ran. That idiot, he probably didn't even know that Yi Qian was at the hotel. He might even be waiting for her to appear. Idiot, don't you know what you're doing? Luo Ran really didn't know about this. He was sitting in a bar that hadn't opened yet, and beside him sat several gangsters. One of them was Brother Huang, who often appeared near the school. He was a gangster with a dozen underlings who started to dominate the area around the school. He couldn't even be considered a gangster. Luo Ran, are you trying to dismiss a beggar with this small amount of money? There are at least a dozen of us here, and you don't even have 100 yuan for each of us? Brother Huang was holding a cigarette in his hand, and at the same time, he was also holding the money. After counting it, he was a little unhappy. You're the son of a big boss, how can you take out such a small amount of money? It wasn't easy for this kid to take out money, so how could he not take it out? He said that he didn't like the money, but he had no intention of letting go of the money in his hand. Luo Ran replied angrily, forget it if you can't do it. I'll fucking find someone else. Do we need more than 10 of you to teach a little girl a lesson? Brother Huang, are you fucking treating me as a money tree? He really did scold her. Even though Brother Huang felt uncomfortable, he had to bear with it. He laughed and said, she's just a little girl. Fine, let's teach her a lesson. Then, we don't need all of us to do it. Luo Ran, who had been well behaved for half a month, begged his grandmother to give him 1,500 yuan. Yao Jing reminded him that he didn't need to fight personally. Even if someone fought, it was still a fight and a lesson. Then I'll pay for it. In the end, he would show Yi Qian the consequences of messing with him. Any random person outside would be able to deal with her. The beeping sound of the pager came from Luo Ran's body. He took it off and looked at the number. Luo Ran walked to the bar counter and dialed a number. The year 1997 was an era of pagers. Cell phones were considered high-end luxury goods, and it was impressive for a student to have a pager. Yi Qian came to Yang Heng's birthday party. Didn't you know? You've been stood up by her. When the landline phone rang, Yao Jing picked it up and immediately said, we're at the hotel managed by Yang Heng's aunt. When do you plan to come over? Chapter 806. Luo Ran jumped up. Damn it, how dare you stand me up? Wait for me, I'll bring my men over now. Stupid bitch, how dare you tease me? I'll kill her. Alright, don't try to show off. Come over and check in at the hotel first, then we'll see what happens later. Be smart, don't let anyone see you. When Yao Jing heard that he really didn't know, she got angry. He couldn't do anything and only knew how to show off. Forget it, I don't care anymore. If Luo Ran really understood what she said, he would let the people in society deal with Yi Qian. She would just stay out of it. Yao Jing didn't expect to face Yi Qian directly. Naturally, she was afraid of the military officer who appeared in front of her the other day. She didn't dare, so she let Luo Ran and the other gangsters deal with Yi Qian. She didn't believe that a few people couldn't deal with Yi Qian. At 6:00 in the evening, the sky gradually darkened. The hotel reserved a large banquet hall for Yang Heng to celebrate his birthday. It wasn't extravagant, but it was equivalent to treating his classmates to a buffet in his own restaurant. The moment the 50-plus students entered the banquet hall, they could only smell the fragrance of the food. The male students' gazes immediately landed on the various delicacies placed on the table. There were prawns, fish, crabs, fried, roasted, and steamed. There was nothing missing. It wasn't extravagant, but a birthday party like this still cost a lot. Yao Jing wore a pink strapless princess dress. Her hair was tied up, and she wore a crystal princess crown. She also wore a pair of 5-centimeter white high heels with pink crystals embedded at the tips as she walked in. She instantly became the center of attention among the students in school uniforms. Beautiful. Much prettier than wearing the school uniform. Silly, how can she not be beautiful? One look and you can tell that she's specially dressed up. A pink swan in a group of ugly ducklings. How noble. Looks like Yao Jing's family is not bad. That dress must be expensive. Just looking at it makes me feel that it's expensive. Walking through the aisle of the banquet hall, Yao Jing lifted her chin slightly. She listened to the praises of her seniors, and the corners of her mouth curled into a perfect smile. She walked to the white piano. She sat down and lowered her head slightly. A small lock of black hair that was intentionally curled fell from her ear, making the side of her face even more beautiful. Her slender fingers gently rested on the white piano keys. After a while, beautiful piano music flowed out. It was a song that everyone was familiar with, to Alice. The familiar piano music started Yang Heng's birthday party. Yang Heng's parents also appeared during the piano piece, and Yang Heng, who was standing beside his parents, wore a black suit. The tailoring of the suit accentuated the young man's thin figure, and the clean aura he exuded was overwhelming. The young man was like a piece of jade, attracting the attention of many people. The meal was divided into 2 banquet halls, one for the adults and the other for the students. This was a deliberate arrangement so that the students would not feel restrained. When Father Yang and Mother Yang walked to the main stage, Yao Jing stopped playing and stood beside Director Yang. Yang Heng stood beside Mother Yang. When the students below the stage saw this, they seemed to understand something. Both of them stood beside Yang Heng's parents so naturally. Wasn't this like a future daughter-in-law? No one noticed that Mother Yang frowned slightly when Yao Jing suddenly stood up. However, she quickly concealed it and did not let the group of children see it. Chapter 807. I'm Yang Heng's father. I'm very happy that all of you are here to attend Yang Heng's 18th birthday party. Yang Heng's father was a bureau chief, so he spoke in a dignified manner. He was both a leader and a loving father. During the speech, Yang Heng's mother asked her son softly, "Who is Yi Qian? Point her out to me. She's at the back. She's a girl who doesn't like to be in the limelight. She's quiet, so I'll introduce her to you later." Yang Heng couldn't help but laugh when he saw that his mother still wanted to meet Yi Qian. "I really don't have anything going on with her. We're just friends who think alike. Don't misunderstand." Yang Heng's mother pursed her lips and smiled. "With Jing around, you won't even have the chance to create a puppy love story. You're wise." Yang Heng smiled. He knew that Yao Jing had made his mother unhappy, so he coaxed her softly. "Don't be so calculative with her. Just mention it to Uncle Yao later." Yang Heng's mother still had a smile on her face, but her tone was cold. "Your Uncle Yao's family is probably happy to see this. Just now, during the party, he intentionally or unintentionally revealed that you're close with Jing. What's there to be angry about? Boys are said to be romantic, but girls are said to have no self-respect. I'm not close to Yao Jing, but after some time, those who pay attention to our family will be able to tell." Yang Heng's mother came from a scholarly family, so she was a stickler for rules. She wasn't happy with Yao Jing's behavior. In junior high, Yao Jing forced a girl to drop out of school. There were rumors that it was related to Yang Heng, so Yang Heng's mother did a private investigation and found the girl. She confirmed that she was indeed related to Yang Heng. However, because the girl attended a school party with Yang Heng, Yao Jing held a grudge against her. After that, Yang Heng's mother had a knot in her heart. She reminded Yang Heng to keep a distance from Yao Jing. At the same time, she even moved her family away to avoid trouble. The Yang family didn't express their attitude, and the Yao family didn't say anything either. They just got along like this, so they thought that the two families would continue to get along well. The mother and son spoke softly. Chief Yang didn't talk for too long. It was only a matter of 2 minutes before he passed the topic to Mother Yang. Mother Yang's words were gentle and clear. She could be compared to an announcer. She said simply and happily, "It's fine as long as you have fun. You're an adult after 18 years old. As parents, we can't control you like children. Have fun today. If you need anything, you can look for me and the staff at any time." The parents' open-minded attitude made the students who came to the birthday party relax. When Yang Heng spoke, he was even more straightforward. "Eat and drink well. Sleep well at night. Also, the brothers in our class who want to play darts with Yi Qian, you guys need to eat more. Only then will you have the strength to play against Yi Qian. The smile on Yao Jing's face deepened. So Yi Qian was invited here to compete with her senior brothers. Yang Heng did not specially invite him. Humph, that's more like it. Otherwise, she would have talked to Auntie Song tonight and let her and Yi Qian have to bear the consequences. The buffet was a relaxing meal. As they ate, they watched the programs organized by the third-grade students. Yang Heng's birthday party wasn't a high-class event, but it was exceptionally lively. Chapter 808. Mom, this is Yi Qian. She's famous in our school, a genius. During the meal, Yang Heng brought Mother Yang to Yi Qian's table and introduced her to the girls. She represented our country in the World Mathematical Olympiad in the second year of junior high. She was still in junior high at that time. She was involved in advanced mathematics in university and won an individual gold medal for our country. Hearing this, the smile on Mother Yang's face deepened. This little girl also looked fresh and refreshing. Wearing the school uniform, she exuded a temperament like a winter plum blossom. When she smiled, the corners of her mouth were slightly pursed. Not to mention her grades, just looking at her was pleasing to the eye. Good, good, good. You went abroad to win glory. You're really a good girl and a good student. Your parents must be proud of you. Mother Yang praised her sincerely. She didn't know that the girl's parents were absent. Yang Heng couldn't stop her in time. The girls sitting at the same table looked a little awkward. They all looked at Yi Qian. Without parents, no matter how good the child was, they couldn't see it. Yi Qian knew that Mother Yang didn't mean it. He smiled calmly and naturally. Thank you, Auntie. Yang Heng is the same. He's very good in school and is a role model for us. The girls heaved a sigh of relief. Yang Heng also heaved a sigh of relief. Even if the topic of parents' absence was unintentional, it was still a sad thing. He gently winked at Yi Qian to express his gratitude. He said to Mother Yang, Mom, now that you've met Yi Qian, can we go to the adults' banquet hall? If I don't go and see Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa, and Grandma, the four elders will say that I'm playful. You're just celebrating your 18th birthday. Why do I feel like you're an adult now? You're starting to think for the elders. Mother Yang teased her son. She looked proud and said to the girls sitting with Yi Qian, come and play at Auntie's house when you're free. It's big and quiet. Auntie welcomes all of you. Yao Jing walked over and overheard the conversation. Since Yi Qian was standing beside Mama Yang, she assumed that the conversation was directed at Yi Qian. She clenched her fists and walked over in a ladylike manner. Auntie, I'll accompany you to the hall next door. I can also help Yang Heng drink a little. I just saw some people from Uncle's unit. They will definitely let Yang Heng drink. As she spoke, she wrinkled her nose and pouted. Yang Heng's alcohol tolerance is too low. He can't even drink as much as me. Mother Yang wouldn't show anything in front of her son's classmates, but she still had to keep a distance. You little girl, why are you drinking like an adult? Just have fun here. The boys on the stage are doing a good job. It's really nice to watch. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows slightly. So that's why. No wonder she didn't dare to reveal that she liked Yang Heng. It was because of Mother Yang. The four boys on the main stage were performing a street dance. This was a dance that had just spread to the country. Very few people knew how to dance. Now, there were four boys performing at once, and they danced quite well. Yi Qian watched with great interest. She didn't even notice when Yao Jing had left. When the dance was over, 2 hotel staff carried 3 wooden racks for darts onto the stage. They then placed the 18-inch darts plate on the racks. The audience immediately applauded. Come, let's invite our junior Yi Qian up. 5 boys gracefully jumped onto the main stage. One of them held a large microphone and loudly invited Yi Qian up. Students, let's give her a round of applause. Chapter 809. Junior Yi Qian, you can do it. You can do it. Wang Jin, don't be so smug, Junior Yi Qian is very strong. The one holding the microphone was called Wang Jin, a professional darts player. Rumor has it that he's even participated in competitions before. Amidst the applause, Yi Qian calmly walked up the stage with a confident smile. Looking at the red, black, and white colored darts board, the center point was the smallest circle, then the center point was the smallest circle. Then, the center point would expand to a total of 5 circles, with the numbers 1 to 20 on the edge. Yi Qian looked at the darts board. She's never played before, so she could only guess how the score would be calculated. Darts emerged in England in the 15th century. In the 30s, darts became more and more professional, appearing in professional associations and competitions. The few of us were led by me, and we played together for a few years. Wang Jingxian introduced the origin of darts. It was obvious that he respected this sport very much. The points area, double area, triple area, outer circle center, and inner circle center were all introduced in great detail. Since this was related to the score, it's only natural to go into detail. You're saying that the innermost dot is not the highest score, and the highest score is in the triple zone of the inner iron ball's 20 points? Yi Jian realized that her guess was wrong after listening to Zhang Xian's explanation. Wang Jin nodded with a smile. Those who haven't played darts before all think the center point is the highest score. In fact, the true highest score is in the triple area of the inner circle. The spectating students all let out a long, "oh" sound. Not only did Yi Qian not know this, many of the students didn't know either. It sounds very good. I didn't expect Wang Jin and the others to be so professional. That's right, I just found out the center point isn't the highest score area. Haha, me too, I always thought hitting the center point was awesome. Up on the stage, Wang Jin pointed at the center point. Today we won't be playing 301 or 501, we'll be competing on who can hit the designated area in one shot. The center point is the highest score, no points, only the number of times. The 301 mentioned by Wang Jin was referring to the type of darts competition. There were 10 rounds in one game. Each player would start with a score of 301, and the score would decrease with each throw. The first player to reduce to 0 wins. 501 was the same as 301. The only difference was that the score was 501. There were more than just these 2 rules in darts. Wang Jin couldn't explain them all, and the students below the stage wouldn't be interested. As for Yi Qian, she felt that it would be better for her to just play and hit the bullseye. She had no idea what 301 and 501 Wang Jin was talking about. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "All right then, we'll only count the number of times and not the points. Because if you want to play with the score, I don't understand. But just counting the number of times won't be that interesting. How about we play some more tricks? For example, 2 darts at a time, 3 darts at a time. What do you think?" As a professional darts player, Wang Jin wanted to play a little more for fun. Throwing 2 darts at a time meant throwing 2 darts in one hand and letting the 2 darts hit 1 or 2 darts on the darts board. These were all fun for beginner players and belonged to the game category. The seniors below the stage laughed and scolded Wang Jin for being shameless for bullying Yi Qian, who was playing for the first time. Unexpectedly, Yi Qian thought about it and nodded. "I think this is more challenging. How about this, I'll also add a rule. Whoever loses will have to do 60 sit-ups. How about that? The time limit is 1 minute. Since the other party came up with the rules, then she would come up with the punishment for losing." Chapter 8:10. In the end, when Yi Qian announced the punishment, the confident Wang Jin choked on his saliva. He quickly passed the microphone to another guy. "Bro, let's send a representative. 60 sit-ups. Do it within a minute?" "I can't do it. It'll kill me." "Damn. If you can't do it, do you think I can?" The guy who took the microphone felt like he had received a hot potato. He couldn't hold it steady no matter how hard he tried. He felt extremely guilty. The students in the class couldn't take it anymore, especially the senior sisters. They directly shouted, "Are you kidding me? When you guys issued the challenge, Yi Qian happily accepted it. Now Yi Qian is just issuing a punishment, and you're all backing down? Are you kidding me? We will protest. Yi Qian didn't know how to play darts, but he happily accepted your challenge. Everyone can do these sit-ups. It's just that there's a time limit. Wang Jin took the microphone back and said sadly, "Beauties, 60 sit-ups in a minute." Yes, we can do it, but the time limit is the main point. The main point isn't that we can't do it, the main point is that there's a time limit. Oh, so that's how it is. Is it very difficult to do it? Only then did the senior sisters react and start whispering. So it was because of the time limit that they didn't dare to do it. But if even the boys didn't dare to do it, then, could Yi Qian do it? Since Yi Qian dared to say that he could do 60 sit-ups in a minute, of course he could do it. Moreover, he had deliberately set the time limit so that he could intimidate the boys. Psychological tactics were important in a competition. As such, the main control was in Yi Qian's hands. Seeing that everyone was in a difficult position, he said, "Then let's do 50. I can't go any lower. If I lose, I'll do 50 alone. If the seniors lose, all of you will do 50 together. The senior sisters here will be our witnesses." Since he had already said that, how could Wang Jin and the other 4 boys say that it was difficult? Even if it was difficult, they could only brace themselves and accept the punishment. "Junior sister Yi Qian, this move of yours caught us off guard." After Wang Jin turned off the microphone, he chuckled softly and said, 50 sit-ups in a minute. I'm afraid that my back will break after I'm done." They did not expect this quiet girl to be so fierce when she opened her mouth. Yi Qian's eyebrows raised slightly. He smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, we're all professional darts players. I've never even seen a darts player before. Why do you seem so certain that you will lose? Who will win and who will lose, everything is still unknown." That's right. It was still unknown who would win. How could he be so sure that the boys would lose? Wang Jin chuckled and said, "Even if we win, it won't be honorable. We'll still have to do 50 sit-ups." Yi Jian smiled in surprise. She didn't know who was the one who had an unfair advantage. She would wait and see. It was just a game. The darts were just ordinary brass darts. Yi Qian did not know much about them, but when he held them in his hand, he knew that they felt good in his hand and had a stable center of gravity. It was like a gun. It was just a matter of feeling in his hand. First, let's see how we hold the darts. First, find the balance. Then, place your thumbs slightly behind your center of gravity. You can hold your other fingers however you want. Just raise your arm and throw the darts. Wang Jin briefly explained to Yi Qian, then raised his arm and threw. The dart in his hand was the smallest dot in the center of the arrow. Chapter 8:11. At the beginning of the warm-up, the 5 boys took turns throwing darts on the 3 dart plates. The cheers and applause from the audience came like a tide. Although they didn't understand it very well, it was also very interesting to see their tricks. Yi Qian was watching from the side. She was used to watching them play one by one. She could see that Wang Jin and the others were indeed very professional. That kind of professionalism could be seen from their expressions. "What are your classmates playing?" The applause is so loud, and they are all saying good things. The adults in the hall next door heard the applause from outside. Director Yang smiled and asked his son who was talking to the adults, "Why don't we all go and have a look? We can come back after watching." The 2 halls were only separated by a wall. In the middle was a door with a folded 4-leaf screen. The students were noisy, and their laughter naturally passed through the door to the adults' ears. Yang Heng smiled and said, "There are a few boys in our class who are playing darts. They should be competing with Yi Qian now. You can go and have a look." "Then let's go and have a look." Director Yang stood up and laughed as he told his family and friends what was going on. There were only 3 tables where the adults said that they wanted to go and have a look. A woman in a dark suit who looked very professional said, "It is said that there are a group of people in Heng Heng's class who are good at literature and martial arts. Let's go and have a look and broaden our horizons. Auntie Song, you are making fun of us students. What else can broaden your horizons? Yao Jing, who had been accompanying the adults, stood up and smiled playfully. Later on, you will be able to see if you don't feel bored. Yang Heng's mother didn't like to hear this. She said to her sister, Jing, sometimes your words are quite disappointing. Heng Heng's classmates specially came over to celebrate his birthday. No matter whether it is good or not, it is the children's good intentions. Sister, how can I be so calculative with a child? The woman, who was Yang Heng's aunt, was the manager of the hotel. She paid all the expenses for the day, including the meal. Director Yang's family didn't need to pay a cent. When they came over, Wang Jin was holding a dart in both hands. He was between the two dart plates. After a few test throws, he raised his arms and threw the dart in both hands at the same time. Not bad. You can even play a variety of games. This kind of game can not only entertain and relax, but also make people focus. The students in the experimental class play differently. They play things that are beneficial to them. They were all relatives and close friends, so they didn't have to pay much attention to their words. However, only Yang Heng and Yao Jing were in high school. When she heard the words experimental class, Yao Jing's expression changed. She had never been good at studying, and if she really went to the experimental class, she would lose even more face. However, the one who spoke was Mother Yang. Even if she felt uncomfortable in her heart, she couldn't refute her. Instead, he smiled and said, "That's why Yang Heng is so good. He's good at studying and playing basketball." Heng Heng, isn't that girl Yi Qian? She knows how to play too. Mother Yang didn't seem to hear what Yao Jing said as her attention was focused on the stage. This little girl isn't proficient in all 18 kinds of martial arts, right? She's good at her studies and knows how to play darts, which is something only boys like. Yang Heng, who was standing in the middle of the old people, replied, "She doesn't play darts. It's the boys in our class who think she is good and want to play with her." With Yao Jing around, Yang Heng didn't want to mention Yi Qian. Even his tone was indifferent. Chapter 8:12. Yi Qian is in the second year of high school's experimental class. I wanted to introduce her to you. Yao Jing looked at the figure on the stage. Her eyes flashed with coldness. She naturally took over the topic and didn't judge them at all. She said softly to Mother Yang, "Auntie, don't you think it's weird for a girl to play with a boy's game?" Mother Yao heard this and patted her daughter's head. "You think it's weird? You're different. Why are you learning to play basketball? This is a sport for boys. If you learn it, your dad and I will think it's weird." Mother Yao and Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who had seen Yi Qian before, recognized her. Now that she was an alumnus invited by Yang Heng, no matter how weird it was, their daughter shouldn't say it out loud. They knew that their daughter had been feeling wrong since that incident, but they couldn't help it. Who told their daughter to kick an iron plate? Deputy Bureau Chief Yao also pretended to be angry. "You like to meddle in other people's business. Yi Qian is the daughter of a martyr. How can a child without parents compare to you, who grew up in a honey jar? If she wasn't stronger, how could she get to where she is today? Learn from others. Don't make me and your mom worry all day long." The two families stood together and could hear each other's words. Mother Yang's heart was not calm at this moment. Yi Qian was the daughter of a martyr. Her parents were no longer alive. She just said to the child, "Your parents must be proud of you." Didn't she hurt the poor child? If the Yao family didn't say it, she wouldn't have known. Because from Yi Qian's face, she couldn't see the cowardice of not having parents or the frivolity of an uneducated child. He gave her the feeling that he was steady and had his own opinions. After the game, she must apologize in person. She couldn't think that it was just an unintentional action and just let it go. Yao Jing, who let her parents take turns to scold her, kept acting like a spoiled child. Yi Qian stood 37 meters away and picked up a dart with one hand. In his mind, he recalled how they played darts just now. The tip of the dart needs to be slightly pointed upwards to stabilize the dart. That's right, the best way to play with darts is to hold the dart with 3 fingers. In that case, she would also try to hold the dart with 3 fingers. As for the principle, she would only know the difference between holding the dart with 3 fingers and holding it with multiple fingers after throwing the dart. Yi Qian, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Defeat them. The applause and cheers were extraordinarily loud. Yi Qian smiled and turned around to give them an okay sign. Her eyes were as clear as water. When she looked back and smiled, her beautiful face was like a magnolia with multiple petals. She was so clean that even adults would find her beautiful. This child was extraordinarily beautiful. Yang Heng's aunt, Chief Song, exclaimed, "Clean, really clean. Such a beautiful child is so clean. She looks so much better than the celebrities on TV." The moment the dart was thrown, Yi Qian understood why Wang Jin had 3 fingers, while the other 4 boys had multiple fingers. Multiple fingers allowed for better control when accelerating, but it would be difficult to release the dart. Naturally, the fingers would be slower. On the other hand, 3 fingers allowed for unstable acceleration, but released the dart quickly. If this was a competition, this was equivalent to buying time for oneself. The tip of the dart did not hit the smallest tip, but it was still pretty good. It hit the second dot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, it didn't drop, it didn't drop. Yi Qian, come on, come on. You're amazing. You're amazing. According to the 5-second rule, the dart had to be on the dart board for at least 5 times. If it dropped, it would be considered a loss. Chapter 8:13. The girls cheered loudly as if they had seen hope. Wang Jin and the others looked at each other. Was this luck or skill? Did he hit it as soon as he went up? The distance was 2.37 meters, which was the standard distance for professional darts. He hit it as soon as he went up. It looks fun. Yang Heng, do you want to play together? Yao Jing didn't like this kind of praise, especially when she saw Mother Yang's gaze always falling on Yi Jian. She felt a little uncomfortable. But she couldn't go up so rashly, so she could only drag Yang Heng along. Let's go and play. You're the main character today. Let's play and have fun together. Yao Jing, who was wearing a pink princess dress, stood in the chandelier and acted coquettishly. Not only was she cute, but she was also a little naive. If you don't go up, then it'll be boring. She couldn't let Yi Qian take all the limelight. Yang Heng looked at her coldly and said, "If you want to go up and play, then go. See, there are already a few girls up there." It turned out that when the girls saw Yi Qian hit it in one throw, they thought it wouldn't be difficult and wanted to give it a try. Since there were already people going up, then it wouldn't be too conspicuous for her to go up. Yao Jing turned her head and made a face at Yang Heng. "If you're not going, then I'm going. It's not easy to have so many classmates play together. If I don't join, then it'll be disappointing." Because of Yang Heng, the possessive Yao Jing treated Yi Qian as her love rival. How could she let her love rival steal the limelight? On the stage, Yi Qian stood at the starting point where Wang Jin and the others threw their darts. After throwing the first dart, the girls saw hope and waited for the boys to do 50 sit-ups. "Junior Yi Qian, you're not teasing us, right? We all think you've played before." Wang Jin, who pulled the dart out of the plate, was a little uncertain. The tip of the dart was deeply embedded in the plate. When he threw the dart, his finger movements were the same as his own. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like he had played darts before. Yi Qian took the dart from him again. Faced with his uncertainty, he pursed his lips and smiled. "I never tease people. I only tell them the truth. Indeed, I haven't played it before, but I saw you guys play it just now, and it felt quite good." The main thing was that he had a good sense of aiming. As long as he controlled his arm strength and mastered the essentials of throwing darts, there wouldn't be much of a problem. When Yi Qian was in the early stages of his sniping training, he had to carry a heavy object around his wrist. When it came to sniping training, he had to hold a sniper rifle that weighed about 5 kilograms with both hands and lie down in one place for several hours without moving. His control over his arm strength had long been trained, and his focus and aim were even better. Xia Jinyuan was racing on a rainy night. Even at such a high speed, she was able to hit the target. Coupled with her superb memory, she was able to copy the key points of Wang Jin's movements and achieve the result just now. Playing darts indeed requires a good sense of the game. You got a good sense of the game after just one round. Wang Jin let out a long sigh. He deliberately put on a sad face and said, "What should we do? I don't think the four of us can beat you." Yi Qian, who was playing with darts, suddenly laughed out loud. "How is that possible? You guys are professional darts players. Why would you be afraid of a newbie like me?" Yao Jing ran over to the main stage. She deliberately raised her voice and said crisply, "That's right. Look at how self-aware Yi Qian is. How can you guys lower your morale? She only learned for a few minutes, and you guys are already so afraid. It seems like darts are pretty easy to learn." She then turned her gaze to the other high school girls who were watching from the stage. She smiled and asked, "Isn't that so? Seniors, do you guys also think that it's pretty easy to learn?" When it came to things like this, Yao Jing would always find a scapegoat. If she wasn't confident, she would let others try first so that she wouldn't embarrass herself. "Yeah, we also think it's pretty easy, so we came to try. But we don't want to compete. We just think it's fun." The high school girls giggled. They just wanted to have some fun. They didn't have any intention of suppressing Yi Qian. They then said, "Junior Yi Qian, don't worry about us. Hurry up and practice. The game will start in 5 minutes. Do your best. We have high hopes for you. Do your best, Yi Qian. I have high hopes for you too." Yao Jing playfully winked at Yi Qian. She walked over to the darts board and took out a dart. She weighed it in her hand. Her eyes flickered as she glanced at Yi Qian. She smiled and said, "It seems pretty easy. Why don't I give it a try too? Seniors, come and teach me. I'll learn seriously." "We can't do it. Let them teach you." The game hadn't started yet, so it was still okay to have some fun. The seniors pushed a boy over and smiled. "Go, go, go. Teach Junior Yao Jing. There's only a few minutes left. Who knows, you might be able to teach an expert." The boy was shy, but he still walked over. Just as he was about to take out a dart and give it to Yao Jing, he saw that Yao Jing directly took a few darts in her hand and said, "Thank you, senior brother," in a clear voice, but the darts were thrown over one after another. "Senior brother, is it like this?" The distance was close, so Yao Jing threw a dart on the board. "Just like this?" "Senior brother, I'm doing it right. Look, I'm shooting." With her appearance, the entire stage became a one-person show. When the boy saw this, he nodded in embarrassment. "Yes, just throw it like this. It's good enough that it hit the board." Since there was no competition, she could do whatever she wanted. Yi Qian was much more serious. He listened attentively to Wang Jin's explanation. "Your arm strength seems to be pretty good. The tip of the dart is stuck in the board. But it doesn't matter. I can guarantee that the tip of the dart is stable." After dinner, the hotel staff quickly cleaned up the entire banquet hall and replaced it with fruits, snacks, and sweets so that the spectating students could continue eating and watching. Yi Qian's 5-minute warm-up time was up. After throwing 2 darts, she nodded to Wang Jin. "Okay, we can start now." Me too, me too. This is fun." Yao Jing, who had at least 5 darts in her hand, trotted to Wang Jin's side. Tonight, she was the one with the most smiles and the sweetest smile. "Count me in. I want to play too. Just now, the seniors said that I played well. Senior sisters are also playing well, let's play together." "No, we have to make a bet. It's more fun with a bet." It was just for fun. There was no need to make a bet. Wang Jin quickly stopped her. No, no, no. We're just playing. There's no need to make a bet. It's a hobby, not a bet. If you want to play, let's play together. It was more fun with more people. Yang Heng walked up and took the 5 darts from Yao Jing's hand and handed them to Wang Jin. You can't leave me out. It's more fun to play together. Yes, it was more fun with more people. Chapter 8:14. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao said to Mother Yang, these 2 children have been the same since they were young. They always stay together no matter where they go. Heng Heng is mature and steady. My daughter is mischievous and loves to laugh. One is quiet and the other is active. They complement each other and don't be impulsive. How can you say that? The children are all grown up. Stop joking around and don't make them feel awkward. Mother Yao smiled and glared at her husband. She said to Mother Yang, Huiying, old Yao doesn't know how to talk. Don't listen to his nonsense. Heng Heng is in her 3rd year of high school. Studying is more important. When she gets into Hua University or Shi University, you can just wait to enjoy life. In this day and age, no matter what kind of parents, as long as they send their children to school, they all want their children to get into a good school. Only then will their family have hope. Mother Yang understood the meaning behind her neighbor's words. She smiled and said, the children are all grown up. I see that Heng Heng treats everyone the same. She's cold and indifferent. I don't know who she takes after. One is quiet and the other is active. They complement each other and don't be impulsive. What's wrong with old Yao's family? The children are only in high school. Why do they act like their daughter can't get married? No matter how anxious they are, they shouldn't be this anxious. Could it be that there's something else? Yes, the children are all grown up. They don't belong to us anymore. Mother Yao nodded as if she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. She then looked at her daughter who was wearing a pink princess dress. She was especially dazzling among a group of students in school uniforms. Even Yi Jian could not steal her daughter's limelight. However, Yi Qian did have some tricks up her sleeve. She got to know Yang Heng within 2 months of coming to school. Their relationship was so close that she even attended his birthday party. She had so many tricks up her sleeve at such a young age. She was able to make Jing Jing suffer in her hands without saying a word. Mother Yao's gaze slid past Yi Qian's face. Her thoughts weren't just a little bit. Although the Yang family didn't interfere with Yang Heng's friends outside, Yi Qian, who didn't have any family background, would have some prejudice. So, either she came here on her own accord, or Yang Heng played with her. Maybe they were just ordinary friends. She had to take a closer look to see how Yang Heng treated Yi Qian. She also had to see if Yi Qian harbored any ill intentions towards Yang Heng. After pondering for a while, Mother Yao looked at her little princess dotingly and said with a smile, Jingjing really likes to join in the fun wherever she goes. I don't know if she knows how to play. Huiying, let's go and have a look. Mama Yang's surname was Song, and her name was Huiying. Hearing this, she smiled and said, sure, let's go take a look together. Since there were 2 adults coming over, the rest of the adults were interested. They gathered around the stage and watched the group of children playing on the stage. Wang Jin and the others originally only wanted to compete with Yi Qian, but when they saw Yao Jing, the girls in the class, and Yang Heng come in, they immediately said, you guys go and play. You're not even on the same level as us professionals. It's not fun to play with you. Are you looking down on us? Senior, I was having a good time just now. Yao Jing pursed her lips and pulled Yang Heng aside, saying, let's play together. Yi Qian isn't a professional. We can all play together. Our seniors want to play too. Sensing that something was wrong, the girls in class 3 returned the darts in their hands to Wang Jin and waved their hands, saying, we really want to play, but we don't want to compete. Yao Jing, don't drag us into this. Just drag Yang Heng along. They pushed each other and whispered unnaturally, hurry up and get off the stage. Everyone got off the stage. None of them were forced to stay by Yao Jing. Chapter 8:15. After coming down from the stage, a few of them looked unhappy. They whispered that Yao Jing really likes to make her own decisions. We don't even want to play. She keeps trying to embarrass us. She said she was asking us, but we didn't say anything. She made the decision again. What kind of person is she? I hate people like her the most. What a great model. I really thought she was cute. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's see what they'll do. I wonder how Yi Qian is doing. It's so boring to meet such a troublemaker. As they spoke, they looked over at Yi Qian. Seeing that he was trying out the darts for himself and didn't even look at Yao Jing, they couldn't help but smile. I think Yi Qian didn't even notice her. What's there to notice if she's not good enough? If it were me, I wouldn't bother to look either. The girls giggled and whispered, but they didn't know that although Yi Qian didn't pay attention to Yao Jing, he saw her little actions. She just wanted to compete with her, but she was too cautious and didn't want to embarrass herself. She wanted to drag Yang Heng down as well, but she was afraid that it would be too obvious, so she dragged her seniors who were playing darts down as well. She wanted to do it naturally without causing any disgust. But girls were all petty. Yao Jing's actions had already made her seniors disgusted. But then again, if Yi Ying had Yao Jing's methods and schemes, she wouldn't have transferred to the province's second high school. Yao Jing, who was standing on the stage, felt embarrassed when she saw that her senior sisters had all left the stage without giving her any face. If it weren't for Deputy Director Yao, who was laughing and joking about this matter, boys like Wang Jin and the others, who were straightforward and didn't understand a little girl's thoughts, would have embarrassed Yao Jing even more. With the adults interfering, no matter how unwilling Wang Jin and the others were, they could only agree to let Yao Jing participate in the competition. Because the adults had already said that it was just fun, so they should play. Who said it was fun? The five of them really wanted to compete with Yi Qian and see if the target shooting expert could play darts. They even wanted to pull her into their team. The five boys were divided into two groups. Wang Jin, another boy named He Zhang, Yi Qian, and Yang Heng were in one group. On the other hand, Yao Jing was in a group with three other boys. Both sides had 4 people. In terms of numbers, it was a tie. In terms of skill, it was barely a tie. This was because Wang Jin was the best at darts among the 5 of them. Based on the center of the circle, the team that hits the center the most wins. The time limit is 10 minutes. The punishment was to do 50 sit-ups in a minute. No one is allowed to go back on their word. 50 per person. Wang Jin repeated the rules once more. His gaze unintentionally slid past Yao Jing's face with a hint of impatience in his eyes. Yao Jing was just about to say that she didn't want to do 50 sit-ups when she saw Yi Qian staring at her with a faint smile. Her eyes darkened and she swallowed her words. Heh, do you want to see me, Yao Jing, become a joke? Just wait and see. It was still unknown who would win and who would lose. She lifted her chin slightly and gave Yi Qian a faint smile. She winked and said, "It's so fun. The loser has to do 50 sit-ups. I wonder who came up with this idea. 50 sit-ups in a minute. Yi Qian, don't you think it's too difficult?" "It's not difficult because I'm the one who set the punishment." Yi Qian's lips curled into a smile. There was a hint of calmness between his brows. He didn't take Yao Jing's words to heart and didn't let them affect his mood. Chapter 8:16. The smile on Yao Jing's face froze, and her pupils constricted. She quickly smiled sweetly and said, "You have guts. You must win later, or else it'll be so embarrassing. Good luck, Yi Qian." 50 sit-ups. Did Yi Qian think she was a boy? Even if she lost, she wouldn't embarrass herself. There were 3 other good players in her group. If she lost, they would be the ones to lose face. Sneering inwardly, Yao Jing adjusted her breathing and looked at the dart board in front of her. She thought about how she had thrown 5 or 6 darts without any problems. Her eyes flashed with confidence, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Then let's see how good Yi Qian is. Both groups, get ready. 10 minutes, start. The boy in charge of counting the time shouted. The first player, Wang Jin, stood at 2:37 meters and threw. The other group also stood at 2:37 meters and threw. 2 brass darts were thrown, and they hit the smallest circle in the middle at almost the same time. Good. 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 The adults watching below the stage all applauded. Not bad, he really had some skills. Both teams won the first round, and the audience applauded. Some people cheered for this group, while others cheered for the next group. With a good start, the members of both groups had smiles on their faces. Don't take the darts, I'll do it. The boy in the second position reminded the player in front of him that a circle could hit 2 or 3 darts. After the first position threw, he immediately let the next player take over. This saved him the time to take the darts, so he could try to get more darts. Yang Heng, who was standing beside Yi Qian, laughed and said, I'm a little nervous. Don't blame me if I miss. Why aren't you nervous when playing basketball? Yi Qian only had time to reply before it was her turn. She and Yao Jing were both in the third position. The dart on the dartboard was taken down by the second member. Yi Jian immediately stood at the 2:37-meter point and raised her hand with the dart tipped slightly upward. Holding the dart with 3 fingers, she leaned slightly to one side and raised her arm to throw the dart. She accurately aimed at the center point and threw the dart lightly. Just as she threw the dart, she suddenly saw Yao Jing, who was supposed to be throwing darts with her, run less than a meter away and throw the dart easily. I said it was easy. See, didn't I hit it? Yao Jing pulled the dart out of the circle, turned around, and smiled brightly. You don't even dare to play such a simple game. I haven't learned from Yi Qian, and I hit the circle. The situation was not just a little bit awkward, but she had also run so close to the dart. She must be here to cause trouble. The 3 boys in Yao Jing's group were dumbfounded. Running so close to her to throw the darts, was she really dumb or was she pretending to be dumb? She couldn't be here to make others laugh, right? The applause did not stop because of Yao Jing. It was all for Yi Qian, especially the girls. Their voices were so loud that the boys beside them had to cover their ears. Yi Qian, you can do it, you can do it. Come on, punish them with 50 sit-ups. No one paid attention to Yao Jing, and no one reminded her if she was wrong. Now that it was Yang Heng's turn, everyone's eyes were glued to him, afraid that they would miss the best moment. Yang Heng was the 4th player. Yi Qian dodged, and he immediately threw the dart. The dart fell to the ground, and the students in the class laughed. Our slam dunk master is good at basketball. Even the teacher said it was good. Forget about the darts. Chapter 8:17. I'm not good enough. I'm just giving it a try. Yang Heng stood on the stage with a handsome smile. I'm just here to make up the numbers. I'm not competing. Yang Heng wasn't angry at the students' teasing. He didn't know how to throw darts, but he saw Yao Jing causing trouble on the stage. He had no choice but to go on stage and suppress her to prevent her from being too arrogant. From the beginning, she had been targeting Yi Qian. She thought she had done it flawlessly, but in reality, anyone who paid a little attention could see that she was targeting Yi Qian. If even Wang Jin could see it, how could the other students not see it? He knew Yao Jing very well. When she realized that she was the one who had embarrassed herself, and Yi Qian had won all the way, she would hate Yi Qian even more. Then, she would be more careful and target Yi Qian even more. She would only have scruples if he stood on the stage to keep her in check. Yang Heng's self-teasing made the students of grade 12 class 1 laugh. Even though he had lost openly and honestly. It made it even more obvious that he was a true boy. Holding a dart in her hand, Yao Jing, who was standing in the trajectory of the dart, didn't react in time. She stood still and blocked the dartboard, successfully slowing down the 4th dart thrower in her group. Not only did she make a fool of herself, she also made a fool of her teammates. The boy was anxious and shouted at Yao Jing, who had just realized something was wrong. Why are you still smiling like an idiot? Go away. I can catch up. You're standing in the wrong place. Invalid throw. Standing in the wrong place? Invalid throw? How was that possible? She didn't throw the dart directly at the dartboard. Instead, she stood at a certain distance before throwing the dart. But they said that she was standing in the wrong place. Then, Yao Jing's expression became awkward. Then, she was really standing in the wrong place. Suddenly, Yao Jing realized that she had made a very serious mistake. First, the applause just now wasn't for her, but for Yi Qian, who was throwing darts with her. The boy who was standing at the fourth position tried to catch up with Yao Jing, but it was difficult for him to do so after Yao Jing's stroke. Fuck, quick, quick, the three of us and the three of them. Let's see if we can even it out. Wang Jin is faster, Yi Qian is a little slower. If we hold on, we'll be even. She didn't know how to throw, yet she pretended to be very good at it. We were tricked by her. Soon, it was King Gold again. Fuck. Yi Qian didn't even take off his darts. The three boys did not lower their voices when they spoke. When the enthusiasm of the entire competition was raised, how could they notice that they had to lower their voices? Right now, he only wanted to win. Deputy Director Yao and Mother Yao, who had all heard it, felt a little awkward. No matter how awkward it was, both husband and wife had the ability to turn the situation around. Mother Yao sighed and helplessly said to Mother Yang, "This girl is making trouble again. Other people are having a serious competition, but she's just going up to liven up the atmosphere so easily." As parents, they always had to take care of their children. Mother Yang could understand, but she couldn't let her children be so indulgent. When it was time to say something, she still had to say something. Mother Yang, who didn't want to be upset at her son's birthday party, also smiled and said, "Little Jing has been like this since she was young. You'll get used to it." Deputy Director Yao also tried to smooth things over for his daughter. Jing, this child, is making trouble. She doesn't treat this as a competition at all. Her heart isn't ordinary. Others treat it as a competition, but she treats it as having fun. Chapter 8:18. Old Yao, your words have a double meaning. Ha ha ha, if you don't treat the competition as a competition, then you're being narrow-minded? You. Director Yang laughed and joked. Let the children play around. Old Yao, you're an adult. Why are you getting involved? Deputy Director Yao laughed as well. Yes. Let the children play around. We adults will just watch. But my little girl, Jing, she's going to throw a tantrum with me when she gets home. We have to let Heng persuade her. She doesn't listen to us. She only listens to Heng. Her rebellious period is here. We can only persuade her. Director Yang clapped his hands and stared intently at the stage. He was very interested in what Deputy Director Yao said, and he didn't deny it. At this time, Yao Jing was so embarrassed that she bit her lips. She really didn't know that there was a distance between the darts. No one told her. She thought that she just had to find the right distance to throw the darts. Yao Jing didn't run away from reality. Instead, she openly admitted her mistake. I'm sorry. I thought I could just stand anywhere and throw. I'll pay attention this round. Admitting her mistake resolved the awkwardness and made her team members look better. It's okay. You can just stand at 2:37 meters and throw. The boys in the same group didn't say much. Since the girl admitted her mistake, then forget it. Anyway, it was just a game. Admitting her mistake was more acceptable than hiding it. In this aspect, Yao Jing was much better than Yi Ying. Yi Qian's group had already thrown 2 rounds. In both rounds, Yi Qian hit the center circle. Wang Jin's heart trembled as he watched. He was really good. He didn't miss on his first try. Unfortunately, it was a 2-group competition. It would be more interesting if it was an individual competition. Yao Jing, don't go the wrong way. The second round was Yao Jing's turn. The boy beside her quickly reminded her, afraid that she would run to a distance less than 50 centimeters away from the darts board again. That wasn't throwing, that was stabbing. Stabbing the dart directly was as easy as raising your hand. A distance of 2.37 meters wasn't a short distance. Yao Jing stood at the distance and tried several times to throw the dart toward the center circle, but she still couldn't throw it. So far. How did Yi Qian do it? Quick, quick. It was Yi Qian again. They're all in the third round. Hurry up and throw it. Who cares if it hits or not? You have to make room for me. The guy behind Yao Jing urged. If the front didn't throw the darts, the team members at the back could only wait and waste time. If Yao Jing didn't care whether she could hit the target or not, she would have done it long ago. But because she wanted to hit the target, she kept trying. She turned her head and saw Yi Qian maintaining a slightly tilted posture as he threw the ball over effortlessly. Yao Jing heard another round of cheers and thunderous applause from the audience. She pursed her lips and felt very uncomfortable. She only knew how difficult it was after trying to hit 2.37 meters. It was difficult for her to even hit the dart board, let alone hit the center circle. No, I have to learn from her posture first. Maybe I'll be lucky and hit the target. Yao Jing didn't care about the urging of the guy behind her. She imitated Yi Qian's posture and threw the dart. The dart tip was at least a meter away from the target. It didn't even touch the darts and fell to the ground. Chapter 8:19. The sensitive girls could tell that Yao Jing was imitating Yi Qian. They all pursed their lips and giggled. She was making a fool of herself. Yang Heng, who also missed his target with a dart in his hand, glanced coldly at the embarrassed Yao Jing. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Provoking Yi Qian? I really don't know what kind of brain she has. When it was Wang Jin's turn to throw the darts again, his team was one round faster than Yao Jing's team, and the applause was all for them. As for Yao Jing's apology, it was like throwing a small stone into the sea. It didn't even cause a splash. Do you still want to play? Yang Heng stopped playing and walked to Yao Jing, who was smiling fakely. If you want to find fault, you have to see if you have the ability to do so. If you continue playing, don't blame me for not reminding you. You'll be the one making a fool of yourself. Yao Jing knew that she would be the one making a fool of herself if she continued playing, but she couldn't just quit like that. How embarrassing. She pouted and said unhappily, I don't want to play anymore. It's not as fun as I imagined. Come down with me. This kind of competition wasn't something she could handle. It was better for her to quit early and not embarrass herself even more. A cold light flashed in Yang Heng's eyes as he walked down the stage with a smile on his handsome face. A few men who were close to him reached out their hands and clapped happily. A boy said, with you as a comparison, we'll enjoy watching. Wang Jin and the others do have some skills. Yi Qian is even better. She has never thrown before and hasn't missed in 4 rounds. She's good at playing and learning. Most importantly, she's so beautiful and has such a good personality. I had some evil intentions at first, but I don't dare anymore. I'm afraid I'll blaspheme her. Yao Jing, who originally wanted to continue following Yang Heng, heard this. Her eyes flashed with a gloomy coldness, followed by a gloating malice. She needed to call Luo Ran and see where he was now. Blaspheme? She really wanted to see Yi Qian, a commoner girl, being blasphemed. She quietly walked out of the banquet hall and saw a few taxis stop at the entrance of the hotel. The first one to get out was Luo Ran. He got out in a huff and even the door was on fire. Luo Ran. She motioned for Luo Ran to speak with her outside the hotel so that no one could see them. Without Yao Jing and Yang Heng, it became a 3-on-3 competition. The whole process was very exciting. Wang Jin and the other 2 boys had to draw a line every time they threw the darts, but Yi Qian only needed to stand at a distance of 2.37 meters, and his throwing speed was only slightly slower than Wang Jin and the other boys. Mother Yang listened to her son's classmates excitedly discussing. She had always thought that Yi Qian had also learned how to play darts. Only now did she realize that Yi Qian had only learned it for a while. She said in surprise, "Aya, this child is really good at both civil and martial arts. Maybe it's because I grew up in the army, so I'm familiar with these boys' games." Compared to the smile on Mother Yang's face, the smile on Mother Yao's face was much lighter. When her daughter came down from the stage, the smile on her face disappeared. Originally, her daughter was the most outstanding one. Who would have thought that she would be suppressed by Yi Qian again and successfully attract the attention of the Yang family? Her methods were so high that it made her, an adult, tremble. She said, "It's not good for a girl to be too outstanding. For families like yours and mine, the most important thing is character." Chapter 8:20. Mother Yang glanced at her former neighbor and frowned slightly. Was she telling her that Yi Qian's character wasn't good? Over the years, she didn't like Jing's overbearing personality, so she didn't interact much with the Yao family. She didn't expect the old neighbor to have changed so much. She even liked to gossip behind her back. Her own child was excellent, but other children were also excellent. How could she say that other children's character wasn't good? She didn't have the grace and tolerance that an adult should have. "I think they're all good. Those who can go to the experimental class and represent the country can't be too bad," Mother Yang said faintly and clapped with a smile. The 10 minutes of competition on the stage had already ended. Mother Yao's expression stiffened. Her old neighbor meant that those who could go to the experimental class and represent the country were good children, but those who didn't go to the experimental class and didn't go abroad to compete weren't good children? Why did it sound like she was talking about Jing? Mother Yao, who felt uncomfortable in her heart, wanted to say a few more words. However, when she saw Mother Yang's elegant expression, smiling and applauding for the wonderful performance on the stage, she frowned and thought to herself, "Huiying seems to treat Yi Jian differently." Mother Yao adjusted her expression and clapped with a smile. She didn't want to affect the relationship between the old neighbors. No matter what, her family had a good relationship with the Yang family. As long as Jing and Yang Heng continued their relationship, it wouldn't be difficult for the two families to become in-laws. How could the picky Mother Yang take a fancy to a girl who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere? For Yi Qian, she didn't care about other people's opinions when she was reborn. Especially for an adult like Mother Yao who was picky about other people's children, she wouldn't care. Yi Qian's team will definitely win. She only missed twice. Forget it. I think the two teams are about the same. But Li Qian's team is 2 rounds slower than Yi Qian's team. It's a bit difficult to win. While the students were discussing, Yi Qian's team did indeed win after calculating the center circle of the two teams. Based on the individual probability of hitting the center circle, Yi Jian only hit 2 fewer center circles than Wang Jin, which was the same as the other 4 boys. After careful calculation, the boys still lost. "I can't believe this is your first time playing. How can the 5 of us believe such a high hit rate?" Wang Jin and the other 4 looked at Yi Qian's individual score and were all in disbelief. Only 2 points less than Wang Jin. They had been practicing for a long time, but they were defeated by Yi Qian so easily. They couldn't accept it, and at the same time, their fighting spirit was ignited. "Why don't we play with 2 darts and 3 darts again?" Wang Jin's interest was piqued. He was reluctant to let go of his opponent. Yi Qian didn't want to play anymore. He smiled and said, "I've never played darts before, but I like to play with a slingshot. It's the same hit rate. I just need to find the feeling. I can still throw a center circle. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it if I play a bigger one." How could Yi Qian, who was more thoughtful than the boys, agree? After all, it was Yang Heng's birthday party. It was Yang Heng's main venue. They played darts for the students to have fun, not for the guests to play. Chapter 8:21. Moreover, it was enough to play 1 round of this kind of competition. There was really no point in continuing to play. She said, "Don't use your ultimate moves. I was sweating just now. If we continue, I can't." My legs are a little weak. Yi Jian never thought that showing weakness was a sign of cowardice. She was confident, and there was no sign of cowardice between her eyebrows. If they continued to play, it was hard to tell who would win and who would lose. 2 darts at once, 3 darts at once. She didn't know if it was 2 consecutive darts, but the targets were similar. When she was training in the desert, Uncle Jen would throw 2 objects at the same time, and they would fly over together with the sand. She had to hit both objects at once to pass the test. If it was similar, she was confident that she could beat the boys. However, there was no need to continue. Enough was enough. At this point, the girls were waiting for the boys to start doing sit-ups. Wang Jin and the other 4 reacted quickly and said, "If you're willing to bet, you're willing to lose. 50 sit-ups. Come, let's do it together." They finished the 50 sit-ups happily and ended the competition perfectly. Yang Heng, who was standing next to Director Yang, smiled and said, "Dad, what do you think? I told you she's good at this. It's her first time and she's already so good. I'm so happy to have a friend like her." "Oh, just a friend? No other thoughts?" Director Yang smiled and teased his son, "I think this girl is very charming. Are you sure you just want to be a friend?" Yang Heng also smiled as he looked at his father who was teasing him. He said frankly, "It's because she's very charming and I know very well what I'm capable of. That's why we're only suitable to be friends, and only friends." He wasn't belittling himself, but sometimes you have to know your limits. If you know you can't do something, then don't force it. Moreover, what's wrong with being friends? Being friends means you don't have to worry about your friend being taken away by others. Director Yang smiled in relief at his son's thoughtfulness. Yi Qian was indeed a good girl. Because she was too good, he knew his son couldn't control such a girl. Now that he didn't need to remind them, the problem didn't exist. How could Director Yang not be gratified? Yang Heng laughed and said, "Also, I dare say that if we continue to play, she may not lose. Now that you've said you don't want to play anymore, you're able to pick up and let go. You're even bolder than the boys." He is indeed very courageous. Children these days are able to leave some face for others without batting an eyelid. It's rare. Bureau Chief Yang had been in politics for a long time, so he naturally had a good eye for people. Nodding his head with a smile, he praised, "She did not waste her talent. She grew up to be so outstanding even without parents. It's very meaningful to have such a friend. Dad supports you." Everyone in politics knew the importance of connections. Yi Qian was still a student, but with her talent, she would definitely achieve great things in the future. Being friends with such a person would not only spur his son on, but also help his son in the future. But after pondering for a while, Bureau Chief Yang reminded him in a low voice, "Yang Heng, you have to treat people with sincerity. Don't pretend to be nice to her. We'll be friends for life. Since we've decided on them, we have to treat them well." Although it was said that there are no lifelong friends, only lifelong interests, as long as you met the right friend, it was worth it to make friends. Chapter 822. Even if they did not work together in the future, they were once friends who treated each other wholeheartedly. "I know. That's why I thought of her as a friend from the start. Also, please help me keep an eye on Uncle Yao. Yao Jing is prejudiced against her." The last sentence was what Yang Heng wanted to say. Bureau Chief Yang frowned and nodded lightly. Although he did not say anything, his nod was enough to show that he knew what was going on. Seeing that his father had nodded, Yang Heng heaved a sigh of relief. The heavy burden in his heart had finally been lifted. He pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "I've always wanted to tell you, but I was afraid that you wouldn't like it and Yi Jian wouldn't agree. Yao Jing may look lively, but she has too many tricks up her sleeves. Just now, her tricks were so frequent that I was annoyed just by looking at them. Uncle Yao and Auntie Yao did not stop her. They even indulged her and thought that it was just a small matter. In the long run, Yao Jing's character will bring trouble to Uncle Yao's family sooner or later." The father and son spoke softly. "Yao Jing, who had contacted Luo Ran, came back and complained to her parents. Her delicate face was gloomy. She knew that this was Yang Heng's birthday party, but she stole the limelight. How can there be such an annoying person like her? Mom, talk to Auntie Al later. Don't let her be deceived by her appearance. That's enough. You were in the wrong just now, and you still have the nerve to criticize others. Keep your head up and your chest out. Don't shrink your neck. Father Yao criticized in a low voice. Yi Qian is very outstanding. You have to admit that. You have to understand that you are not as good as others. Look at her. She fought against 5 people alone, and she didn't panic at all. She even forced the 5 boys to sweat. If you don't want your limelight to be stolen, you have to have the ability to steal the limelight from others. If it were you, with your character, you would definitely follow up the victory and make yourself look good. But look at her. She knows when to stop. Not only did she take care of the boys' faces, but she also won their respect. Moreover, this is Yang Heng's birthday party. He is the main character. Mother Yao was not Sun Dongqing. She had to teach her child when she made a mistake and did not know how to behave properly. She also criticized with a sullen face. You didn't even know how to read people's faces. What I taught you, where did it all go? Also, your dad and I have warned you not to go against Yi Jian. And you? You think you're the host today just because your Uncle Yang and Auntie Yang smiled at you? You're stealing the limelight. Even I'm embarrassed. Apologize to your Uncle Yang and Auntie later. Children can be immature, but they must know how to admit their mistakes. Calm as. The couple was not in the mood to watch anymore. They discussed in secret. At 9:30 p.m., a huge birthday cake was pushed up. The applause of the whole class did not stop. The candles were lit, and the entire banquet hall was brightly lit. Only a few small lights were left on. In the faint candlelight, a "Happy Birthday" song was played. Chapter 8:23. Yi Qian looked at the clock on the wall. It was almost time to leave. Today was the day she decided to meet Luo Ran. Now she was going to meet him at the back alley of the bar. In the cheerful birthday song, Yi Jian accurately walked to Wang Jin's side and said softly, "I have something to do. I'll be back later." "Okay, I'll leave you a big piece of cake to smear on Yang Heng's face." Wang Jin didn't know that Yi Qian was going to fight. He thought she would be back later. He didn't ask for more details. He was thinking about how to sneak up on Yang Heng. He didn't even notice when Yi Qian left. When Yi Qian left, she took 10 darts with her because she realized they were pretty good as weapons. When the lights came on and the cake was cut, no one ate it. Everyone was playing with the cake. Yang Heng was the worst. His clean and handsome face even had eyelashes. Yi Qian left? Did she say where she was going? Why didn't you wait for me to come back? When Yang Heng heard Wang Jin's message, he frowned so hard that a piece of cream almost fell off. After asking, he realized that he had misspoken, so he patted Wang Jin's shoulder. "I'm sorry, I was a little impatient." Wang Jin quickly said, it's okay. I know. A girl said she was going to leave for a while. I didn't ask. She said she would be back later. He didn't know how late she would be back. How long would she be gone for? Yi Qian didn't say, so no one knew when she would be back. Yang Heng tried to recall Yi Qian's expression tonight. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find anything wrong with Yi Qian. He was playing darts happily and laughing happily. He didn't even take Yao Jing's provocation seriously. Every time, he would hit back with 4 ounces of jacks, causing Yao Jing to be in a disadvantageous position. If she didn't leave because she was unhappy, then it was very likely she left for personal reasons. She left? Does no one know why she left? When Mama Yang heard about it, she frowned slightly and said to her husband, "Old Yang, do you think that child saw that Jing was deliberately looking for trouble and left because she felt uncomfortable?" As he spoke, he paused and sighed, I also said something I shouldn't have said. I don't know if that child is feeling uncomfortable in his heart. She repeated what she had said unintentionally. Yang Heng immediately said, Mom, don't worry about this. She won't take it to heart. If he still hasn't returned by the time the event ends, I'll go look for him. He shouldn't have gone too far. Perhaps he really did have some urgent matters to attend to. I think that child knows his limits. You two don't have to worry. If he doesn't come back in half an hour, I'll send someone to check. Chief Yang trusted Yi Qian quite a lot. She was a young girl who could help the police solve big cases. She was a very meticulous child. Under normal circumstances, she would not put herself in danger. He believed that she really did leave because of an urgent matter and not because she was unhappy. The city before 10 o'clock was not as lively as it would be 10 years later. At this time, there were fewer cars and people. When you walked to the side of the road, the speed of the passing cars was twice as fast as it was during the day. Yi Qian walked out of the hotel at a leisurely pace. There were a few people following behind her. Chapter 8:24. It was late at night, and a single girl was followed by a few unidentified men. Anyone who saw this would feel that something was wrong. When Yi Qian came out of the banquet hall, she saw a few men sitting on the sofa in the hotel lobby. One of them had a head of yellow hair. He was one of the men she ran into when she came back late from training last time. Brother Huang. That was what she heard someone call him. Seeing her come out, the men led by Brother Huang straightened their backs and looked at her. It was obvious that they were waiting for her. She didn't care about these people. The key person was Luo Ran, so she had to wait for him to come out. She walked out of the hotel unhurriedly and walked along the road until she reached the intersection. She waited for the traffic light to turn green. Several men who were following her stood not far away. They kept swinging something in their hands. It was a small knife that could be swung nimbly. A black car gradually came to a stop as the traffic light turned green. Yi Qian crossed the road as the traffic light turned green and arrived at the Caesar Hotel on the opposite side of the road. Third Master, look. The driver said softly, it's the girl who left with Miss Xia last time. She's going to the wasteland where we're going to build the club. There are two groups of people following her. Ho Zi, who had just finished a business meeting and was a little drunk, narrowed his eyes and looked at the few people following her. He said calmly, these people aren't enough to be her appetizers. Send a few of them to keep an eye on her. If there's anything, help her clean up the scene. Don't leave any traces. Not only was the little girl good at fighting, but she was also good with guns. It was a pity that he had never seen her before. It was all from their school. Even Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't stop her. As long as nothing happened in the future, it wouldn't be a problem for her to become Family Xia's daughter-in-law. Since that was the case, he would naturally take care of her as much as he could. Besides, he wanted the little girl to call him Brother Z. She even called him Brother Z. How could he just stand by and watch? The car drove directly to the entrance of the hotel. The doorman recognized that it was his boss' car. He immediately opened the door and waited for his boss to come out. The lobby manager quickly walked from the lobby to the revolving door and waited for Ho Zi to come in before saying softly, Third Master, we have an important guest on the 23rd floor. He softly said a name, but before he could finish his sentence, a tall figure appeared outside the revolving door. I don't know when he left. He's behind you now. After the lobby manager finished speaking, he folded his hands in front of his lower abdomen and retreated to the side. Ho Zi turned around and suppressed the smell of alcohol in his stomach. Looking at the man who came in, Dan Feng's eyes were full of smiles. The smile on his handsome face came from the bottom of his heart. Even though there was a hint of vicissitudes in the corners of his eyes, it didn't affect his handsomeness at all. No wonder Iwei said that Nan province has become your second home. You come back here every few days and spend your pitiful holidays on dating. Be careful that the old lady at home will be angry. He joked. Gradually, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. He raised his hand and directly hooked the shoulder of the man who was admiring his drunkenness with interest. Even his happy smile had a hint of sadness. Your sister has something to do. Help me persuade her. Today, she suddenly said that she wants to break up with me. I'm fucking dumbfounded. Break up? Fuck. She's the only woman I've had for 17 years. Why should she break up with me? Chapter 8:25. I support my sister's decision to break up with you. My sister's first love is back. He's also single and a world-class architect. He's not any worse than you, Brother Z. Xia Jinyuan smiled faintly. He went to the school to look for Yi Qian but couldn't contact Yi Qian. He wasn't in the mood to comfort a broken-hearted old man. He was called an old man by Little Fox when he was 20 years old. Ho Zi was almost 40 years old, so he should be an old man. He was almost 40 years old but still got dumped. How pitiful. Even if he was pitiful, it had nothing to do with him. Of course, he would stand on the side of his family. Xia Jinyuan removed Ho Zi's arm and said to the people around him, Brother Z is drunk. You guys help him upstairs to rest. He didn't have time to care about other things. Even Uncle Chen didn't know where Yi Qian went. He called Lu Tuan and also said that Yi Qian hadn't been there for 2 weeks. Tonight. Where did Yi Qian go? Ho Zi was a little drunk but he wasn't drunk to the point where he needed help. He looked at Xia Jinyuan's young and tall figure and sighed deeply because of the breakup. He smiled faintly and said, 23 years old. Iwei is 23 years old and has been with me for 4 years. Just as he finished speaking, Ho Zi's single phoenix eyes suddenly tightened. What did old Sixth say just now? Did he say Iwei's first love was back? Damn it. No wonder he couldn't find anything after half a month of investigation. It turned out that he was back. Ho Zi suddenly felt a sense of crisis and restrained his expression. There was a faint but obvious trace of hostility on his face. He couldn't win against him in the past and it was the same now. He wanted to steal his woman? No way. Old Six had done him such a big favor as soon as he came back. Naturally, he had to return the favor. Yi Qian didn't know that he was seen by Ho Zi. She heard the footsteps behind her and with a faint smile in her eyes, she led these people to the wasteland behind Caesar Hotel. The development of the southern province's provincial capital was not as impressive as it would be 10 years later. If he wanted to find a quiet place to teach someone a lesson, he only needed to avoid the city's roads and a few heaven's eyes. Behind the Caesar Hotel was a piece of barren land. Weeds grew all over the ground, making it look like a natural lawn. It was late at night, and there wasn't even a street light. Yi Qian stood quietly by the side, waiting for them to come over. She walked quickly and calmly. Coupled with the darkness around her, the few hooligans who were following her felt their hair stand on end. Luo Ran, who was at the back, looked at the desolate surroundings. He wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he felt that this was an opportunity. Luo Ran, who had followed them all the way from the hotel, no longer hid at the back. He quickly caught up with Brother Huang in front of him and said fiercely, No one will know even if you destroy the body in a place like this. She led us here in the middle of the night. You must teach this woman a lesson. Damn it, I can finally vent my anger. No matter how incompetent Luo Ran was, he could tell that Yi Qian had deliberately led them here. There were many people around him, and all of them were armed with knives. Luo Ran wasn't afraid at all. He just wanted to take care of Yi Qian as soon as possible so that he could vent his anger. Although he was in the underworld, he didn't have the experience of hooligans like Brother Huang. A woman had the guts to lead them here. Could there be another ambush? He didn't move immediately. Instead, he said, We still have to observe her for a while. This little girl has guts. She led us all here by herself. Brother, why don't you think about how she can be so bold? Chapter 8:26. You guys are really stupid. I arranged to meet her behind the bar. If there was an ambush, it would be behind the bar. It was rare for Luo Ran to be smart. He said in a low voice, "Don't tell me she can predict that we'll wait for her in the hotel? Will she arrange an ambush immediately?" Luo Ran couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't wait to beat Yi Qian up to vent his anger. Yi Qian didn't want to wait any longer. She wanted to finish this as soon as possible so she could go back to the hotel and sleep. She was resting so early. She still had to rush to the training ground tomorrow morning to start her car training. She bent down and picked up 2 medium-sized stones from the bushes. She threw them in the direction of the voice. Before the stones hit the ground, Yi Qian's cold voice came from the darkness. "Luo Ran, you brought so many people here. Do you still need to hide? Damn it, they're provoking us." Brother Huang walked to the front with a knife in his hand. He was humiliated if he didn't stand up after being provoked by a student. Luo Ran originally wanted to listen to Yao Jing. It would be best if he didn't show himself. Now that things had come to this, he couldn't care less. He brought people here, so why should he be afraid of her? "Yi Qian, if I don't beat you until you call me grandpa tonight, my surname isn't Luo." Luo Ran took out a knife from his pocket and stared fiercely at the direction of the voice. He vaguely saw a shadow, but he didn't see anything. Yi Qian moved her hands and feet. She took the silver wire from her wrist and walked towards the group of people. The night was too dark for Luo Ran, Brother Huang, and the others. They wanted to surround Yi Qian and beat her up, but now they couldn't even see her exact location. But to Yi Qian, darkness was a good camouflage. Brother Huang was still looking for his target. He didn't realize that Yi Qian was less than a meter away from them. When he saw a shadow slowly walk into his line of sight, Brother Huang was delighted. He spat and fiercely ordered his men, "Use your fists first. Kill this girl, ah." As he spoke, one of his underlings standing to his right suddenly screamed and fell into the grass. His hands clutched at his neck, his legs kicked, and a sharp and terrified scream came from his throat. "Neck, my neck, brother. Huang, my. He could still shout at the beginning, but in the end, he couldn't make a sound. He was gasping for air, and there was no way for him to call for help. The Wolf Dao's survival method was to always remember to attack the most fatal part of the prey when attacking. The silver threads in Yi Qian's hands were most suitable for long wraps, and wrapping around a person's neck was the fastest, easiest, and most frightening. After a blood-curdling scream, there was only the sound of struggling gasping for air. Without any warning, something happened suddenly. Hearing the scream, Brother Huang and the others, whose scalps were numb, were all so frightened that they took a few steps back. There was panic in their expressions at that moment. Damn it! What happened? They wanted to break Yi Qian's spirit, but they were scared instead. Yi Qian wouldn't kill anyone. She walked over when the other party was about to suffocate and easily retrieved the silver threads. In the darkness, no one could see what she did. They only heard the hooligan who was the first to finish off the other party groan in pain. It was so painful that he fainted. Chapter 8:27. Yi Qian, who was missing a dart, stood where Brother Huang and the others had retreated. She smiled coldly, and her light voice was filled with killing intent. "What's wrong? We haven't even started, and you're all so scared that you want to run? Are you here for a fight? Luo Ran, what should I say about you? You're a weakling, and I didn't expect you to find someone who's also a weakling. You really make me look down on you. How about this, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll let you go if each of you dismember an arm. How about that?" Of course not. Her words were hurtful and humiliating. Brother Huang kicked one of his men and shouted angrily, "Motherfucker! Get him! What are you waiting for?" If one came, one would be crippled. If a pair came, 2 pairs would be crippled. Yi Qian never minded using violence to solve problems. After all, using hands was always easier than using brains. The silver wire was a killing weapon. Even if it was usually used as a decoration, those who didn't recognize it would only think it was a bracelet made of silver. Once its true form was revealed, killing people would be as easy as taking something out of a bag. The person who had it in the past had killed countless people. And now, Yi Qian, who had gone through a life and death situation, was more flexible in using it to its fullest potential. Screams came from the wilderness. The screams made people's hair stand on end. The screams were so loud that the last few men couldn't even hold their knives steadily. They couldn't see where the person they were supposed to beat was. All they saw was a black shadow, and the black shadow of their brothers before they fell. As for the others, they couldn't see her, and they didn't know where she was. They couldn't even hear her voice. They only knew that she was right beside them, like a beast hibernating in the dark. She would suddenly jump out and give them a fatal blow. Brother Huang, why don't we just leave? This woman is strange, too strange. I can't see where she is. I can only hear our brother screaming. Brother Huang, don't tell me they're dead. In the end, there were only 5 of the 10 men left, including Luo Ran and Brother Huang. In other words, Yi Qian had taken down 7 people in a short period of time. Even so, Yi Qian didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. She could more or less smell the white substance synthesized from morphine alkaloids on these people's bodies. Those who took this substance would collapse from the inside out. To take them down, Yi Qian only needed to prevent them from scratching her body, and prevent their blood from infecting her body. In such a good world, such a good time, and such a good life, she did not want to be infected with AIDS for more than 10 years and still be unable to be cured. As long as one of the people who ingested harmful substances got sick, and someone else used the needle he used, the chances of getting sick were quite high. Like crawling. It. Two. Hearing the sounds of the grass around them, Brother Huang shivered and realized that things weren't going well. He sniffed hard, and his voice cracked. Go. He would be an idiot if he kept fighting. That woman was obviously not easy to deal with. Chapter 8:28. He said that he wanted to leave, but he had to be able to do so first. Suddenly, the bright lights of several motorcycles came from the front. They were so bright that it was blinding and made people panic. Do you know whose place this is? If you don't, why don't you take a look at the words on the top of the building? Someone said coldly. He had never heard of the voice before, but the bloody smell in the voice was not unfamiliar to Yi Qian. Only someone who had killed before would have such a bloody smell. The entire building was Caesar Hotel. It was a little tall, so she couldn't see the words on the top of the building. At least, when Yi Qian looked up, she couldn't see it. Just because she couldn't see it didn't mean that Yi Qian didn't know where this place was. And those who knew where this place was might not know whose territory Caesar Hotel was. The person who spoke was one of Ho Zi's subordinates, who was both a brother and a friend. He also had a certain status in the underworld. People like Luo Ran didn't know that after hearing Yi Qian's words, he was already furious. He shouted angrily, I don't fucking care whose territory this is. This is between me and her. What does it have to do with you? The knife in Brother Huang's hand fell to the ground. He trembled and knelt down. It's Third Master's territory. Third Master, I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that this high school student asked me to teach a little girl a lesson. I took his money and came here because I was possessed. Third Master, please spare me. Third Master, please spare me. Third Master, please raise your hand and let me go. Third Master, please spare me. Third Master, please spare me. The light was too strong. It shone on Brother Huang and the other hooligans, who were half squinting. It also illuminated the situation of the hooligans who had fallen earlier. Their shoulders were strangely twisted. 1 or 2 of them fell to the ground with a painful expression. They couldn't raise their hands to stuff their mouths and take out their clothes. They could only rub their bodies and legs on the grass and make gurgling sounds from their throats. It was easy for Brother Huang and the others to think that they were man-eating crawling monsters. No one cared about them. Brother Huang was so scared that he knelt down and begged for mercy. He didn't have the time to care about his subordinates. Someone stepped forward and stood under the strong light. The figure was tall and slender, like a tall mountain. He didn't stop but walked towards them step by step. Against the light, Brother Huang's body trembled like a sieve when his eyes were blinded by the light. Then, he saw that his pale yellow pants were wet. He only saw a figure, but he was so frightened by the aura that he lost control of his bladder. Other than Luo Ran, who was still showing off his fierceness, the other three hooligans were so scared that their bodies were like leaves floating in the autumn wind. They were so scared that they couldn't even touch the ground, and could be killed at any time and sent to heaven. The figure didn't walk fast, but every step he took made Brother Huang and the other hooligans afraid of him. It was a murderous aura that only those who had lived on the battlefield and whose hands were stained with blood could have. No one could replicate it, and no one could compare to him. This kind of aura might be frightening to others, but Yi Qian was very familiar with it. He didn't expect that he would appear again. Compared to the last time he saw Xia Jinyuan a year ago, the number of times he appeared in front of him now was a little too much. The figure stood under the strong light and walked towards them step by step. He stopped in front of Brother Huang, who had lost control of his bladder. Chapter 829. Without giving the other party a chance to beg for mercy, he lifted his slender leg and kicked the other party in the face. A few bloody teeth flew out of Brother Huang's mouth. Little girl? Was he talking about his little fox? Asking for a beating? Looking for death? Ah! A blood-curdling scream burst out from Brother Huang's throat. His entire body was sent flying by the kick. He was half dead from the kick. Without further ado, this person's action scared the other three hooligans so much that they lost control of their bowels. Was the person who kicked Brother Huang Master Ho-san? Was he the third Master Ho, a well-known figure in the underworld who was known to be ruthless and feared by everyone? If it was really Master Ho-san, no one in the underworld would dare to say a word about it, let alone find out that it was Master Ho who did it. Master Ho-san, please spare our lives. It really has nothing to do with us. That brat said he was going to get rid of the girls in his school. We were paid to do it. We came with Brother Huang to do it. Master Ho-san, please spare our lives. Luo Ran, whose eyes were spitting fire, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it! How dare you ruin my business!" He picked up the knife in his hand and stabbed it at Xia Jinyuan, who had yet to speak. Yi Qian saw this and threw the silver wire in his hand. It wrapped around Luo Ran's neck like a collar. He didn't even need to use any strength. The silver wire wrapped tightly around Luo Ran's neck as Luo Ran ran forward. Luo Ran's eyes widened as he tried to protect his neck with his hands. He wanted to pull out the thing that was strangling him. The more he struggled, the tighter the silver wire wrapped around his neck. The Grim Reaper was getting closer and closer to his face. Luo Ran was scared. "Let go of me. My father is a famous entrepreneur in Southern Province. How dare you do this to me? My father won't let you off. Damn it, let go of me. Let go." The thing that was strangling his neck was getting tighter and tighter. It was getting harder and harder to breathe. In the end, he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. He could only gasp for air to keep him alive. Yi Qian walked over with a silver thread wrapped around one knee and said to the angry Xia Jinyuan, "It's just a small matter." "Why are you angry?" "I'm not angry." Captain Xia was not a person who would easily get angry. At this moment, she could see that Jun Yan's expression was indifferent. He was really angry. Little ghosts are hard to deal with. Some things can be dealt with in one go, so go back to the hotel and rest. "I'll deal with it," Xia Jinyuan said calmly. The murderous intent in his voice was like a knife that cut through everyone's hearts. Just by listening to the sound, Brother Huang and the other hooligans felt like they had died countless times. "Third Master, please spare my life. Third Master, please spare my life." We had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended Third Master. "Third Master, please be magnanimous and let us go. Please let us go, third master. At this moment of life and death, they didn't care about the gold under their knees. They knelt on the wasteland where their knees hurt and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. No one could clearly see Xia Jinyuan's face as he stood against the light in his casual clothes. They only knew that with such a man standing in front of them, all of them were little things that he could silently get rid of with a wave of his hand. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Luo Ran, on the other hand, was just a high school student who had been raised with money. No matter how arrogant he was, he would always say that he wanted to take other people's lives. However, when it came to his own life, he would be so scared that even his pupils would shrink. Chapter 830. He was intimidated by Xia Jinyuan's murderous aura. A chill ran up from the soles of his feet and stopped right in front of his heart. He was so scared that every cell in his body was reminding him to run. If he didn't run now, he might lose his life. He wanted to run, but in order to prevent Xia Jinyuan from helping him, Yi Qian lifted his leg and kicked Luo Ran in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. Luo Ran was already having trouble breathing, and the pain almost made him pass out. Yi Qian, how dare you fucking kick me? Luo Ran, whose face was distorted by the pain, clutched his stomach and looked at Yi Jian ferociously. The fierceness in his eyes was not fearless, but shallow, cute, and stupid. Even at this point, he was still trying to be brave and fierce. If that wasn't stupid, then what was? Just a moment ago, he was so scared that he wanted to run. Now, because Yi Qian kicked him, he wanted to use his power to scare Yi Qian. What a stupid and ridiculous way of thinking. Yi Qian lowered his head and looked down coldly. He looked at Luo Ran like a god sitting high in the clouds, looking down at an ant. Not only did I dare to kick you, but I also dare to kill you. His voice was cold and chilling. You dare, you. If you dare to do something, why wouldn't I dare to do it? She said with a smile. Her eyes were as cold as ice on an ancient well. The surface of the ice was bone-chilling, and the depths of the ice were unfathomable. Luo Ran instantly choked and didn't dare to say anything for a long time. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the high school boy on the ground who still wanted to flaunt his power. He said to his little fox, if we don't deal with this kind of person now, he will be a scourge in society in the future. Dealing with him now will benefit the people. Let me handle it. Yi Qian looked up and glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who wanted to help him deal with the trouble. He smiled and said, I don't need you to deal with the matters between students. I really want to deal with it for me and get rid of these hooligans. Dead or alive, just don't let me see them again in the future. Her casual tone made Brother Huang and the others understand that they had begged the wrong person. They should have begged this young lady instead. Unfortunately, it was too late. Xia Jinyuan was really angry. How could he let them go? The man's thin lips curled up slightly, and he nodded with a smile. He only said one word, okay. He raised his hand, and 4 men with nothing in their hands got off the motorcycle. They walked over to the gangsters who were trembling with fear. Brother Huang, who was kicked in the face and almost lost his life, screamed and begged for mercy, Third Master, we won't do it again. We won't do it again. Please, Third Master, please let me go. Please. I beg you. His muffled voice was full of fear, and this fear of his life coming to an end infected Luo Ran. This arrogant boy in front of Yi Qian was so scared that his face turned pale. When Yi Qian heard Xia Jinyuan say, okay, he smiled and loosened the silver thread in his hand. If he really strangled Luo Ran to death, then it would not be worth it. Yi Jian turned around and stared at Luo Ran condescendingly. In the strong light, Yi Jian's usually gentle face was cold and hard. There was no emotion, only indifference. That kind of indifference made Luo Ran's heart tremble. He saw that she did not care about her own life. He saw that in her eyes, it was as if killing him was just a matter of raising her hand. He also saw that the thing that was strangling his neck was a thin thread that seemed to be made of silver. And this thread was particularly familiar to him. It was the silver item that Yi Jian wore on her left hand. Chapter 831. This was a weapon that could kill people. She casually carried a weapon that could kill people. Luo Ran looked like he had admitted defeat, but his mouth was still stubborn. He met Yi Qian's eyes and said in a trembling voice, "Yi Qian, I'm warning you. My dad is rich. If you're afraid of killing me, my dad won't let you off." Yes. His family was rich. Rich people were the boss. Even the school couldn't do anything about him, let alone Yi Qian. With that thought, Luo Ran's arrogance gradually returned. He tried to stand up and glared at Yi Qian. His voice grew fiercer and fiercer. "Let go of me if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, my dad will teach you a lesson tomorrow. If I can kill you, I naturally have the ability to prevent your dad from finding out that it was me. Luo Ran, you have to realize that your life is now in my hands, not your dad's." Yi Qian spoke calmly with a faint smile on his face. His words carried a hint of killing intent. It easily frightened Luo Ran. His face was full of horror. The silver thread in his hand tightened. Luo Ran, who had just escaped from suffocation, once again experienced death. Through his enlarged eyes, he saw Yi Qian's smile deepen. At the same time, his killing intent deepened. Do you know why beasts like to bite the neck? It's because the neck is the most vulnerable part. Biting off the cervical vertebrae will kill the prey. Biting off the aorta will also kill the prey. Biting off the windpipe will also kill the prey. Luo Ran, who was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, shook his head violently. He refused to listen to the bloodthirsty voice. "Yi Qian, you can't kill me. I'm a student and you're a student too. You can't kill me. You can't." "Why can't I? Just now, you said you wanted to kill me. You, who can't kill, said you wanted to kill me. I have the ability to kill and can easily get rid of you. Why can't I kill you? Look around you." The first 7 hooligans who rushed out, which one of them didn't have a knife in their hand? Take a good look. Where are their hands now? Take a good look and you'll know if I have the ability to kill you or not. Yi Qian grabbed Luo Ran by the collar and dragged him to the front of a few thugs who were lying on the ground and whimpering. He lifted his leg and hooked the right arm of one of the thugs that was clasped behind his back. It was soft, as if it had no bones, and it was hooked out by Yi Qian's leg. The moment he did, Luo Ran saw the strangely twisted right arm. He saw a small knife piercing through the gangster's palm. It went in from the back of his palm and came out from the center of his palm. Blood was still flowing along the tip of the knife. The drops of blood caused Luo Ran to scream in horror. He wanted to retreat, but Yi Qian pressed him to his knees. He looked closely at his palm that had been pierced by the knife. No, I don't want to. I don't want to. Let go of me. Let go of me. He wanted to retreat, but Yi Qian wanted him to clearly understand that if he wanted to fight with her, the consequences would be very tragic. He even called the people of the underworld over. If he didn't bleed them and dye them with some color, then it would be a waste of Luo Ran's efforts. 7 people, 14 arms, 2 joints from the elbow to the shoulder. I unloaded one in a straight line and the other in a reverse direction. Then, I stabbed the knife into the right palm where they threatened me with the knife. Before I came out, I brought a small weapon with me. It was convenient to use, so I stabbed it into their left hand. Chapter 832. His voice was very soft, even fainter than the wind, but every word carried a thick stench of blood. Very, very heavy. So heavy that when Luo Ran saw the dart in the gangster's left hand, he was so scared that all the muscles in his body spasmed. A knife in the right hand and a dart in the left. TSK. It really hurts. But I don't want to hear them scream in pain, so I stuffed their mouths with their own clothes. The whole process didn't take much time. Yi Qian smiled as she spoke. Her expression was calm, but the words she said were hair-raising, making Luo Ran feel despair. I didn't even need much time to take care of 7 people. Taking care of you, I think. Her gaze fell on Luo Ran's neck, and her smile deepened. It will only take about 2 minutes. Don't you think so? Yes, she wasn't wrong at all. If Yi Qian wanted to kill him now, it would be a piece of cake. At this moment, Luo Ran regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. In the face of life and death, his past arrogance and smugness were nothing. They were just for show. They couldn't protect his life. I was wrong. Yi Qian, let me go. I was wrong. He begged for mercy. His throat was itching to cough, but his survival instinct kept him begging Yi Qian to let him go. Luo Ran, who used to be so arrogant that he didn't even look at the ground, who used money to solve every problem, fell hard this time. He fell so hard that it left him with a lifelong psychological shadow. He begged for mercy so quickly, but Yi Qian wouldn't let him go so easily. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Such a fatal place that needs to be protected is entangled by the treasure in my hand. I'll have to use my strength slowly. First, I'll break your throat, then your aorta, then your cervical vertebra, and then your entire head. Her voice was soft and gentle. As Yi Qian tightened the silver wire in her hand, Luo Ran, who had failed to beg for mercy, screamed, "Help, help, help." If he could even make a sound, then he would have to use a bit more strength. The silver thread in his hand tightened a little to ensure that he could breathe, but also to make him more afraid. Stop shouting. It's useless. No matter how rich your father is, he can't save your life immediately. By the time he finds out that he needs to save your life, it's a pity that you're already dead. Yi Qian spoke slowly. From his actions and words, he did not show any mercy to Luo Ran. She could easily take Luo Ran's life, but she could not really do it. Right now, Luo Ran was just a student who spoke arrogantly and acted arrogantly. However, he was not the enemy she wanted to deal with. He was just a high school student that she needed to teach a lesson to. She needed to teach him a lesson that he would never forget. From now on, he would be obedient whenever he saw her and just take a detour whenever he saw her. Luo Ran's 4 limbs were struggling. Although he could no longer speak, his throat was still letting out muffled and terrified cries for mercy. Let me go. Help, help, his fluttering hands clung tightly to the dry grass that had withered in autumn. He broke a few strands, but he continued to hold on until he had no more strength. He could no longer hold on to anything. His 2 black eyes rolled upwards, and he completely fainted from fear. Before he fainted, Luo Ran saw the figures dragging Brother Huang and the others away in the strong light. Every figure was like the king of hell in the hall of hell, making him afraid. Brother Huang and the others, who were being dragged away with 1 leg, let out screams that made him feel like he was in the hall of hell. Screams filled the air.